Marked Under the Chained Moon, a Impreg Wolf-Shifter romance. Written by Morrigan Black. Narration services are provided by 11 Labs, Inc., produced by Morrigan Black.
Chapter 1. Riker. Blood? The dark, rust-colored fluid soaked the entire bed, making it difficult to differentiate what liquid it was in the twilight between dog and wolf. If I hadn't been so sensitive to smell, it could have been mistaken for oil, and it didn't help that I was half groggy and disoriented from having just woken up. "Joshua," I whispered, believing my new soon-to-be mate had just come home from his run and dared to bring his kill to soil our bed. Just who the heck raised him to be this messy? I tapped at his shoulder, demanding he wake up and get out of bed. When he didn't respond, I got out of bed, covered in the mess he had left behind. "This is unacceptable behavior," I growled, as I marched around to his side of the bed and turned on the bedside lamp. What I saw shook me to my core, causing me to stumble back, landing on the chair behind me. Joshua lay in bed, lips blue, eyes wide open, and his expression contorted in anguish and surprise. "Joshua!" I ran to him. His skin was cold and the light of life had vanished from his brown eyes. Oh, spirits. I ran to the hallway in a desperate attempt to escape, but stopped in my tracks. Whoever did this could still be in the house. If they were, they would have heard the commotion in the bedroom. What do I do? Do I run like hell hoping to reach the front door? Or take my chances for the window? Window! I ran back to the bedroom, locked the door, my hands trembling as I fumbled with the lock, and climbed out the window, jumping and barely sticking the landing. If I were a human, some bones would have broken for sure. Still covered in blood and dressed in nothing but my pajama pants, I ran across the grounds of the Moonstrider Pack's neighborhood. They had taken over several blocks worth of real estate in Oregon, a neighborhood with plenty of woodland area to run far away from the prying eyes of humans. My thoughts raced to where I should go for help. I almost ran to my parents' house until I stopped and hid behind a tree near their property to catch my breath and gather my thoughts. There was no way I could go to my parents first. I had to go to the pack leader, a man named Knut, who I despised. But as much as I disliked him, there was no way he would tolerate a murder within his den. I darted into the woods, ignoring how the forest debris hurt my feet, until I reached the clearing leading to one of the largest houses. With its deep red brick, hip roof, and ashlar dressings, it resembled an English manor. It was built as far back as the 17th century and had been the seat of power among the Moonstrider Pack for several centuries. I thought I would live here at one point, but that wasn't in the cards. I banged frantically on the door, hoping a servant would let me in. My mind was lost in dread and clouded by the small ray of hope of getting to safety. "Please help me," I cried the moment the doors opened. "Someone murdered my mate." The one who answered the door was Knut himself. His brown eyes glaring down at me were enough to freeze my blood on the spot. If only I had known what a terrible mistake I had made that night. Knut was in his late 50s, tall and broad, with penetrating eyes. His graying hair stood on end like he had been running his hands through it all the time. He carried a permanent scowl, which only seemed to enhance how unhappy everyone found him to be around.
"We know someone murdered your mate. You."
His eyes appraised me with an icy stare. He didn't seem all that bothered by the blood.
"Are you so unhappy with your new mate that you would come to me? Looking so beautiful and enticing, half naked and covered in a fresh kill."
He ran his fingers across my cheek and I almost lost my dinner. Fear settled over me like a guillotine. I looked up at him and studied his face closely, trying to find out what he knew. He wasn't at all surprised by my news. He was the killer.
"By all rights, I should have taken you as my mate the moment I took over the pack."
His smile horrified me. He handed me over to the high court for judgment, and the sentence was as swift as a blade striking my throat. For killing my mate, the sentence was life in prison.
"Line up, you maggots!"
the guard ordered, slamming us to the stone wall before removing the silver chains that weakened us. My entire body sang with relief, while my spine painfully decompressed from the weight of those chains.
"Remove your clothes and toss them inside the burner ahead."
Not all of the guards were wolves. Some were other shifters who had found work here on this prison island. They were dressed in all black, with their lower faces covered. making them look even more intimidating. They were decked out in gear and ready to put down any resistance should they meet it. "What?" I asked before I knew it, and paid the price with a baton on the back of my thighs.
Aren't we supposed to get our clothes back when we get out?
A young blonde-haired man beside me asked, applying just enough spice to his tone to ward off the guard's anger. We spoke on the boat heading to this island prison, but I didn't get a name.
No. Clothing will be provided upon release.
What about personal items?
You can keep them with you.
It wasn't just the walls. This whole place was cold, although it was early fall, and the only warmth came from the large oven ahead. I wasn't married to the pants, but this worn white t-shirt with the crusted designs of a wolf howling at the moon belonged to Killian, my best friend and former betrothed before Joshua. He had given it to me when he accidentally ripped my shirt during a wrestling match. I gripped the fabric longer than I should have, and almost received another hit to the thighs when I tossed it in the incinerator and watched as it burned away.
Underwear too, Omega.
The guard who hit me before grinned at me, his single eye grazing over my body. Then I realized that the other prisoners were naked. I did as I was told and joined the others.
Do not be alarmed, maggots.
Another guard bellowed.
These wristbands will not burn your flesh, but will keep you as weak as pathetic humans.
A man clamped the silver band around my right wrist. It looked plain and harmless, but I could already feel its weakening effects.
Is this how humans feel? Sucks for them.
Turn around.
The one-eyed guard grinned as he leaned far too close to me.
This is my favorite part, Omega. Spread your cheeks.
Much to the guard's amusement, I reluctantly did as he asked, along with the others.
Don't be afraid.
The one-eyed asshole chuckled, his breath hot and nasty on my cheek.
You'll be doing a lot of that here.
A blast of icy water shot at us from the wall as another guard tossed a soap powder at us.
Wash yourselves.
The one-eyed jerk gripped my ass, pulling me to him, and when I tried to push him off, I realized how weak I was. His chest was like hitting against an immovable wall. He slipped his finger past my cheeks.
Don't forget to wash. Here, you pretty motherfucker.
Philip, give the Omega a break and let him wash. You'll have plenty of time to taste him when he joins Dane's pleasure club.
The asshole laughed.
I'll be the first to have a go. You hear me, you fucks?
He roared and finally gave me some space. Like hell I was going to whore myself out. The water stopped and they tossed us large towels to dry ourselves. Then, they handed us packs with an orange jumpsuit and soft shoes. Once we were dressed, they escorted us further down the concrete walkway to a set of massive doors that looked like the gates of Mordor.
This is it. Once we pass those doors, we're in prison. The name's Penn. I'll try to find you if they split us up. We Omegas gotta stick together, you know?
Yeah. My teeth clattered from the rough shower and the wind nipping my skin. To my shock, the gates opened, revealing a massive, dense night city aglow with neon light. The one-eyed bastard guard followed behind.
Welcome to Wonderland Penitentiary. I'll be seeing you later, Omega.
Chapter 2. Killian. Before Dane, the leader of the self-made Shadow Pack, entered Wonderland, crime bosses saturated the district with competing brothels. Young beta males were the prime commodity sold, and the strongest alphas running these establishments went to war over the few Omegas scattered about. It wasn't uncommon for spontaneous skirmishes to break out in the streets, or for break-ins to occur to kidnap the most prized Omegas. Dane was a large, muscled man, as most alpha wolves were, and he was damned intimidating. But it took more than intimidation to run your own pack, much less start one. It took a level of charm and charisma as well, something Dane didn't mind using when he needed to. But ultimately, he grew the Shadow Pack from nothing because he was powerful, and the weak clung to the strong. When he entered Wonderland 4 years ago, he built his Shadow Pack and wreaked havoc on the brothels within the entertainment district. It took them a year to destroy the top ones, and the others backed out of the war, sticking to their beta servants. Dane had taken all the Omegas, and his pleasure club emerged as the only brothel in the town that had them. After the dust settled, he chose only the most beautiful of betas and rounded up every Omega hiding within the city walls for his pleasure den. It wasn't long before the pleasure den became the best brothel in the city and the only place to go if one wished to taste omega flesh. Even the guards enjoyed the services of the business and the other benefits of being in Dane's back pocket. None of that mattered to me. I just wanted to lie low and live the rest of my life in peace, far away from the crime and politics of this place. Dane spent months pestering me about joining his pack. I simply told him no and moved on. I even found an abandoned church on the city's outskirts and fixed it up just enough to make it livable. The only times I ventured to the densely packed city with its winding streets, dark alleyways full of shady businesses, and flashing neon lights was to get groceries, visit the only friends I made here, and stop by one of the food vendors for a quick meal. Now, I had no choice but to come to the club and surround myself with the muck of this underground metropolis to save a life. I wore a hoodie to hide my black hair, but there was no doubt I still stood out among the wolves because of my height and pale skin. Not that other alpha wolves were small. Most alphas are much larger than their beta counterparts. But my cursed blood gave me a few extra inches above the average alpha wolf in human and wolf forms, and my skin was paler. It didn't help that I enjoyed the color black to where that was all I wore. Black boots, pants, a shirt, and sometimes, when it was chilly, a long black coat. I pushed through the crowd outside the neon pink and purple bathed club that looked like one of those old historic theaters. With the decadent interior, thumping club music, half-naked dancing whores, and drunken horny men spraying their pheromones all over the place, I wasn't in Kansas anymore.
Come on, Killian, my little sister was only playing with you.
Dane leaned forward on his throne, perched on the elegant stage. He knew why I had come here, and it wasn't for the services his den offered. His young sister, Marion, had sent herself to Wonderland about a year ago, and I became the prime target of harassment.
She's only 17 and in love.
She took something very special to me. I could have killed her, but let her return to her people unharmed. I stopped short of the stage. I hated looking up at Dane as if I was approaching a king. Don't mistake kindness for weakness.
But it was a weakness, Killian, though I thank you for it.
Dane gripped one of his omegas, an indignant punk with blue hair and purple lipstick, and sat him on his lap. The omega blushed and grazed his hand across Dane's tattooed chest.
Mar, get out here.
Ugh, what?
Marion was a wild child, her turquoise hair shaved at the sides like a Viking cut. She dressed in black fishnet stockings that were a little torn, and I couldn't tell if that was the style or if they were just torn. And she seemed to love leather, as everything she wore was made of it.
Oh, it's you again.
She smiled once she noticed me.
The so-called most dangerous inmate. Ha! Don't look so tough to me.
The pack laughed.
See, Killian, this is what you get for choosing to be alone.
Dane shook his head as if he was speaking to someone who didn't understand how this world worked.
You should have joined my pack when I asked you to. You know it ain't too late to change your mind.
Faster than the wolves could register the movement, I glided across the floor, snatching the girl up by her neck, but only applying enough pressure to clarify my point. I heard the squeak and smelled the one I had come for, the life I wished to save.
Let me go, asshole!
The girl beat helplessly against my iron fist. Her gray eyes were wide with fear as she tried to look at her brother and the other pack members for aid. I can kill every one of you, Silverband or not. There's a reason vampires can't be detained in these prisons. Don't make me remind you of that. I growled menacingly. They all knew what I was. Not precisely a vampire, not precisely a wolf either. A rare species, a mixture of vampire and wolf. A Veywolf. Bringing up my cursed blood made me wince, but it was the only thing that brought me peace here.
Let my sister go while we're still on good terms, Killian.
Dane stood, his muscles tensed to attack. The whores had scurried to the back rooms and some patrons took their leave, horny or not. We will remain on good terms when your people, all of them, leave me in peace. I snatched the small, white, furry creature from her pouch and released the girl, causing her to cough and sputter on the floor. The little guy's name was Romeo because of the brown tuft of hair on his chest that formed a heart.
You've made a terrible mistake.
So have you, and you're still here. I was referring to his war with the other bosses of the entertainment district.
Just remember that you have a lot of enemies here and few friends, do you hear me?
I waved goodbye without turning. I had gotten what I came there for. I stroked the tiny mouse and placed him on my shoulder after checking him for any injuries. Thankfully, he wasn't hurt, or I would have gone back to that den and done more than choke Marion out. My stomach growled. May as well grab a quick bite. My favorite vendor was a meat bowl place run by an old beta wolf serving a life sentence. His stand was circular and big enough for stools surrounding the bar. He served a customer a drink before turning to me when I sat down. He was a rough man about the face. He had gotten into a lot of fights in his youth.
What can I get you?
He asked, wiping the bar. Let me have your extra-large spicy beef bowl and noodles.
Coming right up.
I slapped the money on the table. Like all cities, Wonderland ran on commerce. We even had a small financial district where wealthier inmates traded stocks with the outside world. The urban area also had casinos and other vices. Then, we had the industrial center where most of the prisoners worked. This island was no different than living in a place like New York or any other major city. We just couldn't leave whenever we wanted. A big, burly man stood on the podium in the square to make an announcement. He was an obvious bear shifter, and judging by the scars on his body, he was probably a berserker.
Hear ye! Hear ye! You bunch of rat bastards and evil scoundrels!
The bear bellowed to the quieting crowd.
We've got some new arrivals, 2 of them are Omegas.
The crowd loved hearing that news, and I lost interest immediately.
Now we all know Omegas are rare here, so we share them. They belong to Dane's Pleasure Den, where we can all get a taste. We will deal with anyone caught laying a finger on them outside the club. Keep your horny paws off them until they are within the club's walls.
I feel sorry for those Omegas, whoever they are. We haven't had new Omegas in here in a long time.
The vendor shook his head at the pitiful sight he imagined and set the meal in front of me. Fresh faces always attract a crowd. Once their freshness is over, they'll settle in. I sighed and tucked in. Poor fucks.
Chapter 3. Riker. The city was much larger than I had imagined. I knew nothing about this prison, other than it was on an island protected by a magical barrier that kept us from leaving. There were still towering walls and a massive gate we had to pass to enter the holding area they kept us in. Knut bragged I would never see the moon's light again, as it didn't shine in this forgotten place. Wonderland was the size of Central Park in New York, and just as densely populated as the city itself, but hardly as pretty. They mainly had simple block homes made of stone or whatever was available. The narrow roads were fit for one vehicle, though no car was in sight. Still, it wasn't surprising, as I doubted anyone other than the guards could drive. It amazed me how much of an urban center this place looked. The neon lights advertising the various shops washed the streets in a colorful hue. I noticed everyone dressed in their own clothes, rather than wearing the bright orange jumpsuits the guard forced us new arrivals to wear. Suddenly, I felt so exposed because everyone's eyes gravitated toward us like a beacon. Was this done to us on purpose? A signal to let the other prisoners know who was new?
Why did those guards make us change into these orange jumpsuits if everybody wasn't wearing them?
Penn looked around like a deer trapped in headlights.
What were they doing? Messing with us or something?
Or something, I mumbled, more concerned about the leering eyes on us as we walked the streets. Penn was the only person to talk to me since we boarded the ship that ferried us here. We were already leaning on each other for support in this forsaken city. It didn't take long for the other orange jumpsuits to scatter away from us, leaving what I could only describe as the main street and disappearing into the side roads. The onlookers licked their chops like someone carted a steak dinner with the works in front of them. After all, it was bad enough being fresh meat in prison, but it was a different story when that fresh meat was an Omega. I was going to suggest to Penn that we leave the main road when someone tugged on my arm, and it wasn't Penn. Swinging around, I came face to face with the one-eyed bastard guard who dodged my would-be blow and laughed at my attempt to defend myself.
It seems like you got some fighting chops in you, Omega.
What do you want? I backed away, fearful that the guard was impatiently about to exercise his power over me, but he held up a small piece of paper and stuffed it in my breast pocket.
Read it alone, and here's a word of advice. The Pleasure Den is in the red light district of the entertainment ward, down Main Street and to the left. It's about 5 minutes from here, so I suggest you hightail your Omega asses there.
Pleasure Den?
Penn repeated incredulously.
I ain't shaking my booty to a bunch of salivating morons. I didn't even have to do that on the outside. And what was that note he gave you?
He asked when the guard left us alone. I don't know, and something tells me we should find a place to hide, I said, noticing the shift in the mood once the guard left us alone. A mounting sense of danger took hold, my instincts telling me to run.
Look at what we got here. They smell so nice.
A man with a nose that looked like someone had punched it a few times gripped Penn, but the slender Omega wiggled away while another grabbed me. Don't touch me.
Oh, I guess he don't like us.
Punched Face mocked. No one was going to help us. We had no choice but to fight for ourselves. Penn was well aware of this. He had shown me the pouch of dust he carried from the outside world. He quickly pulled out a handful and tossed it in Punch Nose's face.
Run!
Penn shouted, making a break down the road. I didn't have long to act or time to think. I just ran, put one foot in front of the other and ran. Now I understood how the deer felt when I stalked them in the woods. Behind us, more men were coming after us, and sure enough, they followed us down every alley. They passed every shop we did, every neon-lit street to every dark corner. I couldn't help but look behind us until I turned around, and Penn was gone. Shit. He must have turned a corner and a few men followed, but there was no way I could get past the men who remained behind me, so I kept running. Penn, please be okay, I thought as I continued to run. The fingers of my pursuers grazed my back. I turned at what looked like the edge of town, surprised to see grass and even trees around here, though they were sparse. Ahead, I saw the church's lights at the top of a hill and hightailed it there until they slammed me to the ground with a heavy thud, making me taste dirt. Get off me. I fought but was too weak against the muscle arms that pinned me down. Several others were on their way, both men and women, alphas and betas, happily cheering the prisoner for catching the prey. This is my worst fear coming to life, that I would get raped if I didn't escape.
I don't give a damn what Dane wants. I'm gonna fuck your pretty Omega ass until you bleed.
Punch Nose breathed his hot breath into my face. As if the gods answered my prayers, a broken glass bottle rolled down the grassy hill in my direction. Punch Nose tore at my jumpsuit, exposing my chest and popping every button as he did until he pulled the shirt completely free. I grabbed the bottle and struck, wondering where those shards would go. I just needed this man to stop. Hot blood squirted from the wound in his neck, spraying me in the face, much to the shock of the crowd forming. I didn't mean it, I said in a moment of panic.
You bitch! Now I'm gonna fucking kill you!
Punch Nose gurgled until he fell. Time stood still for just 1 second. The detainees of Wonderland must have been used to death. Perhaps they were just surprised that an Omega would do such a thing. I didn't stay long. Already on my feet, I hauled ass up the hill, covered in blood just as I was that day. My eyes were wide, and my legs wobbly but still stable enough to keep moving up the hill until I saw a yellow light shining from an upper window of a smaller version of one of those Gothic Catholic churches.
He's mincemeat now.
I heard one man call out, but I kept running for that yellow light as if it were my salvation.
No one goes to that place.
Nearly out of breath, I almost collapsed when I opened one of the large double doors. When I closed it, it dismayed me that there was no lock on the door. I stumbled away, wiping the blood from my mouth, my mind only fully registering the words the men said as I made my way here. No one goes to that place. I have no choice. This was a prison for the supernatural. There weren't just wolves here, but bears and many other shifters, along with a few orcs and other creatures the high courts deemed unfit to live among humans in the outside world. I wondered what manner of creature lived here, that even the other prisoners were afraid to come here. I may have protected myself now, but perhaps I just ran into the arms of another beast, one that I couldn't get away from so quickly. Chapter 4. The church had been abandoned to where Mother Nature reclaimed the house of worship. Her roots sprouted from the torn wooden floor, wrapping around the pillars and climbing the intricately carved walls. It turned the Last Supper mural into a faded, forgotten garden paradise. Hundreds of candles on the altar dimly lit the area, barely illuminating the turned-over dusty pews. A beautiful jeweled chandelier hung above, but none of the candles were lit. But that wasn't what filled me with wonder. Pieces of the roof were gone, allowing the moon's light to glimmer in all its glory, making up for what the candles could not do. I stood in that light, gazing above and soaking it in for all it was worth. We red wolves got our power from the red moon, which energized us, healed us of afflictions, and allowed us to heal others. Too bad red moons occurred about twice a year. That's why we red wolves were so few and became reliant on joining stronger packs. Usually this joining was done through marriages. My parents had secured our place within the Moonstrider pack once I manifested as an Omega. I was to be wed to the son of the Alpha. I remember being scared when I first met Killian at 8. He was 2 years older but still just a kid like me. He took my hand and we left the adults to their schemes while we played in the gardens of his estate. I must have fallen for him then. Because we weren't officially a part of the pack, we had to live on the outskirts of the pack's territory, in a small village nearby. But Killian visited me often and we became best friends. Spirits, why was I thinking about him now? I really can see the moon here. I sighed with relief, breathing in the scent of earthy dust, blood, and something else I couldn't quite place. But it was a good enough smell to make me breathe it in again like a wine connoisseur before taking a big gulp. And like wine, this scent was a deep red, as red as the blood that covered my body, oaky and bodied with hints of fall fruits. That was about all this stupid silver bracelet the guards placed on me allowed my weakened nose to pick up. I didn't sense any danger yet, but I couldn't trust my nose. I thought of leaving until I looked out the window and saw some men stalking about the grounds, though they were too afraid to come closer. What the hell do I do? I muttered, and began pacing. I heard nothing but the squeaking sounds of mice hidden in some dark corner. If someone was home, they didn't make their presence known to me. Maybe I could take a chance, find another exit here, and slip out before anyone inside or out was the wiser. I walked down the row of pews toward the golden light. To the right was a hallway leading toward a large kitchen, and from there, an exit. I opened the door and peeked outside until I felt the coast was clear enough to leave. Big mistake. A simple whisper of my position made me run back inside. And thank my lucky stars, this door had a lock. Bastards. As an Omega, I've been pursued before and dealt with my fair share of tenacious suitors, especially after Killian rejected me. But to be dogged so relentlessly and without mercy was an unfamiliar experience. I whined in frustration. Was the pleasure den my only hope of ending this nightmare? I thought of Penn. He seemed more street-savvy than I, so I imagine he would. Was he faring better than I, or was it wishful thinking? I slumped to the kitchen floor, out of breath, although I hadn't run in a while. It must have been nerves because I felt so hot like my heat was coming on. But that was impossible. Although I hadn't filled my prescription yet, I had a good week, maybe 2 before my heat came. That was at least my one saving grace during this ordeal. I wouldn't be sent to the island during my heat cycle. I was at a loss as to what I should do. Even if I went out there and surrendered, they had no interest in taking me to the club. They were gonna rape me, or worse, especially after killing that guy. I had to take my chances with whoever lived here. I struggled to my feet and left the kitchen, my heart beating wildly. I had to rest in a pew to catch my breath and was startled to feel moisture near my hole. There's no way I could go into heat now. Why? It has to be stress or something. I stood looking for a place to hide. Something was wrong. My pheromones were getting thicker. I reached the staircase near the kitchen and headed up when that faint scent became a little stronger. Oh fuck, I groaned. My nose may have been deceived by this silver, but not my body. The faint scent smelled as good as it did because it was the scent of an alpha. And unlike every alpha before, save for one, the smell hit the right spot, forcing my body to react. And I had been breathing it in since entering this place. I probably would have had a more visceral reaction without this silver on me. Contrary to most betas' beliefs, an Omega didn't respond to every alpha's pheromones and vice versa. It was like a lock and key. Some scents worked, and others didn't. But it wasn't as if one responded to only their fated one either. With a fated one, it was a unique experience. Well, according to my parents. I thought I had experienced it with Killian, but I apparently felt what I wanted to feel on my own. This scent was familiar, yet totally unfamiliar, but I didn't have time to pick apart why. The longer I remained, the more danger I was in. And I may have to choose between getting raped by one here or gang raped outside. Or worse, they could be a horrible bastard and invite the others in to have a go. A shiver ran up my spine. "What can I do?" I whispered, truly feeling stuck between a rock and a hard place. "Nothing good is going to come from going out there," I concluded. Once I reached the top of the stairs, one breath hit me with a wild, unrecognizable scent stalking the borders of the rest. The fever hit me like a gut punch. My hole begged to be entered. I thought of crawling down those stairs and taking my chances outside, if only to get some relief. Giving up, I crawled to the nearest wall where I could get my bearings before my hands traveled into my pants, gripping my cock. This was it. The twilight moment was approaching when all rational thought would fade, and then I would lose all sense of modesty. My desire would take hold, and I would seek the source to relieve myself. At least I won't be all there when the rape happens. My last thoughts were the last time Killian and I spent together, before he rejected me. We ran together in the woods, my soon-to-be alpha leading me to a small clearing where the moon shined the brightest. A moment passed between shifting back into our human forms and rolling on the ground together in each other's arms. I still remember running my fingers through his hair, which blended with the night. Yes, I remembered burying my nose in that scent. Remembered tasting it. Wild and dark, like tasting a wine made of the fall night. The blood of the fresh kill on our lips. I licked my lips and cried out in desire. "Fill every part of me." I can smell him now, like he's standing in front of me. Killian.
Chapter 5. Killian. Damn. One of those Omegas was in my house. I smelled him the moment I reached the path to the church. His scent wafted from the building like summer rain on fresh blooming gardenias. But this familiar scent was missing something. No, this wasn't who I thought it was. Riker's aroma was pure and contrasted with the dewy mist of a fall morning. It was a scent that reminded me that good still existed in the world. This scent was mixed with fear and bitterness, drifting on the pungent odor of blood. Or perhaps the blood staining my lawn next to the torn shirt most likely belonged to the Omega. Either he was hurt, or he hurt someone else. Either way, this was a nuisance I didn't need in my life right now. I hesitated to take another step forward, knowing that once I did, I would walk into a cloud of this Omega's scent, and I wasn't sure if I could maintain a rational mind the further I went. Fuck it, I gotta get in there. One alpha stalking the borders of my territory brazenly had the nerve to run forward as if he could pass me. I gripped him by the collar and flung him away like he was nothing. He growled and most likely would have transformed had he didn't have the silver band on his wrist. He circled me along with two others joining the fray. "Don't try it," I warned, unable to hide the grumble of my voice. Several wolves hid in the shadows watching how this skirmish played out. If I lost, there would be a frenzy amongst them to get inside the church and take the spoils. Many would be driven by instinct and tear each other apart if they didn't accidentally kill the Omega just to get at him. I never thought I would be grateful for the silver shackles. The one I tossed lunged for me, and I grabbed him and once again flung him into the others. They jumped me. I kicked the other away and broke the finger of the last one, leaving them scampering away from me. The wolves grumbled in the dark. I wasn't immortal like a vampire. If these wolves all took a chance, I would be quickly overwhelmed. There was no choice but to head inside. My scent would probably drive this Omega even crazier, but I needed to combat it with my own to form a barrier around myself and maintain my mind. I took a deep breath and ran up the hill, letting everyone know that this was still my property and everything around and inside. Hopefully no more would lose their wits and come to my door. So far, I've gotten by with a few skirmishes and no kills, and I plan to keep it that way. Goddamn, I was getting hard. It's been so long. No, don't you dare. My thoughts raged, my instincts battling the ruins of my rational mind, and it was a losing battle. This was a mistake. I shouldn't have come in here, but now I couldn't leave. even if I could make it to the door. I heard more of the wolves gathering outside. I needed to calm this Omega down before he brought half the damn city to my doorstep. I rushed upstairs and didn't have to look long for him. He was in my bed, surrounded by my used sheets, with one hand on his cock and the other trying desperately to satisfy his hole. His back was to me. I couldn't see his face, but I understood the pungent scent of blood was not because he was injured. He messed up my sheets as he squirmed around and moaned in frustration. The room became a haze around me, but he turned to look at me, and my heart stopped.
Take him. He's yours.
He couldn't be. His hair was wilder than before, and his body was marked by tattoos I'd never seen before. But those eyes were as golden as the sun, and his hair was as red as blood. I'd know him from anywhere. Riker, my Venus. His red hair and eyes were like the morning and evening sky, a stupid nickname, calling him Venus. I kissed him playfully as I gave him the name. "What are you doing here? How could you be here?" He slipped his fingers free and flew into my arms as I stood there, shocked and dumbfounded, with my cock hard and my mind barely there. This had to be an illusion brought on by my coming rut. In this haze-filled delusion, I saw my former would-be mate here, of all places. For a moment, I had forgotten where I was. I was in my old bedroom back when life was less complicated and better. The dark wood furniture and slate walls with gold-trimmed borders. Riker hated the colors and wanted to repaint my room once we mated. If this was a dream or illusion, my resolve weakened. I couldn't help it. May I never awaken. I wrapped my arms around him and made peace with myself that I was going to use this Omega, whoever he was, this unfortunate soul who found himself trapped in this no-win situation. I gripped him by the hair so I could better see his face, and sure enough, before me was Riker. Yes, keep the delusion going. Whoever he truly was, I didn't care anymore. This was the only respite I would give myself in this god-forsaken city hellhole. Our lips crashed together, tasting the sweetness of his spit and the blood pooling just under the skin. Chapter 6. The sun streamed through the bedroom window and stung my eyes, forcing me to turn away only to come face to face with the Omega sleeping next to me. Actually, it was more like a face to the back of the head as he was turned away from me. I felt guilty as I stared at him, his soft snores filling my room. My conflicted emotions battered inside of me like a tempest. A part of me wanted nothing more than to run from this situation, to abandon him at Dane's doorstep, and live with the shame of giving in to his sweet scent before things got even messier than they already were. But another part craved just one more moment spent by his side, and I couldn't understand why. Was I lonelier than I thought? I quickly turned him over to check the nape of his neck out of fear that I may have marked him, and to my complete and utter shock was the beautiful visage of my former betrothed. There was no blaming some pheromone haze for what I was seeing before me right now. It truly was Riker, here with me in the flesh. "What the hell are you doing here?" I whispered, almost speechless. The last time I had seen Riker, we spent our first and last night together. I knew it was selfish of me to take his virginity when I knew that I would never see him again. But I was emotionally hurting and wanted to forget, even briefly, just how fucked my life was at that moment. Knut, my uncle, had enough backing for his coup, and it was all my fault. I didn't want to endanger Riker, so I had to end it with him. He was supposed to be safe within the pack, so why was he in prison of all places? My heart sank at the thought that he could have come here on purpose to find me. But if so, then how did he find out I was here? Knut benefited by me being presumed dead. Or did Riker really commit a crime that was grave enough for them to put an Omega in here? No, I didn't want to believe that. Riker was a good guy. He couldn't even bring himself to kill spiders, and he was always a reluctant killer even in wolf form. He always hung back and let me strike the killing blow, and he always wanted me to put the animal down swiftly to cause the least amount of suffering. There was only one reason he was in Wonderland. He had to commit a crime so terrible that not even the pack would cover for him. I couldn't stop myself from running my fingers over the lines of his face, the sharpness of his jaw, just taking in the sight of him. He truly was here and by my side. I released a shuddering breath as the tears slowly fell on his face. Laying down in bed beside him, my hands kept stroking the contour of Riker's cheek. He had changed since the 15-year-old boy I last saw. His red hair was wild but slightly shaved at the side, and he sported tattoos. One was a large geometric wolf that resembled a dream catcher with one red eye and the other blue. On his right arm was an artistic clash of flowers and steampunk-like objects. I wondered what the meaning behind them was. He also had 3 small earrings in his ear and a piercing on his brow. I never thought he was the type, as he was always so clean-cut when we were young, but maybe a lot had happened since then. "When you wake up, please tell me how you got here," I whispered, got out of bed, and quickly put on my clothes. I was going to take him to Dane's club to get rid of him, but now, this complicated things. I didn't know what his prescription was for his heat pills, but I knew where to go to get some. My dad always said to solve one problem at a time, starting with the one you had a plan for, so making sure his heat was under control was priority 1. I checked the perimeter outside and was relieved when the other alphas were gone. If they had been waiting outside all night, then they truly were a bunch of pathetic fucks with a death wish. I didn't usually lock my door, but this time, I used my secret keys to lock the front and back exits and released more pheromones to cloak Riker. I didn't plan on staying out for long, and it was early in the morning. Most of the city was still asleep. The man I needed to go see was Nico, my only friend in this place aside from the pet mice living under my roof. He and I worked the assembly line at the factory that made prepackaged lunches for the prisoners. He was pretty much my supervisor until the boss promoted him to manager. He was in for arson, burning down his dragon boss's restaurant as payback for the dragon being rude to him when he was a waiter. He had 3 more years to go until his sentence was done. He managed to lay claim to a decent little place not far from the entertainment district in an area that resembled the French Quarter.
"What the hell happened to you?"
He answered the door and swept his long blonde hair into a ponytail. He didn't look angry, although I was here so early. He was still dressed in a robe with bunny slippers. He stepped aside and let me in. The place was almost like a jungle with many potted plants hanging around. Most of them are edible, like lettuce and onions, and even some hot peppers basking in the sun by the window. But it wasn't Nico's doing. It was the work of his partner, Tobias. A man with perhaps the finest green thumb I'd ever seen, but then again, he was a nature witch, and they could grow a garden in desert soil with enough effort. Nico sniffed me out before retreating to the kitchen where the coffee was brewing. Betas couldn't smell pheromones, but he could still smell that someone was on me.
"Finally found somebody to warm you up? About time,"
he said, pouring me a cup of coffee and passing the hot mug to me. "It's not what you think."
"Really? So that's not sex I'm smelling?"
"One of the Omegas ran to my church," I grumbled.
"That's what you get for claiming the town church as your home."
"It was abandoned."
"Still, when people are in a crisis, they tend to run to religious structures."
"Shut it."
"Wait a minute,"
he said, probably noting my tone.
"You didn't—"
"I didn't rape him, if that's what you're thinking."
"Look, I know that you're not the type, but sometimes this pheromone shit can get out of control. If you're not careful, you could end up doing something you didn't mean to."
"It was consensual, but you know how that could be when pheromones come into play. He was reacting to my pheromones, and I was reacting to his."
"I hope you took him right to Dane when you were done. Please tell me you took him to Dane."
"Remember that Omega I told you about? The one that I was betrothed to before everything fell apart? It's him."
"How?"
"I haven't had time to talk to him. He was asleep when I woke up, and when I noticed it was him, I came here."
"Okay, if you're searching for advice, here's mine. Hand him over to Dane. The #1 rule here is that all Omegas are shared at his club."
"I know. If it was any other Omega, I would have returned him by now. But this is Riker."
"Killian, listen to yourself. Everyone must know he's at your place. You can't hide him. You won't be able to break this rule unscathed. And if you go to war with Dane, that means I go to war too, and I have Tobias to think of."
"I know." I sat down my mug and ran my fingers through my hair, a habit I had formed when I was on edge. "I can't just hand him over. I don't even know why he's here. A part of me thinks he came here purposefully to find me. I feel responsible.
How can you be? You haven't seen him in years. You're not responsible for what happens to him.
Can you say the same about Tobias? He set down his mug and rolled his eyes as he left the kitchen. Where are you going? I asked, trailing behind.
To get dressed. If you can't take that Omega to Dane's club, I will. I'll be as careful as I can so that no one sees me.
No, I spoke firmly.
What the hell you mean, no? You already have bad blood with Dane, and you didn't exactly make any friends here aside from myself. If Dane wants to go to war with you, who the hell is going to fight for you except for me and Tobias? Meanwhile, he has a whole pack at his side and some of the guards in his back pocket. We can't win.
Killian, what the hell are you doing here?
Tobias exited the bathroom, wrapping his silk robe around his waist.
It's nothing to concern yourself about,
Nico said, most likely regretting how loud his voice had gotten.
Give me a break. Since when does Killian come here at the arse crack of dawn?
Tobias was a short man, but then again, most Omegas were. His looks reminded me of one of Botticelli's angels with soft brown hair and eyes, a wolf and a druid. I could think of worse combos.
Want some better coffee than that black bitter shit Nico likes?
Tobias grinned and headed for the kitchen. I'm fine, really.
Whatever you say. So why are you here?
It's none of your business,
Nico groaned.
Well, you both sound tense, so I'm making it my business. Oh, come on. You know I'm going to find out anyway, so you can either tell me willingly, or I find out.
Tobias waved his hand at Nico's sour face. I have one of the new Omegas at my place. I don't plan to take him to Dane's.
Good. About time someone took a stand against him and his silly rule. Dane is a piece of crap. It should be a choice as to whether or not he wants to sell his body.
Dane doesn't just go after the people who wronged him. He goes after their friends too,
Nico warned.
And I'm going to go over there and solve that problem.
I'll solve it. I sighed. Trust me, I understood where Nico was coming from, and I already had no intention of ruining the peace he and Tobias shared. I swear I won't endanger your lives. If you have to distance yourself from me, I'll understand. Hell, join Dane if that's what you have to do.
Oh my god, Killian. Did you fall in love already?
Tobias gushed.
The Omega is his ex-fiancée.
Holy crap! The one you told us about. Did he come here looking for you?
I can practically see the hearts in your eyes.
Nico groaned.
You watch too many romance movies.
I told him about Riker's heat, and he wasted no time springing to action. Tobias ran to the back room and returned with a bundle of pheromone eliminating incense.
I'll light up these incense in the church. They'll block the pheromones well enough.
That won't work. Others know the Omega is at my place, I said, thanking him for trying.
It's for you so you can function around him and keep a clear head. Let me go and set it up before you go back home.
He's not keeping the Omega,
Nico argued, already weak to his Omega.
Hush. It's true love, and if he wants to fight for it, then I'm going to help. Oh, does he have his pills?
That's why I came.
Omega mages take different pills from shifters.
There's no point in giving him any sort of pills. Once we drop him off at the club, he'll be Dane's problem to deal with.
Nico grumbled. Tobias huffed.
The damage is already done. They all know he screwed him already. We may as well see it through.
Tobias is right, I replied. Either way, Dane and I will have to fight.
Then apologize and set up a meeting with him. Let him save face by punishing you. No one will blame you for giving in. Pay him if you have to.
I don't think you should do any of that,
Tobias said indignantly.
What if this Omega is your fated one? Do you think you'll be able to stomach knowing you gave up on him so easily?
This is not up for debate, Tobias.
All I'm saying is don't act too hasty. Let me light the incense and instead of sulking, Killian, go fill out his prescription. There are only 2 types of blockers for shifter Omegas. Instead of paying Dane, why don't you buy those instead? Then we'll figure out our next step.
Chapter 7. Riker. Every muscle fiber was on fire, or maybe that was just too strong of a word. But damn, was I hurting. and my asshole was the sorest. Only one alpha in my life had ever made me lose control like that. I never thought I would meet another who could do the same. That upset me. What if what I felt with Killian wasn't because we were meant to be together? What if it wasn't the bond or fated to be, or any damn thing like that? What if it was just me getting caught up in the emotions of the moment and thinking I should be feeling something more? Just the wild imaginations of a youthful mind? Oh, spirits, just what the hell was I thinking? That I could find love again. The man who nearly mated me was barely cold in the ground, and here I was in prison, hoping I could find love again. It was better to wipe those thoughts from my head and focus on my current crisis. I checked the nape of my neck for any marks and was relieved he at least had some self-control, though I wish he could have spared my backside. Running away from here was going to be a bitch. A weak part of me wondered if I should remain here. After all, he hasn't turned me in yet. I wanted him to protect me even though I hadn't officially met him. I laughed at my own worthless stupidity. I needed to be careful not to fall into desperation. No one is going to help you. Help yourself. I rolled on my back and stared at the grungy ceiling to put off moving, so I wouldn't have to endure the pain. Something sweet and spicy burned in my nose and drifted about the room, blocking the alpha's scent. It masked his presence, but I knew the scent was still there, lurking just beneath it all. I knew what these incense were as I used them on the outside. They helped cleanse the air of pheromones, and it was a relief. I felt I could think straight. Maybe this alpha wasn't all that bad. Perhaps he didn't mean what he did last night. That slight tinge of possible safety made me want to close my eyes and fall asleep. But I wasn't that much of a fool. You know, I never felt terrible about being an Omega. My parents never treated me as if I was lesser than them. I was the ticket to saving our family and getting them into a prestigious pack like the Moonstrider. It wasn't as if I was entirely out of the loop. I knew Omegas had it bad, and we had few protections. Hell, it wasn't even considered against the law for an alpha to take an Omega by force if he had to. But I never experienced that, and now I was thrust into a situation utterly unfamiliar to me, so raw and primal in its brutality. Perhaps I clung to that alpha on instinct. Whoever he was. At least he had the decency to leave me alone, but what if he was going to get others to come and take me away? That's right, I couldn't allow myself to become complacent. The one thing I learned about this place was that there were no good people here. Everyone was out for themselves. I had to be the same if I was to survive. The morning light gave the old country-looking room a soft, golden glow. I willed my achy muscles to stretch and my joints to loosen as I moved about the room. It was simple, rustic, yet oddly tranquil as the sun's golden light spilled inside. A soft wind blew through the open window, bringing with it the rich smell of soil and new growth. I rummaged in the large armoire and pulled out an oversized black shirt with notch neck buttons, but it didn't matter because it was too big for me. When I bent over to grab my orange pants, warm liquid leaked from my hole. God damn it, he came inside. I groaned. That could be a problem. But I couldn't think about that right now. What were the odds? I was only reacting to his scent. It wasn't like I was in a proper heat. So the chance of pregnancy wasn't that high, right? Shit. There was no way I could handle something like that in here. I needed to clean it out as much as I could. But taking a shower could give this alpha enough time to come back. If he was gone, I stepped cautiously from the bedroom to the top of the stairs. I didn't hear anyone. The incense burner sat nearby, making it difficult to use my already dull sense of smell. Okay, take a shower to clean me out, then leave. I rushed to the rustic wooden bathroom and hopped in the tub. The water was freezing cold, but I ignored it the best I could. I quickly used my finger to spread open my hole as much as possible to work the warm substance out of my body. If I moved fast, I could do this in about a minute. Please don't be pregnant. Please don't be pregnant. I chanted as I quickly worked my fingers inside, getting more out. Spirits. How much did he put inside of me? When I believed I had gotten out enough, I turned off the water, jumped out of the shower, and stumbled and bumped all over that bathroom. But I still got on my clothes, even though it was all wet and sticking to my body. I reached the top of the stairs when I heard someone walking around and coming toward the stairs. Holy shit, I was stupid. He was back just that quickly. I ran to the bedroom, opened the window, and took my chances climbing out. If I were lucky, the alphas from last night would be long gone, and I could go into hiding somewhere. If Penn wasn't caught, then maybe I could find him. Who the hell was I kidding? I was not the most agile wolf, and I proved it by skidding down the pipe and crashing to the ground, devastatingly twisting my ankle. The pain shot up my leg, and I immediately cried out. I didn't know if it was broken or not, but it hurt like hell. I struggled to get back to my feet, but couldn't, so I opted to try to crawl away.
Ouch! That looked like it hurt.
A man had easily sidestepped my pathetic attempts to escape and stood before me. Was this the alpha? I thought, looking up at a man who I now knew was obviously not an alpha, but it wasn't a shifter either. The band around his wrist was silver, but they embedded a line of an onyx stone in the band. It wasn't stone because it jiggled like jelly as he moved. "You're not him," I said through panting breaths.
Of course I'm not, but I'm his friend. You're making a big mistake trying to run away from him. He can protect you.
I don't need his protection. I tried to get back on my feet, feeling so embarrassed that I crawled away like a worm.
You have nothing to fear.
The man tried to assure me.
You should know that Killian is a good man. You hadn't seen him in a few years, but I can't imagine he would have changed so much.
Killian? I looked up at the man, shocked by the name he gave me.
Yeah, and he told us a lot about you. Please tell me you came here purposefully to find him.
His grin was creeping me out. What? No, it can't be the same Killian, I said more to myself than to him. But I thought he died in the coup.
Coup?
He cocked his head. Are you sure it's the same Killian? Black hair, a little curly?
A wolf and vampire mix?
What?
Oops, I guess you didn't know about that. Sorry, Killian.
His delicate features winced.
Don't think about any of that.
He waved dismissively.
I was only joking. Let me help you get up and get inside. My name is Tobias, by the way, and I don't mean any harm. Trust me, you're safe.
I think it's broken, I said, sliding my leg in front of me.
Let me see.
Tobias dabbed his fingers against the inflamed tissue, which felt oddly soothing, but still hurt.
It's not broken, but severely sprained. If I didn't have these shackles on me, I could heal something like this.
Are you a real-life witch? I suddenly felt childish and turned away. I've never met one before and never even seen magic performed. Witches had always fascinated me, having the ability to draw from nature and use it. We wolves could do that to a certain extent, but some were more powerful than others. The Moonstrider pack, for example, became fiercer because their chieftain absorbed the full moon's rays and channeled them into the minds and bodies of their group. I didn't know exactly how that worked, but they fought like a well-oiled machine. However, we red wolves absorbed the red moon's power individually, and we used it for barrier creation and healing. We rarely worked together, but perhaps it could be because alphas and betas were born so few among our kind, while omegas were too abundant. I've even heard of a pack capable of drawing power from their dead ancestors. But there were always conditions where mages could summon the power. At least, that's what I thought. The mage nodded.
My husband is a wolf shifter like you. I've always had an affinity for wolves. But he's a beta, so when you see him, don't be alarmed.
Tobias helped me up and we returned to the church together. I was swimming with what he had just told me about Killian being alive. He was alive and here, and if that's true, then did he and I? No, this was too much of a coincidence to be natural. Just what the hell was going on here? Knut murdered Joshua, or had him murdered. He made no efforts to hide that. But I never figured out why he would do all that to frame an Omega. He could have kicked us out if he didn't want my family in his pack. I thought perhaps he had issues with Joshua, killed him to settle some debt, and simply used me to take the fall not to look bad. But now, the most likely reason was to put me in here, because Killian was here. He could have simply framed me and killed me on the spot, rather than turn me into the dragon's high court. I didn't want Tobias to put me back in Killian's bedroom. He instead led me to a spare room down the hall. The room looked cozy enough, with its peach and cream colors and light sandy wood walls, but the bed was dusty. Tobias asked me if I was sure before helping me to the bed, and I reassured him I would be fine. I needed time alone to think.
I thought you'd be overjoyed to hear that you've been reunited with your former betrothed.
Tobias sighed.
Believe me when I say that you are among friends. I mean, if there's any alpha to choose to protect you, he is probably your best option. Anyway, I'm cooking up something nice and Killian will be back soon with your pills. I'll bring you some food, so lay down and rest that ankle. I'll also bring up some ice for you.
Thank you. My nose stung from wanting to cry. You're only the second kind face I've seen since coming here. Tobias touched my hand. His smile was warm.
It's okay. I was a wreck when I came here too. The only thing that saved me was being a recessive Omega. I could pass as a beta on their outdated tests and slip through the cracks. Other Omegas are hiding in the city too. There aren't many of us, but we help each other when we can.
Others? I asked with a renewed sense of hope. Have you seen a man named Penn? He shook his head.
Sorry, is he the other Omega you came here with? I know of some places I can look. If I find him, I'll tell you.
Thank you.
Chapter 8. Killian. Nico hated me now, and I didn't blame him because I was taking advantage of his friendship. I knew he would most likely never join Dane or take up arms to fight me. And I knew he would most likely choose to fight with me. Just as I knew that holding on to Riker would cause a war. However, if he surprised me and joined Dane, I would accept his answer and do everything I could to avoid fighting him and Tobias. And poor Tobias, with his whimsical fantasies about love and fated mates. He had to endure so much hiding in this place for years as an Omega. I didn't expect him to be so gung-ho about me keeping Riker by my side. But perhaps his situation gave him a better perspective than Nico, or I could provide. And I supposed it would be much better if another Omega was the first person Riker saw when he opened his eyes. Going home so soon with no prep work done would be a mistake. I needed to get my head on straight. My heart raced at the thought of seeing Riker again. The pharmacy was opening when I got there. Slowly but surely, the city was awakening, and my brief respite would soon end. The clerk behind the counter was a dark-skinned man with long black hair adorned with gold accessories that made him look like a modern-day Aladdin. He stared hard at me when I sat 2 packs of Omega blockers on the counter. He rang me up, but he also took his sweet time while doing it, and it was getting on my nerves. He bagged the blockers and then finally spoke.
We all know about the Omega.
We all know about the Omega. I mimicked his pissy attitude. And? Give me my shit so I can leave.
You won't act like this when Dane gets a hold of you.
It must be sad to be you, knowing you can't fuck an Omega without them being forced to do you. Without another word, he plopped the pills on the counter. I would have bought something else. I had a bit of a sweet tooth and wanted to go get a pack of gummies, but it was better to take my leave. I had overstayed my welcome the moment I crossed the threshold. And when I stepped outside, I faced the coming storm. They waited outside the store, the shadow pack in full force with Dane at the helm. His sister Marion cackled like a hyena the moment she saw me. On the ground was a sniveling man. His nose looked like someone had punched him a few times, smashing the bone. Blood caked his shirt, and around his throat was a bloody bandage. I had seen this type of fear before. It was the eyes of a man who knew he was fucked, and there was nothing he could do about it but rely on the mercy of someone else to live. I had also seen this guy around town before. He was a local thug, someone I never considered worth noticing. I didn't expect this confrontation between Dane and me to happen this quickly. I thought I would at least have a few more hours to help Riker with his heat and speak to him. But time was never on our side. I should have known this.
I don't expect much of any discipline out of you lot,
Dane said, stepping forward and addressing the crowd quickly gathering like flies to shit.
But I expect you all to follow one simple rule. That rule is that the Omegas of Wonderland belong to the Pleasure Den, and no one is to lay a finger on them until they are ready for sale. I will show no mercy to anyone who violates that rule.
The man on his knees cried harder, but he was no concern of mine. He must have been one of the assholes who put Riker in the state he was in. Two of the Shadow Pack members, a man who looked like he should be on some Mediterranean island rather than in this prison, and a woman with short pixie blonde hair and bright red lips that contrasted nicely with her pale skin, held the snot-nosed man down. And something happened that took me entirely by surprise. Dane removed his silver shackles, his eyes boring into me the entire time. His wolf tore through his human head, splattering bits of gore everywhere. His wolf was gray with tufts of black mane. The man with the messed-up nose begged to be let go. But Dane's jaws opened wide, and those sharp teeth wrapped around the sniveling thug's throat, yanking off the head with one jerk, tearing the skin and leaving flaps of it dangling with torn tubing spurting blood everywhere. The man's lips flapped mindlessly as if he was still trying to plead for his life. His eyes twisted and stared off into nothing before they lost their light. I watched Dane's human features reform until he mostly maintained a human-like appearance. His snout turned into a human nose. However, his eyes still carried the ferocious yellow orbs of a wolf. And his mane now traveled along his sharp jaw, giving him a Wolverine-like appearance. That poor sucker. Dane used him to give me a taste of his capabilities. I guess being the favorite of the guards benefited him. He could transform, and even me, with my cursed blood as an advantage, would have a tough time if his entire pack could do the same.
The rules apply to you as well, Killian. I respected your property. Now you respect mine. I'll send a representative to retrieve the Omega from your church. Don't give him any trouble.
No, I spoke firmly. I wanted Dane to know this was a matter we would trade blows over, no matter what he had just shown me today. He kept his expression neutral, not giving away to surprise. The Omega is mine. Do you hear me?
Think long and hard about this, Killian. This is the only chance you will have. If you cross me, you will fail. When my sister took what belonged to you, I made her give it back because it was yours, and I demand the same courtesy.
The Omega has to be yours for that policy to work, and he's not yours.
Without rules, we have nothing but chaos. Without the rules, we would all be dead.
Dane laughed in a wolfish, throaty way. The mane was slowly retreating, but the wolf was still inside, begging for my blood. Says the man who broke the rules to get what he wanted.
I broke the rules to maintain order. The district was running the streets red with blood fighting for these Omegas, and everyone suffered because of it. I restored the order in the entertainment district, and everyone is much better off for it. I won't let anyone, not even you, ruin that.
I'm not giving him to you.
Then I don't give a damn what happens to you. Our truce is over until you return that Omega to me.
Dane left. Marion hung back with a handful of wolves, and her grin was deadly. Her fangs shone, and her eyes burned with wolfish fire.
We're gonna have so much fun with you, Killian. Lots of fun now.
She strode away, vanishing within the crowd, taking her people with her.
Chapter 9. Riker. There was no ice, but Tobias bought a bag of frozen peas for my ankle. It was swelling an angry red. Even if I wanted to leave, which I didn't, I doubt I would make it to the end of the church grounds before some horny jackal snatched me up. I felt safe knowing that Killian was near. The only fear, or more like nervousness, I felt now was seeing him again. There were so many questions swimming around in my mind. What happened the night of the coup? Had he been here in prison this entire time? Did he know it was me when we had sex? I also wanted to speak to him about Knut and why he framed me for the murder of my would-be mate. Killian was gone all this morning. Maybe he was waiting for the incense to do its job, or perhaps he was just as nervous to see me as I was him. The loud creaking of the church doors downstairs ruined the silence of the halls. Fear gripped me, thinking it was someone brave enough to come in here and get me. But Tobias didn't sound worried. He greeted the other person warmly and was glad they made it here safely. The gentle resonance of his voice reached my ears. His welcoming words to this stranger comforted me, and I was able to relax. Was it Killian? The last time Killian and I had seen each other, I was 15, and he was 17. Self-doubt hit me like a hammer, and I suddenly became self-conscious about my appearance. My hair was different. When I was a kid, My hair was cut into a short and neat style. I also didn't have piercings and tats. I was also petite, expected for my age and second gender, although I hardly matched Killian's height even now. At 17, he was well over 6 feet, while I was around 5'7". Maybe I was cuter back then, more innocent. I laughed at myself about my innocence. Hell, just a month ago, I was still naive and protected. Changing my look was me rebelling. I limped down the hall, doing my best to remain as quiet as possible. If Killian's senses were as dulled as mine, then I might get away with some eavesdropping. I just wanted to know what type of person he was here with his friends. I know our relationship could never be the same, and I wasn't expecting anything from this meeting except for answers, but I was still curious about him and his life here. I couldn't see his face, but he sounded angry as he told Tobias to grab his stuff so they could leave.
What's wrong? What's going on?
I heard Tobias ask.
Killian lost his damn mind. That's what happened. He declared practically to the entire damn city that the Omega was his, and he had no intention of sending him to Dane.
Good. It's about time someone shook things up around here.
The Shadow Pack is too big to take on with just us, and they're all devoted to making sure Killian regrets his choice. Killian may be a half-vampire, but that only ensures his own protection, not ours.
So, you want to abandon him?
I want you to abandon him. Now, I have no other choice but to fight. Killian is my best friend. Whatever hell he faces, I'm there. But not you. I won't be able to live with myself if I put your life in danger.
I knew for a fact that it wasn't Killian downstairs. So this was Nico, the beta wolf he told me about. And once again, Killian and Vampire were brought up together. Just what the hell was going on? Killian never mentioned anything about being a Vaywolf. They were scarce, as wolves and vampires hated each other for centuries. I didn't know the entire history, but I once heard that vampires tried to domesticate and use us as their servants. You know, the whole folklore about vampires using werewolves as their hounds of hell. It came from when vampires used werewolves as guardians as they slept during the day. Apparently we didn't appreciate that, and gave them a harsh lesson about looking down on us. The Fang and Claw massacre had been told between wolf packs for centuries. The story was there was a coven of vampires in Bulgaria who used several wolves as their guardians. The wolves waited until just before dawn and broke free of their constraints. While the moon's power still flowed through their veins, they dragged the vampires into the sun and devoured them as they roasted. The wolves reclaimed the area for themselves and lived in peace until another coven, taking advantage of the Bulgarian-Ottoman wars, settled the lands and began to purge the wolves from it. There is no being more hated by us wolves than a rotten vampire. And yet, if Killian is a hybrid, that means his Omega father slept with a vampire, which means he's not Elias's bio-son. Now, Knut's successful coup d'etat made sense. The Moonstrider pack loved Elias and Killian. No one ever spoke much in favor of Knut, yet he amassed a large enough following seemingly overnight. Was his lineage the reason why Killian rejected me?
Look around, Nico.
Tobias argued.
We're locked in the most dangerous place in the entire world. I've never been safe, not entirely. But I'm sick and tired of watching innocent people be corrupted by this place. Killian has always been the type to keep his head low and stay out of people's business. But there was something about this Omega that made him act.
This isn't a blasted love story. This is reality. And here, in reality, the Omega belongs to Dane.
I limped downstairs, cutting the lovers off in their little spat. Nico wasn't as big as an alpha, but he looked like he had seen several brawls. He had a scar on his left cheek, as if someone had marked an X on his face. But it didn't distract from his appearance. Did you say half vampire? I asked, wanting confirmation.
You realize that your very presence here could kill us?
Nico shot back, ignoring my question. I'm sorry. That was all I could say. I felt terrible for putting these kind people's lives in danger, but I was afraid to go to that club, and I believed everything would be all right. Tobias certainly thought so.
Don't listen to him.
Tobias tried shooing his mate away.
Listen to me.
Nico focused on me.
If you have any common sense, you'll have to accept your lot in life. You belong to the pleasure den. Maybe if no one saw you, it would be possible to hide you. But that didn't happen. I'm not trying to be heartless here. If there were a way to hide you without endangering other Omegas in hiding, I would. You should do us a favor and go there as soon as possible.
He can't. He sprained his ankle,
Tobias said defiantly, placing both hands on his hips and gazing up at his partner. It was almost as if he was happy I was injured. The church doors opened again, and a man entered that I knew without a doubt was Killian. His dark hair was wavy and wild around his strong cheeks. His eyes were as blue as the sea. The alpha who was promised to me. He had filled out and was as handsome as the boy I remembered. My breath stopped, just as my heart did. Chapter 10. My ankle let out, and I fell with a thud onto the bottom step while still staring at him.
Are you okay?
Killian asked. Embarrassed, I said, I'm fine. The truth was I felt my entire life had been flashed before my eyes when I thought he was dead. Leaning against the wall for support, I stood on shaky legs. When Knut told me that Killian had died, the room spun so hard that I fainted. At that moment, my heart stopped, and I thought it was over for me too. Now that he was alive again, a part of me had been salvaged.
This is impossible,
I heard Nico say.
It's true love.
Tobias swooned.
You need to get your head out of the clouds, babe.
Killian knelt until he was face to face with me, and I reached out my hands, running them over his cool skin. He closed his eyes at my touch. His body radiated light, and he leaned toward me like a sunflower seeking the sun. I wanted to pull him close to me and hold him. My heart quaked with emotion, so overcome I was at the sight of him. I almost hesitated, all those fears and doubts rearing their ugly head, but Killian pulled me close, wrapping his arms around me. I returned the gesture. We remained like this for so long, just two lost souls adrift in the sea, finding one another again. Whatever was going to happen in the future, it didn't matter. The past didn't matter. What mattered was this moment right here, right now. Killian, is it really you? I don't know why I asked. I guess I was looking for some sort of verbal confirmation. I needed to hear him say it. Killian faced me once again.
It's me. But Riker, why are you here?
I thought you were dead.
I was dead. At least to you. Why are you here, Riker? What the hell are you doing here?
It's terrible.
I think we better leave them to talk,
Nico said, pulling Tobias to the door and leaving. I never thought I'd see you again, that you were just gone. I tried to move on to do what was right by my parents. Your uncle Knut approved of me marrying another alpha within the pack. His name was Joshua. I couldn't read the expression on his face.
Joshua. The safe choice. His family was the first to turn on us in favor of Knut.
Joshua and I were married, but were supposed to mate when I turned 18. I couldn't go through with it. It just didn't feel right. But I realized later on that I was making a mistake. That I was still holding on to you. But I still needed to mate with Joshua. My family was reliant on me to bring us into Moonstrider, so I planned to tell Joshua the next day that he could mark me. Just stop spewing out words, you idiot, I told myself. But I felt I had done something wrong and needed to explain myself. I searched Killian's face for some sign of anger, but he remained stoic and unreadable. I continued. But I was covered in blood when I woke up to use the bathroom. Our entire bed was too. At first I thought Joshua was sloppy and went for a run and brought back a kill or something. Perhaps he was angry with me and needed to blow off steam, but it was him. He was already dead. There was nothing I could do to help him. I went to Knut for help, and he didn't hide that he knew Joshua was dead. He turned me over to the High Court, and I was charged with murder and given a life sentence. No one in the pack pleaded for me. They barred my parents from the courtroom, so I couldn't even say goodbye. The last time I spoke with my dad was in the detention center before the trial. He said the pack was kicking them out. It's like I'm in a living nightmare.
Dragons don't care about character witnesses.
I see. I nodded. My family is out there in the world with no pack. We red wolves aren't known for our resilience. My mother was already sickly, and my brother hadn't manifested into an alpha or an omega yet, which means there's a likely possibility that he could be a beta. so we have no bargaining power anywhere. Everything was riding on me to help the family, and it's all ruined. I wiped my tears away, but more threatened to fall.
Knut handed you over to the dragons?
Killian said, appearing to think.
He hates dragons. I remember him always preaching about how we should handle our own business and not allow the dragons to rule us like they do everyone else. And yet he just handed you over to them the first chance he got?
I nodded. What happened to you, Killian?
No one told you anything?
He glanced at me skeptically. Knut told me you were dead and he was taking over the pack. I wasn't told anything else. You know our family lived on the outskirts of your territory. Everyone still considered us outsiders, until I officially mate with Joshua. Killian's brow furrowed, as if he was thinking about something painful.
He wanted you to come here.
I gathered that much myself, but I don't know why. At first, I thought Knut had a problem with Joshua, and simply used me to cover up the crime. It was the only answer I had. But when I heard you were alive, I thought maybe he knows you're here and purposefully sent me here. But why?
Let's not worry about that now. You're hurt.
But what are you doing here? You never explained.
I killed a pack member. I'm supposed to be locked up in here. I'm very dangerous, you know.
Who did you kill?
A friend.
Anton! I remembered him. He looked like a surfer with curly, sun-kissed hair and skin. But your dad said he did it.
He was trying to cover for me.
Anton, I can't believe it. The two of you were so close. What happened?
He didn't deserve it. I just couldn't.
Did something happen because you're a Veywolf? His blue eyes widened at my words.
And how did you come about that piece of information?
Your friends. I overheard them talking about you. Is it true?
It is. Elias was a great man. By all rights, he should have killed my Oma and me. Few men would raise the child that the Omega he loved had with another man. And few wolves would raise the child of a vampire.
But the pack eventually found out, and they turned on you.
Elias wanted me as a true heir. You know what that meant.
I don't know the secrets of how it worked, but as the chieftain, I know that the entire pack would have been connected to you. I could understand why that frightened them.
Yeah, me too. I don't know what my father was thinking. Maybe he hated his brother so much that he was willing to connect his entire pack to a Veywolf, rather than allow him to rule.
If Knut knows you're in here, would he come after you? I closed my eyes a little and the room spun slightly. Killian's scent was still there, even if the incense shielded it. Plus, with my dulled nose, who knows how much of his smell I was breathing in.
Here, take your pills. I don't know which one is your prescription.
I took the blue box over the yellow one and popped the pill in my mouth. Killian helped me to my feet, lifted me up and carried me back up the stairs. I didn't want this conversation to end. I wanted to know more. Something was brewing, and I believed this was only the beginning.
Get some rest. I'll buy some fresh ice for that ankle. Your ankle wasn't hurt last night. What happened today?
I stupidly tried to escape from your bedroom window. You know how clumsy I can get. Killian took me to the spare bedroom, and I noticed he had my orange shirt in his hands.
I found this outside. It won't do much for you now, but we can take it to a seamstress to fix it. Winter will be here soon, and you'll need all the clothes you can get. This church has no heating system.
Chapter 11. The pills hadn't taken effect yet, and the incense seemed to be fading because I couldn't help rubbing my fingers over my nipples. I shifted more liberally than I should have, causing pain to shoot around my ankle. Now that was enough to stop me in my tracks. It's kind of hard to remain horny when you're in pain. I wanted to talk to Killian more, but he hadn't returned to my room since he helped me here. I'd think he was avoiding me if I didn't know any better, and why shouldn't he? I tried to think about this entire situation from his point of view. I mean, it was not every day your ex-boyfriend showed up in the same prison you're in. Maybe it was for the best that he avoided me. I could already feel the flush of passionate heat flowing within me. Tingles rushed to my core, making me feel the heat of desire flood my cock. Last night had been indescribably amazing, and I couldn't stop thinking about it. I could already feel my cheeks flush as thoughts of Killian's lips set my mind ablaze. Did I really want to talk to him, or was I looking for an encore to last night? I thought about Joshua, and I felt guilty for thinking about another man. I never loved Joshua, but just because I didn't love him doesn't mean he deserved my disrespect. He wasn't a bad guy. I had only met him briefly before our engagement. He was kind of the frat boy, not really my type at all, but when I told him I wanted to wait, he backed off. By all rights, he could have forced me. He could have bombarded me with his pheromones and sealed the deal. I should do something. I should be more active, but I did not know what I could do. Perhaps getting some answers was the first step, and I wasn't going to get them from questioning Killian. He seemed just as in the dark as I was. I looked at my prison shirt. The pitiful thing was all torn up. I didn't want to put it back on even if it was mended, but Killian was right that I had no other clothes to wear, and winter was coming. A piece of paper slipped from the pocket and slid onto the floor. I thought of tossing it into the trash when curiosity took over, and I read it. That one-eyed bastard grazed my nipple when he gave me this. Knowing him, it was probably something disgusting. Meet me at the 10 Foil Bar at 8 tomorrow to discuss your early release. Come alone. Knut sends his regards. What the hell was this? Does that guard know Knut? I had to remind myself to breathe as I sat down to ponder the meaning behind this note. I knew this was Knut's doing, but what other reason for this, other than I was framed for a reason? When I saw Killian here, I wondered if that could be the case, and I was right. And what about this early release? How? Perhaps Knut's power reached the dragons as well, and he could somehow overturn a life sentence? Would I even be safe if I returned home? The real question was, how much did I have to pay for this early release? Not that I would know, because there was no way I could waltz around outside to meet up with him anyway. However, this was my only shot at getting definitive answers about why he had framed me. I was sure he wanted me to do something for him, and Killian was the likely target. Maybe I could find out something useful that could help us both. Killian was keeping me safe and placing himself and his friends in danger. I couldn't just sit idly by while everyone else stuck their necks out for me. There was a knock at the door. It was Killian with a plate of pancakes, sausages, and scrambled eggs.
I wasn't sure how you wanted your eggs. I remember you liked them scrambled, but that may have changed.
I love scrambled eggs, I replied. Killian sat the plate down and turned to leave. Stop, I called out. He stopped before he closed the door and stood there staring at me. I cursed myself for calling him back. I had to follow through on my nagging question now. Did you know who I was when, you know?
You could have been anyone. Don't read so much into it.
He answered faster than I expected. I asked if you knew it was me.
No, I didn't, and that's the truth. I've been locked in here for a long time, and you were an Omega in heat. Listen, I know what you're thinking, and it's better to leave those thoughts in the past. We barely know each other now. I'm not the same person I was when we were kids.
How much can a person change in 3 years?
In here, a lot. The reason you're asking me that means you lived a good life.
A good life? I asked incredulously. For 3 years, I thought you were dead. Sure, you rejected me, but I still thought we were friends. Every time I was near the estate, I had visions of you hanging out in that giant oak tree you loved to retreat to. I had nightmares about your body burning in that pit with the others who joined your father. I had to marry someone I didn't want to, just to save my family from exile. And then I woke up to his lifeless body lying next to me. I realized that the small pieces of safety I fought for never existed. I won't pretend I suffered the same as you. I don't know what you've been through because you won't talk to me, but I hope you will someday. His lips parted, and I caught the flash of his fangs. The 2 sharp points were thin and slightly curved, not the solid and imposing canines a wolf could sport in human form. They were sharp, the deadly venom drip of a vampire. He entered the room again and got in my face. His breath rattled in his chest as he growled,
I'm going to make myself very clear. What happened between us was a fluke. You could have been any Omega. Just a chemical reaction of an Alpha and Omega sharing the same space.
Then why are you protecting me? Why not just open your door and kick me out and send me off to be a whore?
Dane and I have never gotten along. It's time he and I stop dancing around the idea of fighting each other and actually get it out of the way. But I can't just pick a fight with the boss of the entertainment district for no reason.
So I'm your reason? He nodded as he formed a crooked smile. I didn't know this man standing before me. The Killian I knew and loved was gone. Then I'm glad we cleared this up, I replied, relieved when he stepped away. We now know where we stand, I said. My chest tightened as he left. I asked myself why I was so upset and couldn't explain it. I shouldn't have expected anything else from Killian. I told myself that things were different, but despite my optimistic outlook, deep down inside, I knew I wasn't his friend, or lover, or anything. I was just a pawn in the battle between him and his bitter rival. And here I was, trying to be helpful, but he never needed me for that. He was a powerful alpha. He could never have needed me the way I needed him. Perhaps he never wanted me the way that I wanted him. I refused to be cast adrift in someone else's storm. He's right, things have changed, and if he expected me to sit around and be used and discarded, he would have another thing coming. Chapter 12. I couldn't sleep. I just sat on the bed thinking. Tobias came up occasionally to talk to me and keep me company. He promised to bring me a console and make Killian pay for it. I wouldn't be able to access the internet with it, but I could at least play some games to pass the time. My ankle had swelled, but I knew it wouldn't last long, as we wolves healed much faster than humans, especially under the light of our moon. But my moon was a rare, beautiful, eerie blood red. The red moon would heal me almost instantly. He even brought over an alarm clock when I told him I was going crazy, not knowing the time. Truthfully, between you and me, I wanted to know what time it was to try to reach the 10-foil bar in time. It was almost 8 o'clock now. Given my sense of poor direction and the need to hide, I should probably get there on time if I leave now. I would be a liar if I said I wasn't nervous. My heat dissipated when the pills kicked in. I just needed to hide. Killian and Nico had been downstairs for a while. The laughter from below drifted up here occasionally as they conversed about this and that. And Tobias mentioned making dinner, so he was busy in the kitchen. I wouldn't get another chance if I didn't slip out now. I tiptoed to Killian's room and found a long leather coat with a hood that would be perfect. Although his scent didn't have the same effect because of the pills, the fabric still smelled nice. I took a deep breath before snapping out of it to head to the stairs. The golden light of the flickering candles cast shadows on the dark walls, making this abandoned church gleam with holy light. Killian and Nico were reminiscing about past fights and inside jokes only the two understood. It was a world I had no place in. The flickering candlelight cast a warm glow on Killian's face. The shadows dancing across his cheeks softened them, making him look more open and approachable. He talked animatedly, gesturing wildly like he often did when excited. I couldn't hear what they said, but their conversation looked intense and fun. I could feel myself being pulled into this world of theirs in which I had no place. That's why I now needed to see what my options were. That's right. After my last talk with Killian, I remained neutral. At least, that's what I tried to be. I saw no need to do the same for him if Killian wasn't risking himself for me. But if I could get out of this place, that'd be the best outcome for me. There was no way I could leave out the front door without being spotted. The back door connected to the kitchen was my only way out. I hid in the dark, hoping and praying that Tobias didn't want to pay me a visit. He headed out of the kitchen and down the hall with beers. I quickly darted into the broom closet to avoid him. When he was out of earshot, I left the closet and dashed as quietly as possible for the kitchen door. I gazed at the sprawling city landscape. Who the hell built all of this? I thought. This place looked more like the city people intended to settle in, not a place meant to be a prison. Everyone was partying, drinking, and eating at restaurants and vendors. I had a thing for big cities, or at least I imagined what it would be like to live in a big city. Having everything within walking distance, with so much to do, and many people you could encounter. I didn't remember much about my life with the Red Moon Pack, but we didn't stay in the city. It was always in the woods on the outskirts of some other pack's territory. The Moonstrider Pack was based in Oregon. They also remained on the outskirts of the cities, surrounding a country estate. And even then, my family lived on the outskirts of their territory. My first experience of a large city was one I could never escape from. Oh, what irony. Was that irony? I wish I could get out early. If I did, I would choose a city alpha. I had had enough of country wolves. I walked around the city for what seemed like forever. I just had to admit I was lost. Spirits. This place was much bigger than I thought. I walked up to a rough-looking man with tattoos covering his arms. He was serving large bowls of beef and chicken with noodles. The aroma of the broth wafted up from the ceramic bowl. It looked good. I would have bought one if I had time and money, but I had neither to spare. "Do you know where the Tinfoil Bar is?" I asked.
Red light district across from the pleasure den.
He answered swiftly. "Where is that?"
Hit the main street. You can't miss it. It's the largest road here, and just keep going down that way and then turn right. You can't miss that either.
Thank you.
Do yourself a favor, kid.
He stopped me before I left.
Never ask for directions again.
I'll keep that in mind. Shit, I gave myself away. Does he know I'm in Omega? Will he tell others? But if he was the type, then why warn me? Don't think about it too much, just keep moving. The red light district looked like a temple dedicated to Aphrodite. Slender men and women pressed their naked bodies against the glass windows of the storefronts to entice drunk and horny patrons to enter their establishments. Host clubs, where beautiful hostesses flirted with everyone, sexy maid cafes, and even places advertising pretend boyfriends and girlfriends littered the area. The pleasure den, bathed in pink and purple light, stood out among the rest of the businesses here. A line of patrons waited to get inside, some holding hands and others making out. But that didn't shock me at all. What I saw broke my heart. Penn was in the window dressed in some leather ensemble and looking embarrassed to be there. Our eyes locked briefly, and his reaction gave me the faint recognition that he had seen me, but he looked away just as quickly. I also glanced away from him. "I'm sorry, Penn," I said, heading inside the bar. I entered the grungy yet still well-put-together room. No one was rowdy. It was just a place for people to hang out and enjoy their booze. I looked around at the different faces until I spotted him sitting in the back, cigarette in hand and a shot glass with amber-colored liquor inside. Even after sitting in front of him, I was afraid to speak. I watched him watch me through the hood, and then he laughed heartily and gulped down the amber liquor.
Well, imagine my surprise when I learned you hadn't joined the pleasure club yet. If I wanted to, I could have used my power as a guard to drag your sweet little ass out of that church, and there wouldn't be a damn thing that mongrel could do to stop me.
I'm not here to chat with you. What do you want?
Consider me an emissary of the Moonstriders' leader, Knut.
What does he want?
Oh, if looks could kill. Keep up that killer instinct. You'll need it for the job he has in store for you.
Why the hell would I do anything for that bastard? I know he's the reason I'm in here. He ruined my life and ruined my family's life. I will never forgive him.
He ain't asking for your forgiveness, sweetheart.
This is a trap. You dangled an early release over my head, and I was stupid enough to fall for it. Why the hell would I think he could secure some early release for me? The only way for that to happen is for him to confess what he had done.
Or make some other poor fool take your place.
He plans to frame someone else?
Someone else suddenly becomes the culprit. A terrible mistake was made, and you walk out free as a cute little wolfie. Now how about that?
Ruin someone else's life? You think I would be okay with that?
Your mother is exquisite. Too bad her health has taken a bad turn since your family's exile. They fired your father from his job. And your little brother, well, let's say he's not going to school much these days. And he still hasn't manifested, by the way. You should know as well as I that Red Wolf Omegas hold the most value. But at least as an alpha, he would have more opportunities open to him. As a beta, he has almost none. But it doesn't have to end poorly for them or for you. Knut plans to offer you a much better deal than before.
As if I would trade someone else's life for mine. I stumbled over those words. I shamefully didn't believe them. The one-eyed bastard merely laughed at me.
Don't play the fool. You got enough brains in that pretty head of yours to lean on your old alpha to keep that ass of yours from getting blown out under Dane's control. But take my advice. In a shithole like Wonderland, relying on someone else will get you used up and killed.
What type of job is this? I know it has something to do with Killian.
See, you have brains. Knut wants you to get close to him, which you've already done.
To kill him? That's insane.
You don't have to kill him. He has something that belongs to Knut, and he wants it back.
What is it?
Something called the Lichen Fang.
What's a lichen fang?
Not so loud. You ain't got to know what it is. The thing probably looks like how you imagine it. Either way, no one can get close enough to Killian to steal the damn thing. That's where you come in. Take the fang, and I'll arrange for us to meet again.
I don't know. What will happen to Killian if I take this fang? He laughed, and I stood up to leave.
Do you want to know what the better deal Knut is offering you? He wants to mate with you. You'll be his Omega. It will elevate your family to the same position they would have if you mated Killian. You will be a fool to walk away. Just look across the street at your friend in the window. That's the future that awaits you.
I asked if it would hurt him.
Hurt him? How the hell should I know? All I know is that Knut wants this lichen fang.
Why not just take it from him? Or are you afraid of Killian? When he said nothing, I laughed. You're too afraid to confront him, even though you're a guard.
Even guards can end up dead in this place, and I ain't in the business of dying over some magical trinket.
Where is the fang? How can I take it?
That's for you to find out.
Chapter 13. I made it just outside the door before I was violently ill. The scent of booze and smoke and unwashed bodies was nothing compared to being in the presence of that scumbag guard and the task of betraying Killian. I thought my anger would drive me forward, but that wasn't the case. I believed I was somehow cursed. Maybe Killian was too. Did it surprise me that Knut's plan had something to do with Killian? No, I would be a naive fool to think this had nothing to do with him. I just wanted answers and a way out of here. If he wanted me to kill Killian, then there was no way I would agree with that. But stealing this lichen fang was another matter. Stealing it may hurt Killian emotionally, but it wouldn't kill him. And I could get out of here. I didn't care at all for Knut's so-called bonus. I wanted nothing to do with these people and their bullshit. I was a rare Omega. I understood my value. Other wolves typically sought us red wolves for our beauty and our tendency to be dominant Omegas. Our scents were more potent than other Omegas, and we typically birthed alphas when paired with alphas. In short, I could find another alpha once I left here, and I planned to do that. But first I needed to do my part to secure my future, stealing the lichen fang from Killian. But what on earth was it, and why did Knut want it? Then it came to me. That bastard called it a magical trinket. Was this the secret behind the Moonstrider Pack's power? Did Killian's father make him chieftain before he died? There was no other explanation for why Knut would go this far over a mere trinket, but all of this was speculation, and nothing more. If this lichen fang was responsible for the Moonstrider's power, then the pack was doomed with their true chieftain so far away from them. If another pack decided to take over their territory, they might be unable to hold such a vast area for long. I wonder how many within the pack knew of Knut's secret. Or did he do a decent job covering his tracks? He may hide now, but it was only a matter of time before Knut would need power. Across the street, the empty brothel window meant Penn was busy. He was the more street-savvy between us. I was confident he could avoid capture. But if they got him, it was a matter of time for me. I shuddered at the thought of what was happening to him right now when I was walking damn near freely. I needed to get back to the church, and hopefully, no one would have noticed I was gone. Unfortunately, with everything on my mind, I wasn't paying attention to where I was going and bumped into someone. A woman with short blonde hair and dressed in all black leather and sharp heels that, after scrutinizing them, the heels were filed to a sharp point. Her crystal gray eyes were wide and wild, covered in black soot around the lids, and her lips were so deep red that they were almost black. "Excuse me," I said briefly, intending to pass without showing my face. She quickly stepped in front of me and jerked me back by my hood. I tried to walk around her, but she only pulled me closer. I gasped when she tore off my disguise. I could see the other shifters surrounding her, their eyes fixed upon me, including the woman still holding my hood. The moment they saw my face, they smiled with delight, and I could smell their clashing scents fighting against each other. But the one who stood out was the woman. She took a deep whiff of me. Oh shit, the jig was up. In a panic, I pushed her away and bolted away from the main street. I heard her holler a command to get me. Who the hell was she? I ran through the crowd. My legs ached in protest, but adrenaline drove me forward. The high cross of the church was ahead. I was almost there, but not quite. I rounded a corner and slammed headfirst into a stone wall in an alley of closed shops. The woman was right behind me. She turned me around with a vicious tug of my coat, punched me in the gut, and yanked off my hood again. For a second, we were face to face. She cackled, her breath stinking of cigarettes and coffee. She laughed like a crazy person.
I knew this coat looked familiar and smelled familiar, but what's inside is an Omega surprise.
Leave me alone.
You know I could drag you off to my brother right now, and you will never see the light of day. He'll pump you full of pheromones and make you nice and docile, and you will beg for an alpha to fill that hole of yours. Maybe I should let my men get first dibs on you.
She grabbed my cock, and I instinctively slapped her across the face and gasped at my actions. I was well and truly fucked now. A man that looked like a Viking raider charged at me, and I knew that I had fucked up big time, but she stopped him. She merely laughed at me.
Run along to your church. You're safe for now.
She spat the words out like they were bitter in her mouth. Is this a trick?
No, contrary to what you may believe, not everything is about you. The longer you remain outside my brother's grasp, the more he rages. The fight between him and Killian will be glorious. I just like to know where all the pawns are.
What the hell is wrong with her?
So run along back to your church and enjoy your time, however short it is.
I didn't know if she was lying or telling the truth, but man, was she insane looking, and I was eager to get the hell away from her. I slipped back on the hood and ran towards the church as fast as I could, slipping in through the kitchen door only to find Tobias in the grungy kitchen with a plate of uneaten food sitting on the counter. He didn't seem surprised to see me at all. Tobias.
I hope that whatever you needed to do out there was worth it.
Does Killian know? I asked, still catching my breath.
No, he doesn't. I kept your secret, after initially panicking at your disappearance.
I'm sorry, I really am sorry. I saw Penn, the guy I was telling you about. They got him. He's in the pleasure den now.
And you heard about this? How?
I didn't. I left because I thought I should turn myself in, and then I saw Penn, and I couldn't do it.
I'm glad you changed your mind.
Tobias sighed.
They're so drunk they won't even notice you walking by. Just head back upstairs. I'll reheat your meal.
Thank you for everything. Chapter 14. With my ankle throbbing, I elevated the limb when I reached my room. I'm sorry for running on you, but I had no choice. Okay, I'm talking to my fucking ankle. I removed the coat and tossed it to the floor, planning to return it to Killian's room later. But my concerns were for my ankle, and I feared what would happen if the tendon didn't heal properly. I was massaging it when Tobias entered the room with a plate of fried fish and fries. In separate small bowls were ketchup and tartar sauce. Wow, that smells good, I said, my stomach rumbling.
Trust me, it tastes as good as it smells. I also left you some pain meds on the tray. It should help with the ankle.
I reached for the meds and immediately took them with the glass of water he included. The sooner this pain was relieved, the better.
I'm also here to tell you that Nico and I are heading out. He's no good to anyone drunk. Killian is out like a light, so don't worry about him.
They left, and now Killian and I were alone. I found him resting near the altar, the candlelight dancing off his figure. The silence amplified my awareness that he and I were alone. I watched the golden light illuminate his soft black curls and handsome features. I should probably get away from him. My will to do what was necessary was waning. Maybe I was just shallow and was a sucker for a handsome face. I hobbled up the stairs and straight to Killian's bedroom to search under his mattress, bed, and dresser. In the drawer were pictures of his parents, and to my surprise, a picture of me. A wave of nostalgia hit me. I remembered where this was taken. Killian bought an old professional camera at an online auction and was taking pictures of everything. In this one, I was sitting by the lake dressed in a striped shirt I liked. My hair was a little longer. Tucked nearby was a letter addressed to me, but never sent. It had my old address when I lived with my parents, so this had to be written long ago. It even had a stamp and everything, but the name was anonymous. I took the letter opener, but hesitated to open it. I felt guilty about wanting to read something Killian didn't want me to see. I knew it was wrong, especially since I was already planning to steal from him, but I figured I had already crossed a line, so I might as well keep going. I tried using the wet heat of my mouth to loosen the glue, but when it barely budged, I moved as softly as I could back downstairs and into the kitchen to use a small pot of boiling water. Success! I got it open.
Dear Riker, if you're reading this letter, then it means I'm dead. No doubt you probably have a lot of questions for me. Questions I couldn't answer when we broke up. I was breaking your heart, and you wanted to know why. You couldn't believe I would reject you because the bond you and I shared was greater than a simple arranged marriage. You're right. You have no idea how difficult it was for me to walk away from you. You deserve to know the truth, a truth you may believe I was hiding from you, but I didn't realize it until just recently. I'm a monster. I killed Anton. He confessed his feelings for you to me, and we got into a heated argument. What should have been a stupid fight turned deadly because of something ugly inside me, something that frightens me. My mindless actions brought danger to everyone I love. You deserve to live a better life than the one I could give. I'll be watching you from wherever I am now. Have a good life, and take care of yourself. I love you always. Killian. It wasn't often that I got hungover, but Nico knew where to get the good stuff. It was some sort of moonshine with traces of liquid silver in it, just enough to weaken our immune system and allow the booze to penetrate. Silver weakened wolves. Everyone knew that, but no one knew we could take it in small doses. That's why this drink was made by wolves for wolves. It was reckless of me to get this drunk, but with Riker here, I couldn't help myself. I needed something to relax. I was on edge and afraid of what I might do to him if he and I were alone. There were a lot of things I could resist in this prison. I resisted the drugs, the whores, and those looking for a casual hookup with a novelty. However, Riker was an entirely different matter altogether. I didn't know if I had the willpower to resist him. I also needed to forget the absolute mess I had just made of my life. My goal here in Wonderland was to lie low, live my life, grow old, and die. Yet all it took was having Riker within arm's reach for me to lose all composure. And within a day, I was in the middle of a war with an entire pack over him. The only option for me was to win. If I lost, Riker would be violated, either by Dane or someone else taking over the entertainment district, which meant running this sector would be on me if I won. What would I have to do to win? Tap into the monster inside. Hey, Tobias, sorry to bother you, but can you get me another drink? I looked around and saw that I was alone. Maybe Nico had gone to the toilet, but I couldn't hear anyone in this house through the drunken haze. Where the hell was everyone? Where's Riker? My heart lurched as I stood up and tried to maintain my balance. I picked his scent out of the pungent aroma of booze. That must be the power of a dominant Omega, always making sure we alphas could find them. The room spun, but there he was in the kitchen. He turned to face me. His golden eyes sparkled like jewels. Who told you you could wear my shirt? Ah, damn. Why was I picking a fight with him?
You did, don't you remember?
No. I shook my head and regretted it the moment I did. It was like my brain rattled around in my head. I wanted to kiss him. I need more booze.
You need a bed.
I need you.
Chapter 15. It must have been mid-afternoon when I woke up wrapped in Killian's arms, who slept soundly and steadily. He sighed and held me tighter in his sleep, and I settled into his chest. I faced him, craving a good look at my mate's face. His lashes were spiky, and his cheeks tinged with a dusting of red. His lips tugged into a smile at something in his dreams. This was not a prison, not as long as he held me. I caressed the small lumps on my neck from where his fangs had entered me. The area was painfully inflamed, but I knew it was usual for the first 2 weeks after mating. I didn't know if our mating would differ from normal. He wasn't entirely a wolf, and I didn't know if a vampire could mark a wolf. Nevertheless, I felt closer to him than ever before. He was mine and I was his. Though I felt like I was jumping off a cliff and expecting to land in a chaotic sea, it was oddly very serene and blue as Killian's eyes. He and I were bound deeply for a long time, twisted and connected by the vines of fate. Don't get me wrong, I was still very much conflicted about everything that happened and how my choices affected my family. What was I going to do? I had so much responsibility, and everything was riding on me. The moment we could see one another, my father told me not to worry about them, that everything would be all right, and they would find a way, even if it meant returning to the Red Moon clan. But I couldn't help but worry, especially after what that one-eyed bastard told me about them. Of course, it could have been a manipulative tactic to get me to do what they wanted, but without a word from my parents, I couldn't help but think of the worst outcome. One thing was certain, I knew I couldn't do this alone. I needed to confess everything to Killian. He was my mate now, and I wanted to be with him forever. Maybe we could put our heads together and devise the best solution, and hopefully everything will be all right. I slipped out of the warmth of the bed and almost yelped at the little white mouse hanging out on the nightstand. It sat on a plate with a nice little cheese spread and peanut butter dollops. What kind of mousetrap is this? I thought, glancing at Killian's sleeping form. I then looked at the makeshift bridge made of popsicle sticks, leading from a hole in a wall onto the nightstand that was slightly hidden behind a lamp. Killian must have made this himself, unless mice could use glue and twine. Inside the hole was another mouse. This one was black, and it rested on a bale of straw. Were these his pets? I reached out and stroked the top of the white mouse's head, and it didn't seem bothered by me, perhaps because they were used to it. Oh, my spirits. Keeping little pet mice made Killian even cuter. It was cooler in the house than it had been the day before. I looked out the window at the falling leaves. The edge of summer had faded into autumn, and the leaves had changed from green to red. They carpeted the ground in russet, orange, and gold. I put on my pants and slipped on Killian's slippers before heading downstairs to make breakfast. I was starving, and I wanted to ease Killian into the confession. I didn't want to just spring everything on him, so I figured doing it over breakfast was better than doing it on an empty stomach. I made toast, scrambled eggs with cheese, and made the last strips of bacon. Honestly, it wasn't as good as my mom's cooking or Tobias's, but it would do. Killian finally came downstairs yawning and stretching. His body was perfectly sculpted, and he was dressed in nothing but his black briefs. He smiled at me as he stood in the kitchen doorway before grabbing me and pulling me to his crotch.
You look beautiful this morning.
His voice was deep and husky. I can still smell the booze on your breath. I laughed.
Is that what you have to say to me after I compliment you?
Do you remember everything that happened last night?
Yes, I do,
he said, rubbing the marks he made on my neck.
I wish I could say everything happened because I was drunk. That's not the truth. I can get drunk, but it will take a lot more than what I drank to get me drunk enough to mark someone. I did it because I need you, want you, you're mine. I can feel it in my bones.
He rested against me and went silent.
I'm a selfish prick.
How so?
I'm not a wolf nor a vampire. I don't even know if I can have children, and if I could, then what would they be?
Ours.
True.
He laughed in a breathy way.
I thought vampires couldn't make kids, at least not conventionally. But apparently my father was different, and I don't know what that means for me or my offspring if I can have any.
We'll figure it out together. Killian, have you ever met your father?
No, and I have no desire to. Not that I could, since I'm in prison for life and all.
Did Elias ever tell you about your dad?
When Elias told me about my father, he was kind of in a rush. We were running for our lives. I just knew that he sent my Oma to him before the attack. I don't even know if he's safe being around a bunch of vampires, or if he's still alive.
Why didn't he send you there?
That was the plan, but I refused to leave him to fight alone. I was such a dumb brat. By the time I gave in, it was too late. They caught up to us, and we had to fight. Dad was killed, and someone knocked me out. I was on the ship heading to this prison when I woke up. I don't know why they didn't just kill me. But I guess I'm where I belong for what I had done to Anton.
I held him in my arms. We'll figure everything out together, what our mating means, our children, everything.
We shouldn't have children, Riker.
But if you can...
I'm sorry.
Is it because you're a Veywolf?
That and having kids here in prison can't be good. First, Silver lessens the possibility of having kids. For those who still manage, life isn't easy. You can't run with them or teach them the ways of your pack. Once they turn 16, they are removed from the island if they haven't committed any crimes. Some resort to a criminal lifestyle to stay with their parents.
Killian, I'm not afraid of having children here or having them with you.
Riker.
No, I mean it. I feel like I've been hiding physically and emotionally since I got here, even before I got here. I don't want to do that anymore. I'm sick and tired of being afraid. I'm sick and tired of being worried. I'm prepared to let go and let whatever happens happen, and I need to know that you're going to stand with me. I need to know Killian. He flared slightly, but then laughed, patting my shoulders.
Since when have you become so demanding?
Since I've decided we're going to be a family. He closed his eyes briefly, then kissed me beneath my ear.
You are right, Venus. We are a family after all, aren't we? Just that quick.
A banging at the door rattled me as much as it did the hinges. Chapter 16.
What the hell?
Killian looked concerned and immediately tense and on edge. Is that Dane? I asked, fearful that our moment of peace was at an end.
He would just kick the doors open.
We left the kitchen, and I watched Killian open the front door cautiously while I hung back near the pews with a butcher knife in hand, just in case. To my surprise and relief, it was a kid with scruffy brown hair and light brown eyes. His clothes weren't ragged but worn, and dirt covered his chubby cheeks. I wanted to bring him in and clean him up. Who did he belong to?
My mom sent me over to tell you that the Shadow Pack is raiding Nico's place.
I'll be right there,
Killian said, closing the door and flying up the stairs. What's going on? I asked, following behind. He wore a black t-shirt and jeans, then slipped on his black boots.
Whatever happens, don't answer the door. I won't need to knock.
Okay.
I want to show you something before I go.
He led me back downstairs and took me to the altar. Behind the structure was a red and green rug he flipped over, revealing a wooden trapdoor.
If anyone comes here, you leave. It'll take you to a cave near here. The only one who lives there is a shaman that no one bothers. He's harmless and will look after you.
My heart beat wildly with fear of what was to come. I should have known it was too good to be true that we'd get the chance to spend time together. Killian pulled my face up to his and planted a desperate kiss on my lips before rushing out the door. Please come back soon, I called after him. I stood around the pews for a while, not knowing what I should do. I certainly wasn't hungry anymore. When the church doors opened again, it was too soon. Killian must have forgotten something. I ran towards the door when I came face to face with that evil, one-eyed bastard gleaming at me with sadistic joy. Before I could say or do anything, he grabbed me by the throat and pushed me to the dusty ground. You son of a bitch! I yelled once he straddled me. I punched him in the face as I continued to fight until the cold, hard steel of a gun pressed against my cheek.
You fucking bitch. I told Knut we couldn't trust you to do the right thing.
What are you talking about?
We keep track of all the prisoners here.
You were listening, I seethed with hatred at every one of these people.
Damn right I was,
he said, holding up my wrist. Gun or no gun, I spat in his face. If he were going to shoot me right now, he would have to do it while getting a mouthful of my spit. He merely laughed at me and licked the glob of spit from his lips, completely disgusting me and making every strand of hair stand on end. You're right. I'm not going through with it, even if it means I have to stay in prison for the rest of my life. Go tell Knut to go fuck himself. He remained on top of me as he straddled my waist, bearing his total weight on me, causing nothing but pain. He laughed as he pulled out his phone.
You heard that?
He said to someone on the other end. It didn't take long for me to guess that it was most likely Knut himself.
The boss has something to say to you.
He held up his phone. He had it on a video call. I expected to see that asshole Knut, but I saw he was moving through a dimly lit place that looked like a basement. I could hear someone struggling in the dark and finally saw someone tied to a chair. My stomach dropped when I saw long red hair cascading down slender shoulders. The gun barrel lifted her chin so light could shine on her face. It was my mom. No, this was impossible. This wasn't happening. Whatever resolve I had vanished. Knut, listen to me. I changed my mind. I swear I'll do as you ask. Just please, let her go. I pleaded, but the one-eyed bastard and Knut laughed at me. He pointed the gun at her head, and my stomach dropped even more when my words grew frantic from helplessness washing over me. I looked all over the house but couldn't find it. Please, please just let her go. But there was no more time for negotiations because a shot rang out. Mom! I cried out in anguish. Knut turned the camera on himself.
Thank you for showing me how serious you are, because now I can show you how serious I am. You have 48 hours to deliver the lichen fang to Nate, or your father will be next.
The video cut off, and the one-eyed bastard slipped his phone into his pocket and got off me.
Damn, you look so sweet.
He leered at me. Feeling too exposed, I struggled to escape from him and cover my chest. He gripped my cheeks, pulled me close, and ran his slimy tongue across my mouth. All I could do was cry as he leaned in again, much to my disgust, and lapped at my salty tears. He could smell my fear. Please, I pleaded, as he looked at me with a menacing gaze. He got on top of me again and grabbed my wrists, pinning them above my head. I was entirely at his mercy and wanted to vomit, having another alpha's pheromones so close. I struggled to break free from his grip, but he held me tighter. His eyes were cold as he looked at me. I felt his hot breath on my neck as he ran his tongue down my veins and committed the grave sin of clamping his teeth over Killian's mark. Not enough to pierce flesh, just enough for me to feel the revulsion of another's teeth on my alpha's mark.
I see all the fight has left you now,
he said, taking a deep breath. I flinched when I felt his wet tongue against my ear. He bit down on my earlobe, freeing one of my black earrings and cutting me while he did it. I could feel the warm blood trickling down my neck as he ran his tongue over my skin, tasting the blood.
A little souvenir of our time together. Don't think I won't fuck you before sending you back home to Knut.
He chuckled and finally got off of me, spitting my earring into the palm of his hand. He pulled out a small canister and sprayed the air to eliminate his pheromones. He then sprayed some on me. I lay there, gazing at the rugged ceiling with the sun streaming through. I only breathed again once the church doors had closed, and I was all alone.
Chapter 17. Killian. Their door beat against the side of the house with the wind. Papers blew from the house as scavengers dashed from inside with piles of dishes, blankets, and whatever else they could steal during the commotion inside. Damn vultures. The window of the house erupted into splinters and glass. A man with a mohawk, sporting all kinds of tattoos, crashed out the window with a trail of broken glass. He rolled onto the street and lay still, his arms spread from his sides, his eyes cast to the sky. Nico may have been a beta, but he was a damn good fighter, and he was holding his own against the members of the Shadow Pack. Did I even need to come and help him? I sauntered into the place, stepping over the bloody, writhing figures on the ground nursing their wounds, and watched the show as Nico had one man cornered in the dining room. The punk must have run behind the table in a panic. His face looked a mess, all covered in bruises and cuts that would hurt like a bitch in the morning if Nico kept him alive that long. By how he gripped that butcher knife, it was questionable if the poor fool was walking out of here. Need any help? I asked, announcing my presence, much to the dismay of the remaining assholes out to ruin Nico's day.
They got Tobias,
Nico said, his sharp gaze never wavering from the figure at the head of the table.
And this piece of shit is going to tell me where they're holding him.
The man raised his hands to surrender.
I don't want to die here,
he cried.
It was Mari. She told us to take him. I'll take you to her now.
He ran fast for the front door, but I gave him a Spartan kick to the chest, sending him flying back into the room. The man landed hard on his arm, the bone snapped, and he let out a scream of pain. Nico had had enough of it. He grabbed the man by the neck and held a knife up to his face, as though he were trying to scare him, but intending to kill him if he didn't get answers right away.
You think we're gonna fall for that bullshit?
Nico spat red-hot with anger.
You know I can't tell you shit. I'm a dead man if I rat, so you should...
His words gurgled in his throat as he choked out a scream. Nico stabbed him in the eye just enough to ruin the organ.
You want to know what else is a death sentence? Being blind in Wonderland.
Fuck!
He screamed.
I'll talk! She's hiding out at that old shuttle station. I swear it, man. I swear it. Just don't blind me!
Nico let him go. If he had killed him, I wouldn't have blamed him. Let's go, I said, leaving the house. Nico quickly passed me, and we pushed through the crowd and through the city streets.
They could be.
Don't think about it. We'll get there.
Please tell me all of this wasn't for nothing, Killian. Trading Tobias's safety for someone you won't seal the deal with.
I marked him. I love him. I didn't do it because I was drunk.
As if I would believe you if you said it was the drink. I've never known you to get so lost in a sauce that you would rape and mark someone by force. Good, if you care about him, that's something worth fighting for. I'm not gonna lie. I'm pissed at you, man. But I know what it's like not to want the man you love raped by every piece of shit living here. I can forgive that. I suppose I owe Tobias that new laptop he wanted. He said you would probably mate him when we left.
Right now, we need to save him.
I know. It's just that if I don't talk, my mind wanders to some dark places.
No one dared challenge us, even if they wanted to. But that still didn't mean we were safe. It was one thing to fight a man for no good reason, and another to be given a reason to fight. And Dane had given everyone a reason to fight us. This wasn't just about wanting to fuck an Omega. It was about the rules and enforcing them. But my friends' lives were on the line, and so was the man I loved. I had to end this as quickly as possible, or we would not know peace so long as we lived in this prison. The hideout was a run-down, dilapidated shuttle station built several decades ago and took prisoners all around the city. But after they stabbed the conductor to death in a gang attack, no one wanted to take the job, so the damn thing just sat here rotting away. It was falling apart, and Marion and her pack had apparently taken the facility over. We found the back cars of the train with bars on the windows and doors. They most likely used this place to hold people for ransom or murder them. We crept to avoid drawing too much attention to ourselves. We spotted the open door of the second-to-last car, and that was our way in. I wanted to talk to Nico about our action plan, but that ended once we heard Tobias cry in pain.
Tobias!
Nico ran onto the open train. The assholes were waiting for us and tried to overwhelm us when we stepped on board. I sidestepped a would-be blow to the face and delivered a punch to the jaw of one of the scumbags. The fight was on. We fought outnumbered 3-1 in a small train car with no way to escape. The skirmish lasted for minutes, but time seemed to move in slow motion. I kicked one guy's face in while punching another in his nose and elbowed another guy in his throat as he swung at me. My movements were faster than usual. It had been a long time since I fought this long and let loose. Damn, it felt good.
Kill them all.
Gone was all reason in a flash, and gone was the conscience that pushed me away from the violent urge. I didn't recognize anything about myself anymore.
Give me the blood.
My heart thudded against my chest, making it hard to breathe. The world seemed to drift as I looked upon my hands and saw the red slickness drip from them and fall to the ground below. Only the leather jacket I held told me this was once a person. I looked around and saw Nico running ahead to the other cars, and I followed. I had to stay in control. Once we reached the last car, Nico stopped. Tobias was naked in Marion's grip, and she had a gun pressed against his head. His eyes looked off listlessly, as if he wasn't even here. That Viking-looking bastard with the thick red beard and hair he kept shaved along the sides to show off his skull tats. His name was Gunnar. He made a show of adjusting his pants. Tobias's scent was heavy on him. Nico rushed at him to fight. Gunnar charged just as eagerly. It was a brutal, fast-paced fight, each landing powerful punches. Blood flowed as they kept at it. The smell of blood was getting to me big time. I couldn't take it anymore. He landed a powerful punch to Gunnar's nose, and the big guy stumbled back, clutching his face. Nico landed another blow to Gunner's stomach, and he doubled over in pain. Nico instantly grabbed his head and slammed it through the window. Gunner slumped to the floor, covered in cuts and blood. Nico grabbed him, about to deliver a killing blow, when Marion fired her gun to the ceiling, then placed the barrel against Tobias's head again.
I would appreciate it if you didn't kill my man.
Nico released him and placed his hands up.
Tobias hurt nobody. Just let him go.
Now you know I can't do that. You practically killed all of my men. I need leverage now.
No, you don't, I said, stepping closer only for her to back up until she was against the conductor door.
I will blow his brains out if you come a step closer.
She laughed maniacally. The woman was just outright mad.
Who knew alpha pheromones worked on betas? It looks like the cat is out of the bag, Nico.
I will rip out your heart and fucking eat it.
I wonder which one of my men is gonna impregnate your bitch.
What the hell do you want, Marion? I yelled.
To fuck you, naturally. Depending on how good you are, I'll let this Omega go and even keep their secret.
I'll do whatever you want. Just let him go, I said, fully prepared to commit, if only to get close enough to squeeze that neck of hers until her head popped. I wondered if I could do it before she pulled the trigger, but I felt sick, and the room tilted around me. She laughed.
You actually thought I was serious? Oh, baby. I prefer the chase to the deed itself.
You didn't do all of this for nothing. What the fuck do you want so we can leave?
I'm sick and tired of you dragging your heels, so I figured I'd put a little pep in your step.
My fight with Dane is inevitable. There was no need for you to do this.
Oh, I just wanted a little fun in the meantime. You know how boring this place is. And as you can see by my predicament, I can't just let this cute little Omega go. I'll be at the pleasure den with this sweet thing entertaining me until the main show begins.
Bitch!
Nico roared. You're a fool, Marion, I said, hoping to make her see reason. If we're coming for Dane, we're coming for you too. If you let Tobias go now, we have no reason to fight you.
Take one look at your friend and say that again. Besides, I want to fight you, asshole. I want a brawl so legendary everyone will be talking about it for years. No more ducking and dodging and making sure your makeup is just right. It's time to get your ass to center stage.
Gunner got up, nursing his broken nose. He opened the conductor door to allow Marion to slip out with Tobias.
No!
Nico cried out and charged for the door, only for the Viking to close it behind them. Nico slammed his fist through the glass. But when we entered the conductor's car, those fucks drove off in the guard's jeep. Damn it. Red haze blanketed the world around me. Blood trickled down my nose and my head felt like it would split in half. The brother and sister will die, I swear it.
Chapter 18. Riker. I had searched this church from top to bottom, and all I had was the conclusion that Killian himself had the Fang. The thought of betraying Killian filled me with revulsion at my actions, but I couldn't afford to take any more chances with my father and brother's lives resting on me to save them. I'm sorry, Killian, but I have to do this. This time, it wasn't for selfish reasons, such as trying to get an early release from this prison or getting back at him for rejecting me. I now doubt Knut ever intended to release me anyway. When this is done, I plan to do whatever it takes to make it up to him, even if Killian never forgives me. But there was no time to think about all that. I needed to find the Lycan Fang, but I was operating blindly. If Knut wanted this Fang enough to murder 2 people, why have me do this with very little information? Could it be because they know just as much as I do about the Fang? They probably don't even know what it looks like, much less where it would be. If they did, then why didn't that one-eyed bastard stay to search for it? They were just as blind as I was. They're listening in on me because they need me to get Killian to open up about the Fang and tell them what it is through telling me. How could I spin this in our favor? I paced around the church, trying to come up with a plan. I knew I couldn't confess and had to choose my words wisely. I couldn't make any irrational moves. But I couldn't just remain inside this church, frozen in fear of what they might do to my dad and little brother. My dad always said that when dealing with people who lack knowledge, you must become the one with the knowledge to gain an advantage over them. However small it is, it could be enough to win the day. And I needed to win the day, or just win. It wasn't enough to deal with Dane alone. There was Knut in the outside world, who still casted a dark shadow over us. And gaining knowledge about the lichen fang without them knowing wouldn't be easy. It was not as if I could just ask Killian or some random person. Actually, that may not be true. I climbed the stone steps to the altar, flipped the rug, and opened the trapdoor. I then gripped the rough ladder and positioned myself to climb down. It was a dark, arid hole, but I took a deep breath and plunged. The ladder shook as my weight fell against it. The air grew still and dead as I descended. The dirt walls closed around me as I descended into the tunnel, which was large enough to walk through, but still felt small with the light coming up through the hatch above. Cold air surrounded me like it had been trapped against the concrete for centuries. I looked around to get acclimated in the dark. My wolf's eyes weren't as strong as they would be if I were not wearing this silver band around my wrist, but I could see an ancient wooden trunk. Inside was a flashlight, MRE packaged meals, a knife, and other survival supplies. Did Killian create this tunnel himself? I used the flashlight to guide myself through the tunnels. My goal was to reach the cave that Killian spoke about, where he said the shaman lived. If Killian knows how important this lichen fang is, then it would make sense to hide it in a place where no one would search, and if he and this shaman are the only two to know of this tunnel, then he would have to have a room or living space here where he might hide such a thing. At least that was my thinking. If I couldn't find such a space, then the shaman himself would have some knowledge of such a relic. Shamans were beings connected with nature and all the living creatures within it. They weren't wolves, though I heard they possessed the power to shift into many kinds of animals. They were mages who conjured the power of nature. I didn't know how they did it. I was just a country bumpkin wolf seeking knowledge, and no other being in the world was more knowledgeable than a shaman. But what on earth would one have to do to get locked away in prison? I walked the tunnel length until a soft golden light was ahead. Without warning, something or someone had gripped my wrist, giving me a terrible flashback to that one-eyed bastard. I turned quickly to strike the figure, but it moved away as swiftly as a shadow. And before I knew it, someone tapped me on the shoulder before I could backtrack and run the hell out of that tunnel. I turned back toward the golden light, and a cloaked figure stood. The rays of light illuminated his strange, withered features. His lips were black, as if he had smeared charcoal all over them. But it was difficult to tell, because his skin was a dark gray and smooth like the desert ironwood tree. Even the tufts of what I believed to be hair that stuck out of his hood were light pink with gradients of purple and shaped like flowering buds. He was like a personification of the tree itself, in human form. His voice was grating and frail, yet carried a regal sense of confidence.
You may speak freely now, Scarlet Wolf.
He turned and walked towards the light. He didn't beckon me to follow him, but I did anyway. I looked at my wrist, where I still felt the imprint of his touch, and noticed a dark ring surrounding the band. When I touched it, my hand went through it as if nothing was there, not even my own limb. He led me to what I presumed was his home. I thought this entire area would be a dark, moldy cave. Instead, it was a beautiful forest. The sun shone on the underground oasis surrounded by a small freshwater creek. A massive ancient evergreen tree sat at the heart of this enchanted wonderland, creating a canopy of green sky. I thought he lived alone. However, all around this forest enclosure were small huts, with people working and children playing. Some stopped and stared at me, and it didn't take long to notice that most of the people here were Omegas. There were a few scattered alphas and more betas, but I couldn't believe what I saw right under the church. Did Killian know about this place? Is that why he said I would be okay if I came here? The shaman led me to that tree and slipped inside the large enough hole for a person to walk through. It didn't seem as if he had made this hole himself, but that it was formed by nature, the tree itself. I followed. The interior was simple, natural, and beautiful. A little fire pit sat at the center of the room, and he removed the kettle from it and poured me a drink of some herbal tea that smelled divine. Does anyone know about this? I asked in awe.
There is no need to fill the space with empty words. You should not be afraid to speak. The dogs of Wonderland cannot hear us.
Is it because of this spell? I held up my blackened wrist. He nodded. I wanted to cry and unload everything on him, but I didn't come here to confess or for comfort. What do you know about the lichen fang?
It is difficult for you to understand the means other packs use to tap into a natural force, such as the moon. After all, red wolves did not lose what the others did when humans began overpopulating the world.
Then help me understand.
Wolves instinctively feel the power of the moon, but it is one thing to feel it and be emboldened by it, and another to harness it as you can. Therefore, a little aid is required. Perhaps greed drives these packs to take more than what they are allowed. Whatever.
He waved his hand dismissively.
I'm sure you're not here to hear this old shaman rant about greed.
If it helps.
It won't. However, this small history lesson will. The founder and first chieftain of the Moonstrider pack sought the wisdom of the ancient shamans. Why did they help him? Who knows the will of the ancients? But using his own fang, they imbued it with the moon's light.
So it really is a fang? The shaman nodded.
But it is not a trinket you can wear around your neck. The thing is a part of you, and your strength will be embodied by those pledged to serve.
What about other traits, like those of a vampire? He nodded. I knew it. The Moonstrider had always had a special connection to their chieftain, but I never knew it was because of this fang. With our history with vampires, it's natural they would turn on Killian. Wait, is the lichen fang actually one of Killian's fangs?
Of course, where else would a fang be?
He chuckled.
This is a secret passed from chieftain to heir. Once the fang is passed on, the chieftain dies. I have told you all I could.
Why did you help me? Do you know why I'm...
Of course I know. I'm everyone's friend and no one's friend. It is my duty to pass on knowledge to those who need it. That is my personal vow. You came to me like a lost lamb, and I extended a hand just as I extended a hand to these other lost souls here.
Okay, curiosity was too much. What did you do to get in here? The shaman laughed.
This place has always been my home, no matter what others may turn it into. Now it is a prison, but one day this structure will be a ruin, and I will be one of the trees. Your mate will arrive soon, and you will be at the precipice of a choice. Run along now.
What do you mean? The shadow over the band dissipated, and our conversation was over. Chapter 19. I reached the kitchen just as Killian and Nico entered the church. The two men were upset and angry. Their faces were dark. I came out of the kitchen to greet them. What happened? Where's Tobias? My stomach dropped when I thought of what his absence meant. Killian escorted me back into the kitchen to give Nico some privacy. He then told me that Tobias was alive, but held hostage by Dane's young sister, Marion. I don't understand, I said, thinking of how she had let me go. Why would she do that?
She wants a fight and is sick and tired of waiting. Or maybe she finally snapped and lost the last shreds of her sanity. Whatever it is, she'll die with her brother.
His hands were large, rough and calloused, yet warm and comforting as I took one in mine. All I wanted to do was get back in bed with him, curl against his broad chest, and forget that this was happening. He closed his fingers around mine tenderly and stepped toward me. I went willingly into his arms, needing the comfort he offered. If only we could stay in bed for the rest of our lives and let the world pass us by. I couldn't believe this fight with Dane would happen so soon after we had just found each other. His lips moved as if he wanted to say more. Promise you'll come back, I said, needing to hear the words.
Riker?
Promise me. He nodded.
I want you to go to the shaman and stay there.
Killian had spoken about the shaman before, but I stopped him before he could say more, just in case he didn't know we were being recorded. I decided it was best to say nothing, for fear of endangering the Omegas hiding in that place. I will. Killian leaned in, gently kissing me before his mouth trailed down my neck. His tongue traced circles on my skin, and goosebumps pricked my arms. My knees threatened to give out from under me. He held me tighter, and I could feel the tension in his shoulders as he drew me against him. Then he parted from me, and I couldn't help but cling to him before giving up. Are you leaving now? I asked, surprised they were heading out so soon.
We can't waste any time. There are some people we need to see before we take on Dane. He can remove his band and shift, and we need extra help.
He kissed me again, and I stood back and watched as they left. Everything was crashing down, and I felt almost powerless to stop it. I needed to figure out a way to save the people I loved. I wasn't going to just cower in that oasis. I ran upstairs, slipped on Killian's hooded coat, and grabbed a large knife from the kitchen, making sure I slipped the sleeve over the blade to hide it from view. I still had knowledge that Knut and the one-eyed bastard guard didn't. I knew that the lichen fang was inside Killian's mouth, and removing it could end in his death. And I didn't want to lose anyone else, not Killian nor my family. I had a plan and prayed to the spirits that it worked, even if it meant only I would die. I took a deep breath before opening the church doors and marched into the unknown.
Killian. Nico and I went to the local laundromat run by a wolf named Klaus. We knew he was no friend of Dane, and if he wanted revenge against him for stealing his beta lover and forcing him to work the pleasure den, now would be the time. We explained what we intended to do and asked him if he would join us. I had even thrown in the offer to step aside and allow him to run the entertainment district. He stroked his thick Wolverine-like sideburns. I could tell by the gleam in his eyes that he was interested, but his reply surprised me.
Why should I go after Dane now when no one helped me when he took my mate? But now because he has yours, it's time to fight? And Killian, I have no desire to take over the entertainment district. No one would believe that I struck the killing blow. Even if I did, everyone knows about your beef with Dane. Technically speaking, they will believe that the entertainment district is yours by right.
But you will be the one to kill him, I said, trying to change his mind.
It doesn't matter. They'll view me as your puppet.
What if we got others on our side? What do you say to that?
I doubt you would, but if you do, then yeah, fuck it. I wouldn't mind smashing Dane's head into the concrete.
We left feeling a bit dejected, but I understood. When Klaus was trying to muster some fighting men to go after Dane, Nico and I had refused. We knew asking him was a long shot, but it was worth trying.
That's what we get for not making friends here besides each other.
Nico shrugged, but I could tell that he was far from nonchalant.
Let's go after Dane right now.
That might be suicide. If he can shift, then there's the possibility that the rest of his inner circle can too.
Then what the hell do you want us to do? Nothing. All because of one display of power?
Easy, Nico. I'm just as upset as you are.
No, the fuck you aren't. Your Omega is safe and not getting raped.
Wrong choice of words. I'm sorry, brother. We'll get the bracelets removed and fight fire with fire.
How? And if we get them off, I'm sure they will alert the guards immediately.
What's it matter to me? I shrugged. I'm in for life, but you have 3 years left. If you can't do this, I won't judge you. I'll still go after Dane and do everything I can to save Tobias.
No, you're not going alone. What type of wolf would I be if I sat back and let some alpha save my Omega? I don't care if I get a life sentence out of this. I never planned to leave in 3 years anyway. Tobias is here for life, so I am too. So what's the plan?
Shinzo runs the financial district. He's been trying to get me to work for him for a few years now, so it's time to make myself a lapdog. We entered the enormous building that looked sterilized by how clean it was. Like all the buildings in the financial district, they polished it to a shine. The buildings were all so sophisticated. The financial district was indeed a world unto itself. A vast city area with tall skyscraper buildings and fancy high-rise apartments overlooking the city's heart. The streets were wide, but crowded with people, and, oddly enough, a few cars that didn't belong to the guards. Rumors had it that Shinzo was a dragon, and that he wasn't actually being held in prison. He merely came here and stayed for a few months to do business before heading off on a private jet to heaven knows where. I could believe that. The dragons ran the island as they controlled the high court that nearly all other preternatural beings adhered to. Thankfully, he would most likely be in Wonderland right now. Everyone wore dark suits and crisp ties, and a few women wore casual business outfits. Nervous energy filled the air, keeping the atmosphere charged and active. The secretary, dressed in a pencil skirt and a blazer that looked like it came off the rack at JCPenney, had severe eyebrows drawn on her chiseled face. Her hair was pulled back into a harsh bun, and she wore no makeup except red lipstick. She had a porcelain finish that gave her skin an unnatural shine. I bet she couldn't understand why the apparent riffraff was standing in front of her desk. I'm here to see Shinzo. Tell him it's Killian.
I don't think he has an appointment with you.
It doesn't matter. Just tell him. He'll see me. She picked up the phone and informed her boss that we were there only for the jackass to say he refused to see us. Stop fucking around, Shinzo. I'm not leaving until you see us. I yelled before she hung up the phone. We took a seat in the waiting room and waited and waited. Others came in to do business with him, avoiding us, but neither of us cared. Nico tapped his feet against the marble floor, getting antsy. I didn't blame him. Finally, after what seemed like forever, the secretary called us in to see him. As an alpha dragon, tall, massive, and intimidating summed him up. He had a muscled chest and a fierce brow with a left golden eye that was not as bright or vibrant as Riker's eyes. A monocle made from dark polished wood with a thick handle covered the other eye. He sat at his desk and leaned in his chair, a look of smug satisfaction across his features.
You want your bracelets removed so you can challenge Dane.
How did he?
It's my job to know what's going on in this fucking city,
he said, cutting Nico off. That's what I want, and when I'm done with Dane, the entertainment district is yours. Shinzo laughed.
This entire city is mine. Every district boss is one, because I allow it. A wise man is smart enough to know not to overwhelm himself.
Then I'll work for you just as you want.
Killian, I planned to give you the entertainment district if you agreed to work for me. But you turned me down, and in such a self-righteous manner to boot. But now the world is supposed to stop, because you need Dane gone.
You're right. I won't deny that. All I have is myself to offer. I don't have anything else.
Oh, but you do. Listen, the entertainment district has always been volatile, and has exchanged more hands than I care to admit. Its lack of stability means that it isn't working at maximum efficiency. I need that to change. And with this latest war that you will bring to Dane's doorstep, it will probably change hands to you, anyway. I want you to take over the district, not pass it to someone else. With you in charge, no one would dare challenge you. The entertainment district will probably have longer-lasting peace, which means more money in my pocket, which is why I wanted it to be yours in the first place.
Then I'll do it.
That's not enough. You will be my lapdog. You will do whatever I tell you with no fuss.
1 year.
5.
2.
3. And I won't accept a number lower. And once your 3 years of being my lapdog is over, you will continue to run the entertainment district and report to me like everyone else. This part is non-negotiable.
Deal.
Hold out your wrist,
he ordered, pulling a small device from his drawer. One beep against the band was all it took for it to snap free. A rush of power surged through me. The blood in my veins felt as if it would boil over. My body tingled from the inside out. My vision was clearer than I remembered. I smelled everything around me, from the freshly brewed coffee down the hall to the secretary's perfume from the next room. Even to my senses, Nico looked sickly and pale. His hands were shaking, and his eyes were wide with fear. My hands trembled and thirst parched my throat. I was hungry for blood. Nico's heart thumped wildly from the return of his power, but Shinzo's heart was beating delicately in his chest, and I wanted to tear them both out and drink from the still beating hearts. This was not good.
Are you all right? I don't need you going all vampire on me right now,
Nico said, hoping I'd get a grip. I heard Shinzo calling his secretary.
Remove your blouse,
he ordered the unwitting woman. What the hell are you doing? I demanded to know.
You need to feed.
No, I don't. I'm not a vampire, I'm a wolf.
You're both, and obviously, you don't look well enough to fight, even with the bracelet gone.
I can still fight, I just need men to help us.
I'll send only one. Don't worry. He's good at what he does. You won't see him, but you'll feel his presence. And as your new boss, I demand you take a drink.
I'll do your dirty work, but I won't lose myself. I'll hold it together and do whatever it takes to save Tobias and end Dane. Chapter 20. It was mid-afternoon when Nico and I arrived in front of the pleasure den. To our surprise, Klaus stood outside munching on a hefty, greasy burger. If he was here to help, he didn't look ready for a fight. Klaus?
Killian.
He replied, sliding the last chunk of the bun and cheese-covered meat into his mouth before using a few napkins to wipe at his hands.
I thought you weren't going to help,
Nico said.
I was here to see if I should,
he said, tossing the dirty napkins on the ground.
I was going to leave until I noticed someone else watching from a suitable distance away. They don't look like members of the Shadow Pack. They look like they work for the head of the financial district.
Really? And how can you tell that?
I've seen him before, but not in here on the outside. He wiped out a trafficking ring run by a bunch of bears. I was there to save my little brother, and it would have been my ass had he not shown up.
Owe him a favor, do you?
No, but it seems you guys got some pretty big help to compensate for your low numbers, so I'm here to offer my hand.
There's a possibility that the Shadow Pack can shift. I wish you would have come with us earlier because we got our bans removed.
It's all right. I'll do what I can, and I'm not exactly a slouch in human form.
I won't turn down help,
Nico said, sealing the deal. I looked around at the top of nearly every building in the area, yet I couldn't see the man Klaus spoke of. But then again, Shinzo said that we would not see him. Nico and I gripped the double doors of the club and ripped them right off the hinges, sending them flying into the street. We caught some members of the pack lounging about on the plush couches. Nico ran ahead, and I followed. We had the element of surprise. He led the charge into the nightclub, punching one man in the face and sending him crashing into the glass table, while I kicked another into the pole. One man with brown hair scrambled to his feet, and I sent him hurtling back down to the ground.
Big mistake, asshole.
The gang member picked himself off the floor, shards of glass falling from his brown hair. He uttered a massive roar, and his face contorted and burst in bloody gore as his werewolf form emerged from the carnage of torn clothes and blood. I was right. Dane's entourage could shift. There was no need for Nico and me to hold back. I kept my ability to speak and my wits about me, but I still retained my strength and agility as a wolf. I felt an inner growl rip through me as the change took hold of me, clearing my mind of all thought except the thought that brought out our animal side, hunting and surviving. However, something else lurked within. Every heart beat wildly in this place, and I could feel its eclectic mash of rhythm and hungered for them. Don't lose yourself now, you fucker. The entire room was in chaos. Others entered on the verge of transforming themselves. The one who had just been on the couch was now coming straight for me, leaping over the sofa in werewolf form. His massive claws were coming right for me. I dodged them and rammed into his side, crashing him into the wall. I snarled and bit into his neck. Pain shot through my leg. The other was biting me, tearing at the limb with his teeth. I bit harder. I felt the flesh pulling away from my leg, fresh blood gushing out of the wound. It was too much. I let go of the one whose throat I had already ripped apart and turned to the other, who was still gnawing at my leg, and kicked him away before charging after him, slashing at his chest and burying my face in the open wound. The gash in my leg tingled as the nerves mended themselves. Once I came up for air with a mouthful of blood, the other members of the pack who came to help their friends were backing away from me. Hearing the commotion in the lounge, more rushed into the room to help their comrades, and several dropped like flies before they could even get near us. Klaus picked up a wooden table, using it as a shield, and slammed it against the other pack members who got through.
Nico, you said they took your lover? You don't have time to stay here fighting. Let us back you up. Go find him.
He's right. Leave this to us. I agreed.
Thank you.
Nico ran out of the lounge area, passing the crowd into the back rooms where they probably kept the Omegas. I looked Klaus in the eye and nodded. We were going to do it. We were going to take on the whole club, and we were going to win. I punched a bald, tatted-up gang member in the face, and he went down. Klaus followed up with a swift kick to another's gut, knocking him out cold. Klaus punched another in the head, and I took down his partner, coming up from behind with his fangs bared. A body crashed through the glass window and back into the lounge, startling us both, causing us to stumble back from the carnage of glass. It was Nico, covered in wounds and bleeding out, his wolf form slowly transitioning to human. I ran to Nico to see if he was okay when Klaus shouted at me to watch my ass. Sure enough, Dane charged for me in werewolf form. His fangs were large and ready to tear through my flesh. We locked claws.
I knew you'd come to take back your Omega,
he said, almost taking a bite of my ear. We're here for Tobias. Poor Riker. I guess you truly abandoned him. What the hell are you talking about? Our fangs clashed. I stopped once I spotted him hidden in a crowd. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw him. It was Riker.
You should be focused on me.
Dane slashed my face and pounced on me so he could get a good grip on my throat. We struggled for what seemed like ages. I thought I had gotten the upper hand. Riker couldn't have been here. No, I was seeing things.
I got Tobias and Nico. Hurry and kill him!
Klaus shouted through the chaos of the fight.
Stop him!
He suddenly hollered. A flash of silver arced across the room. I didn't have time to react. There was no way I could avoid my fate. A sharp, burning pain exploded in my back, right below my ribcage, and I crumpled to the ground as a human again. It took a moment for me to realize what had happened, and an instant longer to comprehend it. I looked around me to see who could have stabbed me. Even now, as hurt as I was, if I had to tap into the vampire in me to tear their heart out, I would. But the one holding the knife was none other than Riker, my mate. Riker! I wheezed before the darkness took hold of me. Chapter 21. I woke up in the dark. I was inside the cave and the air on my skin was cool. Although I had only been here twice before, the beauty of this underground sanctuary took my breath away each time. I was alive, which was expected given my vampire blood. Unlike what the movies tell you, taking down a vampire would take much more than a stab to the heart. This part of the cave was unfamiliar to me. I sat up and looked around. In the middle, there was a deep, clear pool of water surrounded by a ring of thick moss. Vines and moss covered the walls and shimmered in the torch's light. I put my hand in the pool and splashed water over my face. It felt warm and refreshing. I felt someone behind me.
So you live,
I heard a voice say. The shaman stood by the cave entrance with a torch in his hand. I tried to get up, but my knees were weak, so I gave up and sat back down. Where's Riker? I asked. I must have lost my mind while fighting Dane because there was no way Riker could have been the one who stabbed me.
Fuck him.
I heard Klaus enter behind the shaman. He was bruised and banged up pretty good.
I saw the little bastard knife you.
Don't be stupid, I said. The rage I felt was threatening to spill over me. You saw what you wanted to see. Riker wouldn't stab me. He wouldn't betray me.
Nico would tell you the same thing if he were up.
No, his desire to protect Tobias blinds him. The walls seemed to shake with my words. I felt like I was standing too close to a lightning strike, out of breath and confused.
You may rest here as long as it takes,
the shaman said, leaving us alone.
However, I cannot permit you into the inner sanctuary.
How are Nico and Tobias?
Both are healing, though it may take longer for the Omega to recover. Sometimes mental wounds are harsher than physical ones.
I nodded, and he left. Klaus remained in the room and sat down across from me.
Once you went down, we had to grab you and the Omega and get the hell out of there. We would have died if it wasn't for the finance district's man. Now my head is on the chopping block next to yours. I need to hide out here.
I'm sorry, I said, exhaustion, frustration, and anger filling my voice. I failed.
But it's not a failure you can't recover from.
It wasn't Klaus who said this, but the figure in the room who remained in the dark. Was he Shinzo's man?
My boss has a message to relay. Remain dead. He has work that requires a dead man.
I'm surprised he still wants me to work for him. I failed in killing Dane.
A setback, to be sure, and now Dane will guard himself more fiercely than before and strike back at us all. We must be ready for that moment.
Did you see Riker stab me?
I don't know who that is, but someone stabbed you.
Klaus sighed, but I couldn't just accept this easily. Did he have rusty red hair and tattoos?
Yes.
I slammed my fist against the stone ground. Damn it. What the hell was going on? Was Riker only pretending to love me? Why would he choose Dane?
The blade missed your heart,
he said, remaining in the dark.
But everyone thinks you're dead and gone. Listen to the boss, and do not let emotions rule you. When you rise from the dead like a true vampire, you will become a legend in Wonderland.
Chapter 22. Riker. Weeks later. No matter how hard I scrubbed, I couldn't feel clean. The blood was almost hot on my skin, and I could still feel the blade's vibration tearing through the fabric and slicing into my mate's flesh. Did I hit the heart? There was so much pain and disbelief when he looked me in the eyes. I knew Killian probably despised me for what I'd done, and if Knut held true to his promise to secure my early release, then I may never see Killian again to explain everything I've done and how it was to save him and my family. I don't know what I would do with myself if Killian died because of me. Then, I truly would be guilty of murdering my mate. The water was damn near intolerably hot, and my skin was almost blistering red. Steam rose from the faucet, drifted up to the ceiling, and curled over the lip of the tub. But I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to go back out there into this new world. The banging at the door was just amplifying my headache. I knew who it was before he opened his big mouth.
The bath isn't just for you, dipshit.
The Omega shouting at me on the other side of the door was Marco, Dane's lover, and the one who ruled here, aside from the madam who managed this club and Dane himself. He didn't have to serve anyone anymore. His only job was to attend to Dane's every need. A position that everyone fought for, but could only have one clear winner. Personally, I didn't know how Marco won. He wasn't the most beautiful of the Omegas here. Others were more sensual and breathtaking, with an air of authority around them. They took what they wanted, and they didn't wait for it. Marco looked like a tantrum-throwing child in comparison. He had delicate features and eyes, but his personality was just as fragile and dangerous. He was plain in appearance, neither ugly nor beautiful. His nose was slightly too big, just like his ego. Everything had to be perfect, or he would show his anger. He was the only one who was openly hostile toward me. He was sorely mistaken if he thought I was here to take his place. All I wanted was to get the hell out of here. I finally came out of the shower wrapped in a towel. I wanted to stay in there a moment longer and pretend to be in my world of make-believe rather than face the reality of where I was, but I knew he wasn't going to stop banging on that door until I came out. He placed his hands on his hips, looking me over and scrunching his nose as if I smelled bad.
You really think you're hot shit, don't you? You can just use the bathroom like this and expect not to face any consequences. Unlike you, the rest of us have to work.
Except for you, I replied. Why the hell did I open my mouth? Ugh, I just felt bitchy.
I do my job, looking after Dane, my alpha.
He stressed my alpha, making me roll my eyes before catching myself.
I don't know why so much fuss was made over you. You're not much to look at.
Yeah, they were gonna start an entire war over you.
An angelic man with platinum blonde curly hair said. I forgot his name. He was just an orbiter, not even worth remembering aside from his old world beauty. I saw Penn walk by, keeping his head low. He didn't say anything to me or anyone else in the weeks I've been here. I wanted so badly to talk to him. I tried a few times, but he wouldn't speak to me much. Maybe he just didn't have anything to say. Marco didn't like me taking my attention off of him. Before I knew it, he pushed me against the wall, causing the back of my head to bang against it, which exacerbated my headache.
I want you to beg me and call me master. If you do, I'll let you go to your room. If not, then you'll have to go there naked.
Others laughed, while some stood quietly watching, a typical bullying situation. Even if there were someone here who disagreed, they wouldn't dare speak up and rock the boat. Go fuck yourself. You're just a whore like everyone else, I shot back. That earned me a slap across the face.
Kick his ass!
The angel shouted. I take back what I said about his beauty.
Why the hell are you all lazing about when you should get ready for work?
The madame entered the hall. She was a tall woman who wore a wig that resembled a geisha. Her kimono was red and black with a cherry blossom pattern, very sensual, and amplified her bosom. She was in charge of the business, or at least some aspect. She corralled the workers and even dealt with the clients like a customer service rep, while Dane spent most of his time closed up in his room or office.
Save the spunky attitudes for pleasing your guest.
She grabbed me by the arm like scolding an unruly child and pulled me along to the back rooms, which served as the home for everyone who lived there.
Try to get along with everyone here because you will be here for a long time. With all the trouble you brought to our doorstep, you ought to be lucky I don't have you scrubbing the floors of this establishment.
Where are you taking me?
Dane is still healing from his wounds. You are going to attend to him.
Why me? What about Marco?
Because you can't be sold yet. We haven't appraised your worth, and I can't stand another night of you just sitting in your room feeling sorry for yourself.
She plopped me down on the stool in front of a vanity mirror. 100 costumes and sex toys littered the back area, and rows of vanities where all the workers could doll themselves up for the evening. She stood in front of me and surveyed my face. I don't know if I can do that, I said, feeling sick at the thought of what she was expecting me to do with Dane.
Don't think that mark of yours means anything. We have drugs that can bypass the effects of the mark. You will beg him to please you.
No.
Then get your act together.
She slapped some powder on my face, added a slight blush to my nipples, and then combed my wet hair back. Did she really think I would go in there and sleep with Dane? I'd rather toss myself out the window first. Just the thought of it was making me nauseous. She pulled me out of the chair and led me to Dane's room, up a small flight of stairs to the upper levels of the club. A warm light radiated from a lamp on a table near the couch. It was like a loft apartment with an airy feel, with tall ceilings and the sounds of moving air above us from perhaps a central air unit. If Dane was asleep, then I hoped he remained that way. The madam walked over to the king-sized bed, slapped Dane on the back, and laughed.
I brought you something to take your mind off the pain. It's time to enjoy the spoils of war.
She then turned her focus on me.
Make him happy, or I'll have your tongue scrubbing the lobby floor tomorrow,
she said, pointing at me. I could feel her sharp eyes examining me and making me uncomfortable. The sound of her heels against the hardwood floor echoed down the hall. She left us, heading downstairs. Of course, my wish for Dane to remain asleep wasn't going to come true. This was Wonderland, a place where wishes died.
Get over here.
His scent wafted about the room, a mixture of sweat and body odor. It could have been Killian's mark making him smell so foul to me, or it could have been because he hadn't bathed since the fight. He sat up. Blood from the wound on his abdomen seeped through the bandage. He didn't look like he was doing so well. His skin was pale, and dark bags were under his eyes like he hadn't slept in days, although I had just seen him sleeping. He removed my towel, forcing me to cover myself with my hands. I didn't need this shit. I felt too exposed, and I didn't like this and didn't want to be near him a moment longer. I backed off instinctively. Revulsion took over as he grazed my mark.
Do you know some alphas have a kink for fucking marked omegas? I don't know what it is about it, but they love the rejection and the revulsion you omegas have when another alpha is near you intimately. Lucky for you, I'm not one of them, although you are nice to look at.
He slapped my hands away from my cock, forcing me to expose myself to him.
Why did you do it? Did you hate him that much? Do you think betraying your alpha puts you in my good graces?
I did it for myself. What do you want with me? His thumb rubbed my nipples and I lost my lunch all over his floor. Chapter 23. Dane made me clean up my mess, but fortunately, it wasn't with my tongue, and thankfully he allowed me to return to my room with my towel in place. I passed Penn on his way to his room. I heard the madam shouting at him, calling him worthless, and telling him they almost lost a client because of his melancholy. I followed him to his simple room. The walls were light purple, and there were lily flower patterns on a wall that was slightly peeling off. His bed, like all the beds belonging to those who worked here, was a simple twin size. Everyone mostly decorated their rooms and beds to match their style and personality. Penn's bed was plain with simple white sheets, and so was mine. I closed the door and reached out to hug him before he made it to his bed, but he pushed me off and told me not to touch him. "I'm sorry. I should have asked if you wanted to be touched." I knew how dirty he must have felt. Those men who wanted to rape me made me feel dirty too, but I couldn't possibly compare our experiences because the men in here succeeded, whereas the men who attempted to rape me didn't. I didn't know if someone gave me that bottle or if it rolled to me by some cosmic force or guardian angel, but it was the only thing that saved me that night. "How are you?" I asked.
"Fine."
He nodded, but I could see the sadness in his eyes and the tears welling as he bobbed his head as if trapped by his need to be okay until the dams burst.
"I'm so confused. I hate this. I hate being here. I hate everything about it. I hate how they smell. Yet when they pumped me full of those drugs, I can't help but like it. I think I'm losing my mind. I'm sorry I got you caught. It was because of me, wasn't it?"
"No, it wasn't. I came here willingly."
"But why? Please don't say it was for me. I don't want to think of any Omega subjecting themselves to this just to save someone like me. This is a dog-eat-dog world, so there's no need to fall into their mouth of your own accord. I've always known that the strong eventually gobbles the weak."
"I came here for protection from my alpha." I couldn't tell him the truth. This was the perfect opportunity to spin my lie, just in case that one-eyed bastard guard had a spy listening to every word I said. I wanted to spill everything I was thinking and feeling to him, just as he did to me. "I'm sorry, Penn. I'm so sorry I couldn't be a better friend to you."
"Why? Did he take you by force?"
"No, but my family is in danger, and I needed to betray him to save them. I stole something precious from him, and I needed to get away, and Dane is the only other wolf here who can keep me safe."
"How is stealing something in here going to protect your family? They're on the outside, right? That's what you said."
"Yeah, they are, but someone on the outside took them. That person wanted something my alpha had and wanted to use me to steal it in exchange for their lives." I wiped my tears. Maybe I was putting my foot in my mouth and telling him more than I should, but I hadn't had much time to process Mom's death, and it was hitting me hard. My mom was already dead, and I feared I was making a mistake. "He killed my mom."
"Shit, you mentioned you were framed when we spoke on the boat. I honestly thought you were full of shit. Do you trust this person to let your parents go?"
"I don't trust him, but he wants to secure my early release if I pass on the item. Maybe I can help my dad and brother when I get out."
"Wow, really? You'll be getting out of here then?"
He stared at me, but his eyes were vacant and his lips curled into a smile.
"That alpha you stabbed, was he yours?"
I nodded. "Yeah, stabbing him was the only way. Now I just need to figure out a way to arrange a meeting with that guard."
"What's the plan?"
"I'll show you." We went to my room, a few doors across the hall. I opened the bottom cabinet of the nightstand, and inside a small container, an old box of chocolate cigars was left in the room. I pulled out the fang. "This is it, the lichen fang." I lied. I didn't care if I got out of Wonderland or not, but I knew that if Knut released my family, they would get away from him. We red wolves were good at running and hiding from danger, and I trusted they would be far away from him before he realized the fang was a fake. That is, if he released them the moment he got it. If he didn't, and he kept it long enough to use it, my family was as good as dead. My plan was flawed and relied heavily on many unknowns, but I could save Killian and my family if it worked. Was it wrong for me to wish to rescue both? This was the greatest gamble I would ever take. I hated gambling, by the way.
"What's so special about this smelly fang?"
Penn asked, holding it in his hands. "It's something called a lichen fang. I don't know how it works. Perhaps it's a power that only alphas can unlock, but it's an item that's supposed to give a wolf pack power. He handed it back to me, and I slipped it into the box and put it in the cabinet. We sat on my bed. Penn chuckled a little.
Is it sucky to admit that I'm happy to see you?
I'm happy to see you too. I smiled when he did. This was the first time I had seen him smile since I entered this club. Hey, this doesn't have to be the end. We can still figure a way out of here.
You have a way out of here. I'm stuck here until they use me up and spit me out.
No, I'm gonna help you get out of this club. You just have to trust me and be patient.
It's hard to be patient when you're getting raped every night,
he said bitterly.
Your first night here was spent with an alpha you care about. Even now, you're such a hot commodity that they don't even want to put you up for sale yet, and if this deal of yours goes through, you may actually get out of here unscathed.
The door to my room flew open. It was the madam.
Penn, go to your room. You and I will have a long talk tomorrow about your behavior here.
Yes, ma'am,
Penn said, keeping his tone in that neutral but slightly biting way. He got up and left.
I heard you puked all over Dane's floor, and he should have made you clean it up with your mouth. But whatever, it's time to put you up for auction to appraise your worth.
Auction?
Yes, we have several high-rolling guests here tonight who would like to see the much-talked-about Omega, the mate of a Vey wolf.
I'm not feeling good. The truth and a lie rolled into one.
I don't give a damn how you're feeling.
I grabbed my now clean orange pants when the madam stopped me.
You won't need to wear that.
She tossed a bundle of cloth in her arms in my direction. It was a dark mauve kimono. She stood and watched me put it on, and she didn't bother to give me shoes. Instead, she handed me white tabi socks that separated the big toe. I was so nervous as she led me to the backstage area, like we were going into a dungeon. She guided me to a cage and locked the bars. I couldn't see through the curtains but heard the audience shuffling in their seats. I listened to the curtains open with a clang that echoed around me. There were 2 spotlights trained directly on me. I turned away from them and covered my face. The neon-lit club was packed so much so that men and women stood in the back because they couldn't find a place to sit. The madam slapped the cage with a stick to get me to remove my hands from my face so they could look at me well. This was disgusting. I felt like cattle as they looked over me, appraising me. Their eyes raked over my figure as they blurted out the number of credits they were willing to pay just to have me. Finally, a man near the front row shouted 1,000,000 credits. I couldn't see who he was, and I didn't recognize his voice, but no one dared say a word after he did, and the madam proudly declared him the winner.
Chapter 24. Killian. It was only the Long Beach docks, which weren't much to look at, but it was my first taste of the outside world. However, no matter how beautiful it was to look out at the vast ocean with no beginning or end, I couldn't bring myself to feel anything about it. Before leaving Wonderland, I thought I would feel something, anything, about the sun shining on me from outside of those walls. But there was nothing. Just the hole that Riker left in my chest. The wound was healed save for the scar tissue remaining, but I could still feel the blade inside as if I had never taken it out. That phantom blade was filled to the brim with my bitterness, confusion, and even love. I felt ashamed for admitting that I still loved him and tried so hard to make sense of what had happened. I wanted to believe that his betrayal was for some noble cause, but that was merely wishful thinking. The job that took me to the outside world was a quick job, more like he was testing me than any genuine work. Apparently, Shinzo had been dealing with some scumbag gangster he used to manipulate the real estate market to his advantage. The area Shinzo wanted was an urban cesspool that was riddled with crime. He hired the thug and his gang to wage war against the other gangs in the area. He supplied them with the guns and everything they would need to win. Afterward, they pretended to control the location to lower the value further. Shinzo then buys up the property for the cheapest it's ever been, and the gang mysteriously leaves the area for another, allowing him to send in workers to fix it up, raise the value, and sell the real estate for far more than what he bought it for. I had a sneaking suspicion Shinzo wanted me to kill this guy, but instead of him just outright telling me to kill the gangster, he sent me here to negotiate terms. The thug was angry because he felt as if he was being disrespected by the dragon, and wanted to renegotiate the deal. He wanted more weapons, drugs, and other bullshit that didn't matter. The thug wanted me to refer to him as a lord and bow. I did all he asked and honored his terms for more bullshit. I don't know who Shinzo thinks I am, but I'm not some punk who will lose my temper because somebody's an asshole. I re-entered the prison through a secret entrance known only to Shinzo and those who worked for him. "The job is done," I said once I entered the Dragon's office in the financial district.
Yes, I heard everything went smoothly, and Zed is happy with the new terms.
Stop playing coy. You wanted me to kill him.
I didn't want you to kill him, but I wouldn't have cared if you did. He's a flashy bastard whose head is now too big for his own good. Eventually, someone will get him. If I was desperate for that person to be you, I would have just told you to kill him. But this shows that you're difficult to provoke.
If I was easy to provoke, I would probably be dead in this prison long ago.
Oh, I doubt that. You would have killed many people and been locked away in our maximum security wing instead.
He sat in his executive chair.
So, it's been a few years since you've seen the outside world. Did you enjoy yourself out there?
I wasn't aware that I could.
A part of working for me are the perks of working for me. I didn't give you a time limit for when you should return, because I thought you'd want to see the outside world, go to the city, and have some fun.
There's nothing to enjoy out there.
You should have done some running at least. Shift and stretch your legs. Probably feed.
I'm good. I'm going after Dane tonight.
And I told you that Den is guarded like Fort Knox.
My friends have recovered and are eager to get out of hiding. Even a fancy hiding spot is still hiding.
And I'm sure you wish to kill Dane because you want to get your mate back. I understand, but Dane hasn't let his guard down since the attack. Let his guard drop and then get him. Be patient and wait a while.
Yes, getting my mate back is exactly what I want.
And maybe seeing him right now is not a good thing. You may do something you regret.
I didn't want to hear that shit. I didn't want to lose my temper in front of him, so I tried my best to remain calm. I knew he was right, but the thought of my mate in Dane's arms with Dane's teeth piercing the nape of his neck was driving me insane.
Besides, you may actually see him sooner than you think. I won this mate of yours at an auction. I was thinking of bringing him here to the financial district and making him my personal servant.
Bastard, you're just using us. The only person benefiting from this is you. Don't you dare pretend you're doing any of this for me. I paused when Shinzo held up a handheld mirror to my face. I was half transformed, and I didn't even know it. My skin was so pale I could see the veins. My fangs were out, and a slight mane of hair traveled from my sideburns down my jawline.
Just thinking about your mate has you in this state. You'd probably tear the poor fool apart if you saw the boy again. If Dane gives in to my deal, then the boy would be here and out of the pleasure den, and once I feel you can control yourself around him, I'll give him back to you, and maybe you can use him as your personal servant.
Can I leave now? I didn't want to continue this discussion. Maybe Shinzo was right. What the hell would I do if I saw Riker again? I loved him, but I was angry as all hell and couldn't trust myself to be with him right now. I needed to get away and calm down. Shinzo had given me an apartment in the financial district. It was better to go there and get some rest.
Chapter 25. Riker. I rested in a bed surrounded by satin sheets and stared at the dark painted ceiling. His touch was cold, like a doctor performing an examination, as he languidly glided his fingers up my stomach to my chest. I would have puked then and there if the madam didn't make me skip lunch and dinner. I hated everything about this, and wanted to leave as soon as he was tired of touching me. He didn't say anything to me. It seemed like he was off in his own world as he stroked my body like I was some sort of a cat. Why the hell did he call me in here again? I was sure that after I lost my lunch all over his floor, he'd never want to touch me again. But here he was, feeling me up again, and I tried my best to escape to another world. In this other world, I was walking through a field of flowers, with the sun shining on my face. Killian's country estate was in the distance. I picked up a wildflower and pressed it to my nose, and then the scene changed, and I was surrounded by those flowers as I lay on the ground. The shadow looming over me was a curtain of black curly hair and soulful blue eyes. I reached up to touch his pale skin. I always expected it to be cold to the touch, but he was so warm.
Dinner is ready,
Killian shouted in my face. Huh?
Dinner is ready!
The field of flowers vanished, leaving me back in the dim loft, surrounded by the savory scent of food from below and the nasty pheromones of the alpha, who was resting next to me, but now sitting on the bed facing Marco. I dislike you, Marco, but thank you so much for giving me a reprieve from his smell. It wasn't as if all alphas smelled terrible to a marked omega. It was aroused alphas who smelled bad, and although he showed restraint, he was clearly stimulated by what he was doing.
I told you I'm not hungry,
Dane said to Marco.
But you have to eat. Madam said so, and if I don't get you to do that, then she may punish me.
He replied unconvincingly.
Get out, Marco.
Dane sighed as if he was tired of dealing with the guy. I didn't know what to do, so I just laid there in bed naked and awkward. I hoped he would put me out too. As a matter of fact, I'd be happy to trade places with Marco. That would be killing two birds with one stone.
I'm sick of this!
Marco shouted, and this time I sat up in bed and grabbed my kimono, hoping this could be my chance to get out of there.
Get out of here, Marco, now!
No, I won't. I won't tolerate being tossed aside like this.
Marco wiped away tears from his eyes.
You never spend any time with me anymore. Ever since that fucker came here, you barely come to the club anymore and barely do anything. Do you think he's better than me?
We're not going to talk about this now.
Dane pushed himself up from the bed and groaned as he leaned over to retrieve his shirt from the floor. And then Marco, driven by his high emotions, made a big mistake. He grabbed an item and smashed it against the wall near Dane. I believe it was some sort of ceramic or stone statuette from the pieces exploding across the floor. Dane dropped the shirt, practically leaped across the floor, and grabbed the Omega by the throat, forcing him to fight for his life.
You better be grateful if I don't toss you down these stairs.
Dane shouted in the young Omega's face and let him go.
Out, now, both of you.
Thank the spirits. I got out of bed, slipped on my kimono, and ran out of there. Marco pushed me against a wall while I was on my way down, but I didn't give a damn. I was flying down those stairs to get as far away from that room as possible, and I hoped and prayed that this was the last time he would call me up there. The madam was flying down the hallway herself, but she barely looked at me as she opened several bedroom doors before slamming them shut. She finally checked mine before walking away and allowing me to enter. What the heck was that all about? Was she looking for somebody? Did someone escape? I hoped they got as far away from here as possible if they did. Maybe they knew about the cave sanctuary, where the other Omegas were hiding. I hope they get there safely. I entered my room and fixed my clothes. I wish I had more than this kimono to wear, but it was better than the BDSM monstrosities some of the other Omegas wore. The madame had even given me simple Zori sandals to wear, but I could not wear them in the living area. Only the club and outside. I went to Penn's room to see him, but he wasn't in his room. I checked the kitchen and living room, but he was nowhere to be seen. I waited around the hall for him to come out of the bathroom, until someone else did. It was about 2 hours before the club was opening for the night, so I knew he wasn't with a customer. No? Could he? If Penn escaped from here, why didn't he tell me? Or maybe he found the perfect opening and didn't want to waste it. I couldn't fault him for that, but damn, I wish I was escaping with him, if that's what he's actually doing. Right now, Dane was only interested in stroking my body, but who knew how far this would go and whether or not this would progress to him raping me. There was no way I could let that happen. I needed to find a way to secure a meeting with the one-eyed bastard. I wondered if I should just take a chance and go. Perhaps the chaos of the guards looking for Penn was my chance to escape. If the bastard guard wasn't coming to me, I had to go to him. I opened the box in the nightstand to take out the fang, but it was gone to my shock and dismay.
You bitch!
Marco slammed my door open and stormed into my room. I turned to face him. What the hell do you want, Marco? He came over and shoved me so hard that I stumbled back against the wall beside my bed. The force of his anger pressed against my chest. He was standing over me with murder in his eyes. I pushed him away, and then he hauled off and punched me. I'd never been in a fight before and wasn't really sure how to defend myself. I threw up my hands to protect my face, and he shoved me again. My back hit the wall and I slid down it to the floor. His fists slammed into my arms and my face. I tried blocking his hits, but couldn't get my arms up fast enough. Little spots appeared in my vision. I tried to get away from him, but he was so close I couldn't get any leverage. My head was ringing, and I couldn't breathe. He pulled me up by my hair.
"You little whore,"
he said, his voice barely above a whisper.
"I should kill you right now. You don't deserve to be alive."
His voice was fierce, almost savage. With his face inches from mine, I reached up just enough to bite his lip. He cried out in a muffled scream, but I didn't let go until a piece of flesh ripped away.
"Will you catty bitches stop it?"
The madam burst through the door, and one of her guards grabbed me while Marco held his bloody lip. The madam moved his hands, demanding to see the damage before her wide eyes glanced at me.
"How dare you ruin our merchandise?"
"He started it," I yelled.
"And I will finish it. You know what? I won't finish it. Dane can deal with the two of you since this is all about him anyway."
She threw up her hands and moved out of the way. Dane stood behind her. It was honestly surprising to see him anywhere else but his loft.
Marco, I've given you too much special attention. When you heal, you will be serving customers again. And you.
He said, looking at me.
You'll be attending to me from now on.
"No!"
Marco yelled, and before I knew it, there was a gleam of a sharp blade in the harsh light of my room, but before I could react, a guard had gripped Marco's wrists and twisted it until the army knife fell from his grip. The guard slipped the knife back in his holster. Marco slumped to the floor, screaming and crying in a fit, with blood dripping on the floor.
Lock him in his room and give him some first aid,
Dane ordered before departing. Chapter 26. He took it. I know he did that goddamn son of a bitch, Marco. He just wanted to get back at me for his silly belief that I stole his alpha from him or whatever Dane was supposed to be to him. I wish Penn was here. Maybe together, we could get the Fang back and then get the hell out of here. Perhaps I was just jumping the gun for suspecting that he escaped. What if he didn't, and he was just simply in hiding for the night? The madam tried not to look so panicked the closer it was getting to the club's opening, but when I left my room to do a quiet search for Penn, I noticed she was telling the guards to comb the streets. My stomach dropped when the guard asked to lock down the club to ensure no one could go in or out. And then I felt relief when she stated that she didn't want to alarm anyone. She wanted it to be business as usual. Almost everyone was in a club attending to their clients, which gave me ample opportunity to check each other's rooms, quietly calling out Penn's name, hoping that if he didn't answer the guards or the madam, then at least he would respond to my voice. But he was nowhere to be found. I had to accept the reality that he truly did leave this place. My mind raced, going from one horrifying thought to another. Did Marco really steal the Fang, or was it Penn? No, he wouldn't. The only one who would steal something of mine would be Marco. Shit, I didn't want to continue with these doubts about Penn. When there was no one around to see, I would enter Marco's room to look for the tooth. I tiptoed through the dark hall and pushed open Marco's door. The sight of the boy's body made me gasp. His frail frame was suspended from the ceiling fan. I called out to him and grabbed the tipped-over chair to unfasten the knots of the silk scarf around his neck. His body thumped to the floor, and I got down and immediately started performing CPR. I didn't know how to do it except for what I'd seen in the movies. I pressed my lips against his cold blue ones, gathered as much air as I could, and blew it into his lungs before pressing my palm against his chest, hoping to get at the heart. My hands were trembling like crazy as I struggled to save his life. I just needed to see a sign that he was alive. The son of a bitch made my life hell, or at least he was a part of the hell I lived in. But this wasn't the end I wanted.
"Just what the hell is happening?"
The madam rushed into the room and gasped when she saw Marco on the floor, unresponsive. I stepped away from him and let the madam take over. She pressed down on his chest and his rib cage cracked like a dry twig. She ordered me to breathe into Marco's lungs, but my own breath was erratic, panicked, short, and fast. Finally, he stirred awake. A whiz of breath escaped his blue lips, and with a few coughs, he was alive.
No, I don't want to be alive. Ugh, everything hurts,
he said in a strained, weak voice.
That's because I broke your ribs, goddammit.
Madame huffed before lifting the Omega in her arms and placing him back in bed.
I'll call a doctor to look you over, but at least now you'll be in too much pain to do this again.
You don't seem surprised that he would do something like this, I said, almost accusatory.
He tried to take his life when he first entered the den. It was inevitable that he would try it again. Now please leave. I must get a doc here.
Most of the night was uneventful. Penn never turned up, the guards never found him, and the doc checked up on Marco. But the madame shared nothing with me. It was late into the night, perhaps even early morning. I couldn't tell anymore because I couldn't get any sleep. I needed to know if Marco took the fang. If he didn't, then there was the likely possibility that it was Penn, and I didn't want to accept that lightly. I snuck out of my room and entered Marco's. His room was dark, but not unbearably so. I decided I'd start with his dresser and work my way around.
Get out of my room,
he said. His voice was raspy, and I could hear the whistle in his lungs. Did you take something that belonged to me? A trinket? A fang?
Why the hell would I steal anything from you? Damn loser. You should have just let me die since you're so content to take my place.
I don't want to take your place. I can't stand Dane. Being around him makes me want to vomit. If you have this fang, I'll leave if you give it to me. I'll run away and never return.
Where the hell are you gonna go? God, I hate people like you who think you're above everything.
You're just projecting your own bullshit on me. I never did anything to you. You're just angry because the alpha you want isn't paying attention to you anymore, but that's not my fault.
Do you think I love Dane? Shit, maybe I do. But I'm nothing more than property to him. I see that now more clearly than ever. Just let me wallow in misery by myself. I didn't steal your fucking trinket.
I left his room. It was sinking in more and more that Penn had taken the fang. If he had, then his aim was to take it to the guards, most likely in the hopes that it would be his ticket out of here. I heard the madam drinking in the club lobby. My only way out was another climb out the window, and I was still barely healed from my last venture when I sprained my ankle terribly. But I had no other choice. It was probably too late to reach Penn, but I still had to try. I grabbed the knife from my nightstand cabinet, something I had stolen a while ago. It wasn't much, just a little steak knife, but it was sharp and could cut. My window was near the sign that advertised this place. I believe it was the E in Den. This time if I fell, I probably would do more than sprain an ankle. I'd probably break my whole leg if I didn't break my neck. With nothing else to wear but this damn kimono and Zori sandals, I climbed out the window and was surprised when I was able to make my way down the E and latch on to the fire escape and then take the stairs the rest of the way down. I looked up and marveled at my feet, but didn't get a chance to celebrate for long when a muscled arm wrapped around my neck.
It would seem my brother is losing control of his little business. So many little wolves are escaping tonight.
Chapter 27. Let me go, you sons of bitches, I shouted and kicked and fought, but I couldn't get out of this big man's grip. That woman was the one responsible for what happened to Tobias. I had seen him briefly in the club when I first got there. They were taking him to a back room. When I went to go see him, the madame snatched me up and dragged me away as several men entered that room. They dragged me through a narrow street, and I was afraid of what they would do to me. Now she had me in her grip, and there was nothing I could do but struggle senselessly and look for a way out. They didn't take me back to the brothel. Instead, they were taking me to some shabby red door of what looked like a worn-down apartment building. I was so damn afraid of what would happen when I crossed that threshold, but I didn't leave that brothel empty-handed. I reached for my knife. If I wasn't going to use it now, then I would never use it. Pulling the blade from the inner pocket of my kimono obi, I stabbed the big guy in the throat. My eyes were wide as the warm blood spurted, turning his already reddish beard an even darker shade of red. The woman reached for me, and I pulled the knife out of his throat, causing blood to gush everywhere, and slashed wildly in the air like a crazed fiend, not knowing what the hell I was doing or if I was even going to hit her. Still, I managed to hit her. I sliced her in the eye and she stumbled back, her body flailing wildly as she followed her instincts to kill me. I ran away from that threshold and through the narrow streets as fast as I could. I needed to get to the guard station. I didn't know where it was located unless it was near the front gate where we entered the city. I wasn't sure. I just knew that that's where most of the guards were, so I aimed to get there if I could somehow find my way to the main road. But that plan was dashed when I thought of it, because someone else grabbed me.
You fucking Omegas are making my job difficult. Why can't you all just stay put?
The man who held me was the brothel guard. I had seen him before, the one Marco had taken the knife from. He bitched about how this was his unlucky night since taking over. We weren't far from the brothel, and he was taking me back to that house of horrors. But I stopped him. At least I resisted as much as possible until I said in a husky voice, "How about we go somewhere else for the night and have our own fun?" I sucked at flirting, but with the way everyone was fighting over me, I must be handsome in some manner, and I hoped to use that to my advantage right now. I skated my hand over his broad chest to test the waters, but he was not having it. He slapped my hand away.
How about you just stay put and make my job easier? Maybe then I wouldn't mind taking you for a ride, but if you think I'm going to trust you when you're covered in blood, think again.
He escorted me back inside and whispered harshly for me to get back to my room, wash the blood and wash the kimono. He didn't want any word of my disappearance getting back to the madam. If it did, he would take me for the ride of my life, and he guaranteed that it would be my last. I did as he said. I washed my kimono and showered before bed, but there was no way I could get any actual sleep. I was worried about Penn, but also angry with him because he reminded me there are no true friends in a place like Wonderland.
Get up! Your job this morning is tending to Dane. Head to the kitchen to pick up his breakfast, clean his room, and tell him to stop lazing about.
It was morning, and I must have gotten some sleep because the sun streaming through my window surprised me. The person ordering me about was none other than the madam. I got up, brushed my teeth, cleaned up, slipped on my now clean kimono, and did as I was told. On the platter were a cup of coffee and a plate of food shielded by a silver dome. I brought it up, set it on his kitchen table, and told him it was breakfast before picking up some of the clothes he had tossed across the floor. He had finished his shower, and I noticed the bandage around his abdomen was no longer there. The wound that Killian left had healed, although it left a scar. After cleaning up, I didn't know what else to do, so I stood there like a servant waiting for my next orders. I prayed that it had nothing to do with me taking off my clothes and having him feel me up. I didn't eat anything, but I was already getting sick just thinking about it.
Go ahead and sit down,
he said, which confused the living hell out of me. He then pointed at the chair by the table and said,
Have a seat. Go ahead and eat it. I'm not going to have you remove your clothes anymore.
Thank the spirits, I mumbled, and I reluctantly sat down and lifted the dome, revealing a standard breakfast of sausages, eggs, and toast. I looked at him again for confirmation. He stood there and gestured at the plate, waiting for me to eat it. For a moment, I wondered if this guy was trying to poison me. I mean, if he wanted me dead, then he could just go ahead and kill me. What was the point of doing all of this? Did I do something wrong? I asked, thinking that he must have found out about my escape and injured his sister. She must have come to him and told him what I had done.
The food is clean,
he huffed.
I'm not the monster you must think I am.
You had a friend of mine raped in your club. As a matter of fact, 2 of my friends, and who knows how many more. How many Omegas want to work for you, Dane?
If they didn't work for me, what else would they do? You tell me, Omega. Most of them wouldn't survive 2 seconds out there in the city on their own. Most of them would end up a whore to some gang and get raped every night. Under me, they have room and board, hot food, and medical care here. They're well taken care of. For instance, you are a prime example of how well we take care of our Omegas here.
What the hell are you talking about?
You think you've been so mistreated here, but have we sold you to anyone? The most I've ever done was touch you, and why shouldn't I? I nearly died trying to acquire you. I should do more to you, but I won't. When an Omega is with child, we do everything we can to ensure they are as comfortable as possible. Sure, we still run a business. We'll do what we can to assess your worth, which is why we had you auctioned, but we didn't take the deal that was offered to give you to some dragon to have him use you. We also won't force you to have an abortion.
I gripped my stomach. I couldn't believe the words I was hearing now.
You can abort if you wish. If not, your child will be sent outside the brothel to live. Then we will put you to work.
I ignored everything else he was saying to me. He may as well have been talking to a brick wall.
Chapter 28. Killian. My apartment was in the heart of the financial district. The skyline was more beautiful than I had imagined. I could even see the wall separating us from the outside world, a reminder that this was no ordinary city but a prison, built to keep inside beings more powerful than any human could ever imagine. I never slept in my bed. I spent most of my days staring at the world from the floor-to-ceiling window. Tobias and Nico had the pleasure of sharing that bed, and Klaus had claimed a second bedroom for himself. We moved out of the caves to keep the people living there safe. It turned out that they didn't care much for having a bunch of beaten-up men from outside their sanctuary residing within it, even if we were kept separated. Smart bunch, they didn't live for as long as they did in their little paradise by trusting everyone who entered it. Nico and Klaus had already removed the few vagabonds who had taken up residence inside my church. They then boarded up the windows and doors to prevent others from entering. And they picked up my pet mice for me. The safety of the people within the sanctuary would be better if no one else lived there. I didn't know what Tobias was cooking, but it smelled nice, just like the holidays when he and Nico invited me to their home for Thanksgiving dinner.
Food will be done soon.
Tobias came over and said, breaking me from my thoughts, "You're going all out."
Of course I am. It's Thanksgiving. That Shinzo guy gifted us a turkey. We can have Thanksgiving with a real turkey instead of whole chickens.
My eyes darted as if I had somewhat awakened from a dream. "It's Thanksgiving?" I asked, trying to think of how much time had gone by. Ever since Riker came into my life, I overlooked the time.
Yeah, it is. And Christmas will be right around the corner. I'm considering asking that Shinzo guy if we could leave Wonderland to go Christmas shopping. Wouldn't that be crazy? We should use up this guy's good graces while we're still in them, you know.
Maybe I'll ask him. He remained silent for a moment, and after a beat he sighed and spoke.
I loved picturing cute little moments between the two of you. But when that shit was happening to me, all of those cute moments I had pictured between you two flew out the window. And I hated Riker so much I wanted him to take my place.
His words surprised me. With how quickly he seemingly recovered from his ordeal, I didn't think he harbored any resentments, but maybe he was just a damn good actor.
But hating him is stupid since I got involved even when Nico warned me not to. I helped so many Omegas to that sanctuary. Even with all the heat on him, I thought I could help him too. I wanted one more Omega to feel the same peace I did.
Once Dane and that bitch of a sister of his are dead, we'll all get a little more peace. I'm trying so hard not to think about Riker or anything. The only thing that matters is bringing you guys the peace you deserve. I have the power to make that happen, yet all I've been doing is running away from it. I wished for so long that I was a normal wolf. All I wanted was to be Elias Moonstrider's real son. But I'm not, and I need to find a way to be open to using my curse.
Now that's more like it.
Nico sauntered over.
Who the hell cares what Shinzo wants us to do? I want Marion dead and us to return to our lives.
Right on, brother.
This time it was Klaus who spoke up. He was lounging on the couch with open snacks around him.
This part of the city is a little too clean for me. A little too deviously clean.
Our last fight was pathetic because I didn't feed. If I tap into that strength, I will have enough power to leave this place and never return. There wouldn't be a damn thing Shinzo or anyone else could do about it. I'm sick and tired of feeling sorry for myself and squandering the sacrifices my father and those who followed him made for me. What type of alpha am I that I allowed my mate to leave me and stab me in the heart?
Now, I like to hear this type of talk.
Klaus turned off the TV. I need to learn how to be a vampire. Tonight, we head out. But I need to be alone for a while. I need to move like a vampire, stalk the streets like a vampire, and kill like a vampire. You two hunt down Marion so we can pay her a little visit. That will at least be one name we can knock off our list. I wish I had my original black coat, but I had left it at the church. No, Riker was wearing it when he stabbed me. But I managed to secure a new one through Shinzo. It was getting colder, but everyone was out. It was after Thanksgiving, and even in Wonderland, the shopping frenzy of Black Friday was on. The stores were still lit up and packed full of customers, and damn near every vendor stall was full of hungry guests. I had made a few mistakes while prowling the streets. A few scattered souls noticed me here and there. I retreated smoothly into the shadows each time. I was a novice, pure and simple. I never had to hide, never had to stalk the streets silently, and never had to beguile someone and pull them into the darkness and feed on their blood. I wanted to live as a wolf, which I've always done. I needed a vampire mentor to take me on, but vampires never came to Wonderland, and if they did, they were so goddamn good at this that no one knew they were here. I saw a young prostitute, a boy with black painted lips and crusted nail polish. He didn't wear a coat, and I could tell he was cold as hell. But a heavy coat wouldn't entice the hungry eyes of a man or woman looking to get their rocks off. He looked almost too young to be out here, like one of the kids who should have been escorted out of prison but somehow evaded the guards before falling through the cracks. "How old are you?" I asked the boy, keeping my voice soft and soothing.
"If you have to ask, I'm perfect for you."
"Go home," I said, walking away. I couldn't believe what I was about to do, shit I was about to feed on that boy. He probably has a family still locked away in this prison. Maybe he's selling himself to help them out. But then what type of parent will sell their fucking kid to save their own ass? Whenever I find that rare lonely person near the perfect spot to feed, I lose my nerve and start thinking about their family, situation, or why they are here in Wonderland. Could they be innocent? Damn it, Killian. You gotta stop doing this. I needed a different perspective on this. I watched the nearby butcher string up a dead pig and slice down its belly, spilling its guts into a bucket. Do I think about its family and friends and the life it wished to live? Of course not. It was food and meant to be eaten. I was getting hungry. Just the thought of drinking dried my lips and made my throat parched. And then I saw him. His hair was short and neat, but the same russet red color as Riker's. He wasn't as beautiful. His nose was a little big and slightly off-centered. Someone must have punched him in it, and his lips were too big. He noticed me watching him and smiled delightfully. If he was a prostitute, he knew his craft well. I locked eyes with him and didn't turn away this time. I wanted to see those golden orbs that stood out in the darkness but were light brown, like amber.
"I never go with anyone without initial payment,"
he said. I slipped him a wad of money, and he took it and guided me away from the shopping crowd, away from the smell of roasting meat and rotting flesh of a dead pig, and into the dark alley. We turned a corner until we reached a dead end. I moved fast to strike out the harsh yellow light above us, and I knew it just looked like the light had blown out to him.
"I hope you blow my mind as much as we're already blowing out these lights."
He giggled and wrapped his arms around me.
"Let me look at your face. You seem like you would be just my type."
We locked eyes once more, and he suddenly stopped talking. He couldn't take his eyes off of me, and before me I saw a haze of red. He blinked and looked away. I lost him. He turned back to look at me. This time his eyes were wide with horror.
"Oh my God, I've seen you before."
I gripped him by the hair, yanked his head back, and sank my teeth into the artery. The blood gushed into my mouth like a dam bursting, hot, warm, fragrant, and sweet as the candy I knew he had eaten just before I approached him. The blood mingled with the Thanksgiving meal I had earlier, and although I was full, I kept taking what I wanted. I wanted him to die. I wanted the person who saw me like this to disappear. He beat against me before attempting to conjure an ice spell, freezing the tips of my hair and nipping at my skin until the magic waned, and his arms fell limp at his side. I felt his last breath, which was as cold as his ice spell. His magic was weak because of the band. He probably could have killed me without that handicap. I felt warm, and I hated myself for taking that from him. The strength surged through me as if two hearts beat within me instead of one. I wanted to vomit, but I kept my hands over my mouth, forcing it back down. I needed to get out of here. I left the dark alley, headed back onto the main road, and kept my face covered as much as possible until I reached the entertainment district. I could smell Klaus and Nico on the roof across from the brothel, and I latched onto the brick and climbed as fast as I could, almost scaring them once I reached the top.
Holy shit, I thought somebody got the drop on us,
Klaus said, beating his chest.
You look different. Slightly less pale, if that's possible for you,
Nico said, looking me over.
So I take it you did the deed?
Klaus asked nonchalantly. I nodded and joined them. I noticed the guards stationed outside the pleasure den prowling along the streets. I was lucky they didn't see me.
Shinzo was right,
Nico said, gesturing towards the street below.
This place is guarded like Fort Knox.
Look at that.
Klaus pointed at the apartment not too far away from the club. The coroners were bringing out a body and they didn't bother to bag them. The meat on the slab was the big Viking covered in blood.
Who the hell took out that big son of a bitch?
Klaus asked, remarking about how he wanted to fight him again.
Where are you taking me?
That familiar voice threw me off, and I focused on the figures coming out of the club. It was one of the guards escorting Riker out. His garment was hanging off his shoulder, and I could still see my mark. I wanted to sink my teeth into it. The image of the man I had killed earlier was juxtaposed with Riker.
Get it together, Killian,
Nico warned. I watched the guard with the eye patch toss Riker into the back seat and drive away.
Chapter 29. Riker. I couldn't believe what was happening. The madam was standing there in the living room, staring at me with that passive look on her face. Next to her was the one-eyed asshole, his scar as dark as ever, grinning at me. I wanted to punch him in that big hole, but knew it would be useless. Instead, I turned to the madam, pleading with my eyes. No one said anything when the one-eyed bastard grabbed me by the arm and dragged me outside. I didn't have time to react before he picked me up and hurled me inside the backseat of his squad car. If Penn had made it to the guard and struck some kind of deal with them, there was the chance that they had realized that the Fang was a fake. Perhaps he was taking me somewhere to torture or kill me. I imagined my body getting tossed into the cold ocean abyss, never to be heard from again. If I pleaded for my child's life, would they even listen? My heart sank because I knew the answer already. I had to figure a way out of there, but the back doors wouldn't open. The terrifying realization of my doomed fate washed over me. This was it, Riker, the end of the line. I had no more escape plans and tricks up my sleeve. I only wished I could spend my last moment with Killian to tell him I was pregnant with his child. I thought of him so much that his resinous scent seemed to follow me. But that was perhaps the ultimate wishful thinking. Once again, I wanted Killian to save me, but I knew that would not happen. The large, ominous black gate swung open when we approached, and he veered the vehicle down a narrow road until we reached a large building that resembled a medieval castle. The mean-looking guard dragged me from the squad car without letting me get my bearings. I didn't even have shoes, just pajama pants that the madam had given me to sleep in. The guard walked me down a long corridor of iron bars. Each made an ice-crackling cold noise when it scraped on the stone floor. There was an entrance to a cell at the end of the hall. Inside the spacious room was another row of iron bars. While flipping through a novel, a guard on duty watched us as we approached. The cells were empty, save for one. Inside was a cruel sight. Penn's pale hair was caked with blood, and his body was broken in an ugly heap on the floor. His face was swollen and nearly unrecognizable. I gasped at the sight of him. "What did you do?" I shouted at the one-eyed bastard, but he didn't say anything as he opened the cell and tossed me inside. The metal doors clanged shut and locked with a loud, grinding clunk.
The bitch likes to bite people, so he got exactly what he deserved.
The bastard finally replied. I crawled over to Penn to check on him and see if he was still breathing, and much to my relief, he was still alive, but only barely. His breathing was shallow and labored. "It's going to be all right," I said, trying to soothe him.
No, it won't.
He coughed.
I'm sorry I took your fang. I just wanted to get out of here. You know how it is. I can't take this place anymore. You shouldn't worry about me. I'm a terrible friend.
I looked behind me and saw the guard, who was a few feet away, speaking to the one who was reading. I turned my attention back to Penn. When you gave him the fang, what did he say? What happened?
I asked for my freedom, and he laughed at me. The thought of not getting out of here drove me insane, so I took a chunk clean out of his forearm, and then he beat my ass until I finally couldn't hold on anymore.
I stopped talking once I noticed the guard was coming over. Whoever he was talking to had left, though. He turned slightly, just enough for me to see the wicked grin on his face before leaving us alone.
Just look at you. You keep proving time and time again that you belong here. As beautiful as you are deadly,
the bastard said. What are you talking about? I stood up but didn't approach the bars. I didn't want to be anywhere near him.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. It was you who did the job on that big guy last night, in addition to killing your own mate. So far, 2 alphas are dead and gone because of one little omega.
I doubt I'm here because I'm a killer.
No, you're not. You're here because despite how dangerous you are, Canute still wants you, and he's on his way to the island as we speak to claim his prizes.
He held up the fang, inspecting it.
Although I wonder if I were to claim this for myself, how powerful could I be?
He smiled at me.
Maybe if I figured out how to use this thing, I could take over the Moonstrider and make it the most powerful it's ever been. But it seems old Canute doesn't trust me. He has his own little spies among the guards watching me. I would probably have to take them out if I did use it. Maybe you could help me with that. Then when Canute comes here, nobody can help him.
I'm not helping you do shit. I gave you the fang. Whatever you alphas do with it has nothing to do with me. I just want my family released. I hoped he would tell me they were, but he gave me a hard stare as if he was sizing me up and wondering what to do with me. The last thing I wanted was to be caught up in a power struggle between 2 alphas over a fake magical fang.
You know you have no alpha, you have nothing, and if I take the time to listen oh so quietly, I can hear the rapid beat of a tiny heart. Any alpha who wants to claim you will need to rip that whelp from your womb. But what if I granted you the gift of allowing you to birth it? I'll let you have a final goodbye before giving it a humane death, and as my mate, you will live on the island with the other families, while I prepare to ascend to the mantle of leader. Now how about that?
I spat on the ground. I would rather bite my tongue and choke on my own blood before I bed you or Knut. He chuckled.
Too bad, but thank you for making my decision easier. You see, it's been a while since we've had 2 Omegas locked in here. Dane is far too strict with what we can do to the Omegas under his roof, but here, no compromises need to be made. The other guards were pressuring me to let them have a little fun with the 2 of you. I was keeping them at bay, but it looks like I don't have to anymore.
His laughter sent a chill down my spine.
Chapter 30. Killian.
Great,
Klaus said with a snort.
You want to go after them?
Don't even try to lie about it.
Nico shook his head in disgust.
Go after him and get him back. Kill him, whatever it is you gotta do to get it out of your system. I can handle Marion. Besides, this is my revenge, not yours.
I'm sorry.
Don't be, damn it. Like I said, I can handle Marion. Go get your mate.
At least we still get to fight, because if we had to go back to that clean-ass district, I was going to lose my damn mind.
Klaus slammed his fists against each other, blood pumping and ready for battle. I bit back my emotions as I began running. As I sped off toward the guards' barracks, my feet pounded through the blackness. It was almost too easy to sneak into the perimeter and get close to the gate undetected. I pressed my back against the stone wall and thought of a plan. That guard was treating him like a prisoner, but why? Maybe Dane had given him up to these guards for a night of pleasure. For all I knew, Riker was simply doing his job as a whore working for Dane. But I couldn't overlook the look of fear in his eyes. He didn't look like he wanted to go. Would it stop you from saving him if he wanted to come here? No. I closed my eyes and whispered softly to my inner wolf. I was determined to save Riker, but I knew if I was ever near him again, I feared my anger would become uncontrollable. My feelings for him were a knot of anger and sorrow that had begun to twist in my gut. Don't think about that now, I thought as I clenched my fists and marched deeper inside. The thought of those bastards putting their hands on him was simply unbearable. I quickly moved to the shadows and ducked behind the nearest outcropping. The spotlights, shining down from their mountings on the corners of the wall, illuminated the prison yard but didn't reach the nearby shadows. I crouched low and waited for a lone guard to pass by. I could smell the guard's cologne, a musky fragrance that masked his natural scent. I felt his heartbeat quicken, then fade. I meant to choke him until he passed out, but I felt his bones break quickly. His hard body crumpled like a dead fish in my grip. "Shit," I whispered. The man was a shifter, most likely a tiger, and shifters were certainly hardier than humans, and yet I broke him like a toy figure. Is this what it's like for a freshly fed vampire? I put on his uniform, along with the helmet and scarf they covered their mouth with. I followed Riker's waning scent until it grew strong as ever, coming from a building in the heart of the barracks. A couple of guards walked out of the building laughing. The scent of blood and fear cloaked them like a shawl. My mate's scent intermingled with his blood and their rotten smell of arousal. My wolf flinched, and I bit back a snarl. He ached to be free and tear their souls from their bodies. I couldn't lose control now. Not when we were so close to our goal. I needed to be in control of our actions, so that we could claim what was ours. The guards that walked out the door dropped their bravado when I approached. Their instincts told them something was wrong despite the uniform I wore. They were right, as this was their last night on Earth.
Riker. I couldn't feel anything, not the cold, hard floor beneath me. It was as if it didn't exist, and I was back in that field of flowers with the sun blazing down on me from above, kissing my skin in gold and making it warm. I let out a wistful sigh, and a fleeting moment of happiness touched my lips like a spring breeze. The smell of Killian filled my nose, and his all-encompassing presence filled my heart. I felt every inch of his warmth against me, and knew our bodies could never be parted. Even if the universe fell apart, even if time ceased to exist, this feeling would last a lifetime. In the distance, I heard a bone-chilling scream that seemed to get closer and closer, like a dark cloud signaling the coming rain. Blood coated my skin, and I could feel it in my hair, thick like molasses. I could smell its clotted, greasy aroma. I awakened from my beautiful dream world where I was safe to the cold, dark reality of where I truly was, which was behind these bars, laying in a pool of blood that I thought for a moment was mine, but it wasn't. My face hurt from the blows of the guards' batons. They had beaten me until I gave in and let them. Those once sneering, haughty faces were contorted in pain, fear, and anguish, and the one making them feel it was my alpha. The wild darkness that once stalked his warm scent ran free. He stood almost 7 feet tall on his hind legs, taller than any normal wolf. His claws tore through the smaller ones like a hot knife through butter. The one-eyed bastard's body was pressed against the bars, as if he could slide through the gaps if he could. He was on the radio calling for backup. I slipped back on my kimono, tying the obi all wrong and haphazardly, and reached for his keys. When his trembling hands reached for the gun in his holster, I grabbed his arm, causing the weapon to discharge, drawing Killian's attention. Like a crazed, unhinged animal, he leaped across the room before the bastard could shift and tore through him, spilling his entrails on the floor. I tried to make eye contact with Killian and speak to him, but more guards were coming. A vanguard squad of shifters entered the fray, and behind them was an entire team of fully armed and armored men and women ready to put him down. Killian tore through them as if they were nothing. Was there anything left of my mate inside? Penn coughed up blood. Nothing good would come of staying here, at least not with Penn in such bad shape. I feared this was the end for Killian, and if it was his end, then it was mine too. I had failed at everything I set out to do. My dad and brother were likely already dead. I just didn't want to face that reality. And now my actions led to the inevitable death of my mate and the only man I'd ever loved. He won't go alone. Perhaps this was meant to be our fate since the very beginning. There was no place in this world for a Veywolf. I opened the cell and wanted to fly into Killian's arms, but I resisted. I needed to get Penn to safety, and then I would come back to be with Killian. My last act on this earth would be kindness. And after the hell Pen and I faced here together, I couldn't leave his fate in the air. Just hang on. I wish I could speak to my inner wolf, but that was impossible in my weakened state and with the silver band on my wrist. But I didn't need to. We were of one body and mind and would leave this world in our mate's arms with no regrets. Pen's clothes had been torn completely off, but he was too far gone to care. My own body was tired and broken and weak, but I mustered the last ounce of strength I had to get Pen up. I took him to the bastard's car once we reached the outside of the building and tried every key I could until one finally worked. I wasn't a perfect driver, but I managed to haul ass through the front gate as more cars entered. Just hang on, Killian. I will return. Driven by curiosity, the prisoners crowded the streets near the barracks and damn near blocked the road. But I was prepared to run over every single last one to get to my destination. Thankfully, I didn't have to, as they dove out of my way. I reached as close to the church grounds as I could and shuffled through the glove compartment until I found that pheromone eliminator the bastard used the last time he was here. I dragged Pen to the church, but much to my horror, the doors and windows were boarded up. "No!" I shouted, and sat Pen down before struggling to free the boards. This took up more time than I intended, but I managed to pull away enough to where we could get through. Then I slammed the last board against the window, completely breaking it into pieces. The church was even darker and more desolate than before, and the candles' lights were extinguished entirely. I opened the hatch and dragged Pen to the hole. There was no way I could carry him down, so I mentally crossed my fingers and pulled his feet first to the hole. "Listen, Pen," I said, trying to get him to muster the strength to latch onto the ladder. "You have to grab the ladder. I can't carry you down." He mumbled something incoherent. There was no other choice but to try to get him down without him breaking his neck. I dragged him further to the hole, getting him down until I held him by his hands and then let him go. "Pen, are you still alive? Please say something." I could barely see until someone shined a flashlight on Pen's body. I saw another checking up on him and was relieved to hear him mumble something about his hand. "Please take care of him. I'm spraying an eliminator so no one can track us here." I didn't bother to get their response. I needed to get back to Killian before it was too late, and I trusted the shaman and the people there. They protected one another. At the barracks. 2 guards in riot gear flanked the gate and watched the street. A voice from a megaphone rumbled down the road and echoed off buildings, warning the prisoners not to approach. Naturally, I had no intent on listening, and I hoped that a squad car barreling through was enough to shock them before they noticed I was inside. But you know me, and plans never end well. I hit a small barrier once inside and lost control. The car shuddered as it grazed against the side of a building as I struggled to keep it under control. I careened onto the yard and crashed into a wall. My head bumped against the driver's window, and the frame bent slightly. Dazed, I climbed out, my head ringing and blood stinging my eyes.
"Put your hands up!"
Someone behind me yelled, but I didn't stop. My eyes were blurry, but I could see the door in front of me through the blur. Killian's scent was woven through the air like ragged strands, and each led me down a different corridor of that prison of horrors, and the deeper inside I went, the clean, tiled walls became coated with blood and splatters of gore. With each step, I anticipated finding him around the next bend. His scent intensified as I approached an opened, barred door at the end of the corridor, surrounded by guards, but they didn't look to be fighting. They merely stood in a circle and watched. And that's when I noticed that Killian was in human form again, his naked body held down by chains of light. He looked at me with bloodshot eyes, his face beaten and bruised beyond recognition. And yet, even in this state, he still managed to give me a weak smile.
I didn't kill you,"
he whispered hoarsely before resting his head on the bloody floor in exhaustion. Someone grabbed me before I could reach him. "Killian!" I shouted, hoping he could hear my voice. I sensed the tingle of magic. A woman approached, her curly sepia hair braided like a Greek goddess, and smooth, tawny skin glistened in the harsh lights of the room. She looked wholly out of place here. My head felt heavy, and my limbs too. until I could no longer kick and struggle in the arms of the figure who gripped me like a vice. "Killian," were my final words. Chapter 31. A heavy gray rain fell through the sky. Though it wasn't night, it might as well have been. I ached from my head to my toes and felt as if my entire body was being pulled apart in every direction. I couldn't believe it when I opened my eyes and found myself in a big bedroom. When I lifted myself from the bed, I felt like I had been run over by a freight train. My muscles screamed at me with each movement, but eventually, I managed to get to my feet. Everything hurt. If this wasn't real and was some nightmare, then at least it was consistent. The furniture was blocky with sharp, angled edges. The walls were beige and shades of gray mixed in with the overall furniture, curtains, and design, giving this spacious room a modern, contemporary feel. I was dressed in a black silk tunic with gold trim, not much of an upgrade from the kimono, but it would have to do. I tiptoed to the dark gray steel door but didn't open it once I heard voices on the other side.
"This is what I get for taking a chance on a Veywolf."
My eyes widened with fear because that wasn't Killian's voice. I didn't know who this person was.
"Investors are unhappy, and the Dragon Council is now breathing down my neck. Wonderland was supposed to be an easy stepping stone."
You lost control because you wanted to push me out. This is the price you pay for trying to get the upper hand over someone.
Now that voice I knew well enough to know it was Dane's.
"The entertainment district is still yours. I'm man enough to admit defeat. Killian is locked away in maximum security. Since he isn't a true vampire, I'm confident I can contain him."
"And the Omega?"
"It was wise of you to finally accept my offer for him. The thought of vampires with the capability to breed is troubling for the Dragon Council, and having Lorek's son and grandchild under our control is a boon. Too bad the son is too unstable to use. I had big plans for him. Perhaps the child, if raised properly, would be far better than the father."
The rest of their conversation was uneventful. Dane was happy to get his money, and I heard his steps retreating alone. I tried to look for anything I could use as a weapon, but there was nothing in here. Even the lamp was mounted to the wall. I didn't want him to know that I had heard a word they had just said, so I dashed onto the bed and quickly pulled the covers over me as if I was still asleep.
"I can hear your heartbeat and smell the fear on you, Omega."
I pulled the covers down. The jig was up, and there was no use in pretending anymore. He looked like someone important, almost as if he expected me to bow. Even if I knew who the hell he was, I wouldn't have done that. He certainly wasn't human, but I couldn't tell exactly what he was. Perhaps he was a dragon, judging by what I heard, but then again, almost everyone answered to the Dragon Council. "Who are you?"
"Someone who paid a lot of money for you. That's who I am, but you can call me Shinzo. I run the financial district. You're in my apartment here in the city. You no longer have to live in the slums surrounded by swine. You have good food, and even a servant who will constantly watch over your care to ensure you birth a healthy child."
I heard what you said. He looked at me as if he could give two shits about what I had heard.
"I'm sure you did. And if you weren't pregnant, you'd be a whore at the bottom of this prison. You know there are far worse places that exist here than the pleasure den. I would have you serving men with such horrifying appetites. It will make you piss your pants, just thinking about it."
"I won't let you use my child," I said, unwilling to let him intimidate me.
"What exactly could you do to stop me?"
He scoffed.
"Lunch will be ready soon, and I advise you to eat it like a good little doggy, and don't bring me as much trouble as your lover did."
Killian was only trying to save me. If I'm such a prized investment, didn't he do a good job? Those guards would have done more than just hurt me. They probably would have killed me. And you're punishing him for it? He laughed and pointed at me as if I had told a funny joke.
"Well, I see why Killian is so crazy about you. You really do know how to weasel your way out of almost anything. You survived by latching on to him, and when he proved unreliable, you went behind his back to see if you could strike a better deal. You are raw and untrained, but I can spot talent when I see it, even when it's a little rough around the edges. You don't have to be discarded. You are young and beautiful and an Omega. You may even be free from this place if you worked for me and trained with the best.
If I'm also willing to allow you to have my child as a lab experiment or a dog to put on a leash.
Is it wrong for an investor to expect a return on that investment?
What will happen to me after I give birth and refuse to work for you?
The leader of the Moonstrider pack is here to pick you up along with some trinket of his. Of course, I can't hand you over until after you've given birth, but so far, he's open to negotiation.
Shit, Canute was here. I had to think of something to say to turn the tide in my favor. Why are you honoring his agreement? Canute despises dragons and wants nothing to do with your kind. If you think he will be a better choice over Killian, you're sadly mistaken.
Oh, I really like you. Whether he likes me or not means nothing. I have what he wants and will do as I say to get it.
I laughed. He doesn't have the power to do whatever it is you want, even if you gave him the fang. He allowed a servant to come in, a sizable, muscled woman dressed in all black, wheeled in a silver tray full of food that smelled divine. He turned to leave, and I just couldn't let him go. I had to make him pay attention to every word I had to say. Kinnut isn't the true leader of the Moonstrider pack. That honor belongs to Killian. Do you even know how that pack became as powerful as it is? Only the chieftain has a specific power to make it possible. Without it, they are about as powerful as any run-of-the-mill wolf pack. I hate to break it to you, but you're buying a dud. And once the other wolves realize Knut is worthless, they will turn on him like jackals. Killian is the only one with the power they need, and Knut doesn't even know what the hell it truly is. If you don't believe me, then you should ask Killian yourself. If it's a powerful pack you want, Killian is the only one who can give it to you. If you would just let me see him and talk to him and try to explain everything, then we will work with you. And if Killian turns out to be useful, then there is no need for you to come after our child.
As if I would believe the words of a desperate Omega who will say anything to save his alpha and child. Eat and get strong.
He walked out the door, leaving the woman alone with me. She held up her hand and conjured a small fireball as a warning not to try anything. I crumpled onto the bed, defeated.
Chapter 32. Killian. I had really stepped in it now. All my rage, pain, and suffering were driven into those guards. I just wanted to keep killing, and the more I killed, the less I thought of Riker. Through my peripheral, Riker was running away, but I wasn't sure if he was successful at getting away from me, and the thought that I had killed him sent me into a tailspin. All I had left was to kill as many as possible before I met my fate. You have no idea how relieved I was when I saw him again, alive and unharmed by me, though his face was swollen from the beating he had taken at the hands of the guards. I dreamed of him often while locked away in this room. I dreamed of him walking through that heavy steel door and holding me in his arms. Whatever anger I had towards him, along with doubts and confusion, dissipated, and it was just the two of us in our own world that no one could penetrate. The room I was locked in had nothing in it, just one of those old Japanese floor toilets. The walls were made of silver with magic symbols carved into it, which shimmered and pulsed like a heart beating. This must be some sort of maximum security confinement, although I couldn't hear any other prisoners aside from me. Unless these incantations on the walls prevented me from hearing anyone outside of my room. There was nothing else to do except close my eyes and dream of Riker. Here, there was no shame in wanting him, and no anger at his betrayal. Or maybe I had just given up on trying to understand what was going through his mind. It wasn't as if I would ever get an answer on why he stabbed me in the back. The tingling sensation of magic snaked around me, and before I knew it, the silver chains of light had gripped my arms and legs, lifting me off the ground and slamming me against the back wall. What the hell was going on? I got my answer when Shinzo opened the door and entered my little cell. The witch behind him maintained her careful control over these chains, ensuring I couldn't break free. I thought I'd never see you again. I snorted. Dragons don't usually waste time on commodities they believe useless.
If I thought you were useless, Killian, you would be dead.
And what do you want?
Cleaning up that mess at the barracks was not an easy task. You made me look incompetent.
Is it too late for an apology? I said with biting sarcasm.
You know that being a guard here is supposed to be easy work. Dragon parents tend to let their wayward children sign up here to get them out of the house and do something for themselves. No one expects to send their dumbass kid here to be ripped apart by some crazed hybrid. Lucky for you and me, no dragon was harmed in your rampage other than a few scrapes and bruises.
So, are you here to release me or give me useless news?
The one who has the power to release you, Killian, is yourself, depending on what you say.
Bullshit.
Would I waste my time here if I was?
I'm listening.
Let's say that a little guardian angel told me to look into your pack and how it operates. Honestly, I never cared too much for you wolves or how your packs are run, but how you came here to Wonderland was interesting to read. The brother of the man who raised you.
My father.
Fine. Your father's brother, Knut, formed a coup and pushed you out after your true nature was revealed. Your father and most of his associates were killed, and you were sent to Wonderland.
Are you here to tell me what I already know?
You're not here in Wonderland because of the murder you committed. You're here because your father struck a deal with mine for your protection, and it is a deal I would like for you to honor.
What?
You're here in Wonderland as a guest, not a prisoner. You are free to leave whenever you wish.
My father. What deal are you talking about?
Your father was supposed to aid mine in taking over the West Coast. I would like for you to honor that agreement with me.
How the hell am I supposed to do that?
Reclaim your place as the Alpha Chieftain of the Moonstrider Pack and use the power of the Lichen Fang.
What does wolf business have to do with you? I asked accusatorily.
I told you before, Killian. I'm all about grasping opportunities. Your pack already has Oregon. With me backing you, you can control the entire West Coast. Once you gain your foothold there, taking out the key targets I need to deal with will be easy.
And you believe you can control us through me? I scoffed.
I'm no vampire. I have no desire to control a wolf pack, and you won't be fighting alone. I also have allies who will benefit from my becoming the Imperator of the West Coast.
I laughed. Why are you talking to me about all of this? I'm not the leader of the Moonstrider Pack. The coup was successful, meaning they don't want me.
I know.
He sighed and paced about.
Knut is here in Wonderland and has already agreed to work with me. However, I have no interest in a wolf pack with no power. The one who possesses the Lichen Fang is you, not him.
You must have done a lot of research.
Yes, I did. To maintain my deal with Knut, I will have to rip that fang out of your mouth and give it to him. Or I can kill him and be done with him. The choice is yours. I can hand Knut your mate and the fang and leave you here to rot. Or you take my deal, your mate, and revenge.
I swallowed hard. The choice was naturally easy, but not at the same time. Didn't you hear me? They rejected me. You saw with your own eyes what I can do. That frightens them, tapping into that type of darkness and hunger. Is that something you want running around the world?
I want an army who will win. I need a leader who doesn't need to exploit a child's shortcomings to win. I need someone who knows what power is when they see it, and not fawn over some random dead wolf's fang. And I need someone that others are willing to risk their necks for, willingly.
And if I refuse?
Then you are a lost cause, and I will have Zen here tighten your restraints and pump this room full of pheromones to make you shift. Then we will rip out your fang, chop off your head, and hand your omega to Knut.
The Moonstrider pack? They won't follow me. Shinzo shook his head in disgust and turned to leave. But I know of others who will pledge to me. But in exchange, you have to free them and their loved ones from this prison. Once free, I'll find my father's friends who survived and rebuild my pack. Then I can challenge Canute. If you trust that I can win that war, you must take a chance and release me and those who pledge themselves to me.
I would free this entire prison if they all pledged themselves to you.
I want to see Riker. I want him...
Not until you feed. You shouldn't see him in the state you're in.
A guard tossed a naked man in the room. A prisoner? Judging by the silver band around his wrist. He was missing an eye, and the one he had left stared at me wide-eyed once he realized where he was. He was familiar, though his face was so mangled I couldn't quite place him. He was covered in blood and reeked of piss. But like a caged animal, I was hungry at the idea that I could have him.
This is Canute's man. He survived the mauling you gave him. He offered your Omega up to the others to be raped. Let it begin here, if you want to prove to me that you are ready to fight this war.
The witch released the chains and I fell to the floor. And this time, there were no thoughts of who he was or why he was here. Upon closer inspection of his features, I recognized him and gladly took a bite. Chapter 33. I was free in more ways than one. I can't say I would ever get used to feeding, but I was learning that I didn't need blood as much as a vampire did. I wasn't hungry when Shinzo tossed that piece of shit in my cell. I just wanted to kill him for what he had done to Riker. When I took Shinzo's deal, I told him I wanted to end Canute myself. But once we reached the suite where he and a few of his men were residing, the rooms were empty. It turned out that Canute had a spy hidden amongst the guards. Shinzo's man reported that the private boat they used to reach the island was gone. Damn it, I was hoping to end this war right here and now, but that wasn't the case. Now Canute most likely planned to return home and prepare to fight me. If this was how it had to be, so be it. Without the Lycan Fang, he was at a disadvantage. However, what he made up for with a lack of power, he would make up for it in numbers, and I needed to get more on my side. There was no way I could muster up the numbers needed to match the Moonstrider pack for open combat. I just needed enough to kill him, and those closest to him. Shinzo told me that my apartment in the financial district was still mine, but I didn't want to stay there. I needed to be back in the entertainment district and the slums. I couldn't build an army from the well-dressed men and women here. I needed warriors who were willing to join me and weren't afraid to fight. My best chance at finding those warriors was to rise from the dead and take over the largest pack here, which was Dane's shadow pack. After all, I still owed him a debt for taking my Omega. I returned to the cold and dark church, pulled down the boards covering the stained glass windows, and began lighting the candles on the altar. After a while, the scarred wooden doors creaked open.
I told you I got a good nose,
Klaus said, nudging Nico.
I'm glad you're all right.
Nico greeted me with a quick clasp of our hands and a shoulder bump.
It's been a while since we saw you. We heard what happened at the barracks and thought you were dead.
I almost died several times, I replied somberly when my thoughts fell on Riker. Did you get her? I asked, referring to Marion.
That bitch is as devious as they come.
Nico sighed heavily and sat down on the pew.
I tagged her good, but she managed to get away. She's been holed up with her brother in his club. Now the place is well guarded, like more than before.
He knows you're alive. They can't confirm it, so the poor fucks are shitting bricks and scrambling.
Some are even leaving Dane. But they were the weakest of the pack, those who joined for protection or to take advantage of Dane's power.
Nico added. Good. They're about to have those fears confirmed. But I need to talk to you and ask for a favor. Nico and Klaus sat on either side of me, waiting for me to begin. I told them everything that had happened. About Shinzo's deal, and how pledging their loyalty to me would grant them the power of the Moonstrider pack, along with a warning of its possible side effects with me as their leader, and of course, the promise of their freedom.
Holy hell.
It was Klaus who spoke up first.
I was kicked out of Iron Fang when I got locked up here, so I'm free. For a chance at freedom, I'll take that damn deal, drink whatever goddamn blood you need me to drink, but I don't want to leave here without freeing my lover from that brothel.
For a chance to get Tobias out of here, it's an easy yes. Besides, I've already pledged myself to you anyway. I told you that whatever war you fight is mine too, and although he's not a wolf, I'm sure Tobias will pledge himself as well.
I accept. I sighed. The hard part was over. I was asking them to tap into a power they didn't fully understand, and if they had said no, then, well, it would be hard to do this without them.
So, is there anything we gotta do? Or is that it?
Klaus shrugged. My father said that I'll know what to do when the full moon comes.
A full moon ain't for another few weeks.
Klaus sighed.
Also, you think the 4 of us will be enough to take on a whole pack? Even without this magic fang business, they're still rather large.
We'll have to boost our numbers starting here. The Shadow Pack already has their bands removed. They've been shifting for a while, so they won't be as weak as some of the other prisoners here, so we can start by recruiting them. And if their numbers have dwindled, then we can win this time. Shinzo plans to send more than one man this time as well. Nico leaned forward, his eyes blazing with vigor.
This time there won't be a place for Marion to escape.
Once Tobias regained his magic, we fought the Shadow Pack. Shinzo's men waited in the shadows, awaiting my signal to attack. We walked down the grimy streets in broad daylight with everyone watching us. They saw me alive, and I saw fear in their eyes that not only was I alive, but I had formed a pack of my own. We wore all black, my favorite color. Honestly, I thought it was a little silly that we would need our clothes to match, but it was Tobias's idea. His argument was about prominent biker gangs sharing a jacket with their logo and how it made them appear more united. It seemed to work. Dane must have known we were coming because he and a few members of his pack waited outside for us, blocking the path.
Nothing Shinzo does surprise me anymore. I wish his kind had remained the tiny lizards they were.
Dane said, folding his arms in front of his chest and arching one eyebrow at me. Although it was cold out here, he came out shirtless, which was not much of a surprise as we wolves were warm-blooded creatures. I could tell by the thick, darkened hair around his face and covering his arms and chest that he was ready to shift at any moment.
You're an idiot to trust him.
He spat. I trust him about as much as I like you. I will kill you today, Dane. Everyone here knows I would have killed you if an Omega had not saved your ass. The men looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Anyone that doesn't have the stomach to fight, leave. I will allow you to walk away before this becomes a massacre. I looked each man directly in the eyes as I spoke. To anyone with the stomach for battle, if you survive, I will take care of you afterward. I will patch you up and offer you a chance to swear fealty to my crew and me, or die. Dane shifted into his werewolf form, his pants tearing in the process, and now me, Klaus, and Nico turned. Dane and I ran toward each other with our claws out. At first it seemed like we were evenly matched, but then Dane lunged at me with renewed aggression. His teeth bared as he reared back to sink them into my neck. I desperately tried to dodge his attack, ducking and rolling out of the way. As I scrambled backward on all fours, I could see Nico and Klaus joining the fray too, their bloodlust seeming to kick in as they tore into the other members of the Shadow Pack like wild animals. We fought furiously, each of us determined to win this battle. But eventually, I managed to get a solid hit on Dane's side while he was preoccupied with Nico, sending him flying across the blood-soaked street. He howled as more wolves joined his side. He smirked, his eyes blazed with vigor, enjoying the battle. But I had my own tricks up my sleeve. And now, I wasn't just some wild animal losing myself to the darkness inside. My wolf and I were fighting as one, even as I tore into the throat of one of Dane's men. I howled my own signal, and 4 large berserker grizzlies charged through the streets, ripping and biting anyone who got in their way. Dane snarled and lunged at me. I glided out his way using the speed of a vampire. I leaped up onto the roof of a nearby building and ran along it toward Dane. He tried to follow, but stumbled on one of his men who'd fallen in the street below with a bullet hole lodged in his neck. More likely the work of Shinzo's sniper. Dane roared furiously as he turned back towards me, blood dripping from several wounds on his face and chest. But my own fury was rising to match him, and I lunged at him with all my strength behind it, plunging into battle like there was no tomorrow. We fought fiercely across the ruined street amidst the bloody mess. Neither of us was willing to surrender or give ground, until finally, after what seemed like hours, but must have only been mere minutes, we stood panting over bodies strewn about us. A blood-curdling battle cry was so loud it hurt my ears. I was so focused on Dane that I didn't see Marion leaping toward me with her claws. Nico tackled her, shouting that he had her now. Dane clenched his fists as we both listened to her last cry before the blood gurgled in her throat. He knew if he moved, I had him. With an animalistic snarl, I leaped at him, slamming into him with all my momentum. We tumbled together in a flurry of blood and claws as we viciously battled for control. Eventually, I managed to gain the upper hand and pinned Dane down on his back with one paw on his chest. He struggled beneath me, but there was no escaping as he met my burning gaze. "You're finished," I growled menacingly. "You can't win this war." I almost wanted to ask him to join me, but I was no fool. Keeping around a former pack leader was a surefire way to end up with future conflict. If my father had killed his brother the first time he challenged him, our family wouldn't have gotten torn apart. In Dane's eyes, I saw acceptance. He had lost and was ready to meet his ancestors. My jaws unhinged as they opened wider than any normal wolf. The terrifying sight of me caused everyone to stop fighting and watch in fear as I tore Dane's head off with one devastating bite.
Chapter 34. Riker. I spent most of my days sitting in this room, looking out the window at the big, dark buildings surrounding the city. Sometimes I would need a change of scenery and go to the living room to watch the large, flat-screen TV. The place Shinzo kept me in was a spacious penthouse apartment that was so beautiful I felt out of place here. But watching my favorite show made me feel like I wasn't even in prison. There was no grass, and just a few trees sprouted up between buildings and lined the curb, making this place feel more like an office park than where people lived. I wondered if everyone in this part of the city felt like that. I was allowed to leave the building with my intimidating escort. The snow was light. It wouldn't last long. The shops were adorned with wreaths, red bows, mistletoe, and Christmas trees. The bells and twinkle lights were ubiquitous. The city was beginning to look a lot like Christmas. There was no shopping I needed to do. But it was good to get out of that apartment and get some fresh air. I didn't know the outcome of what happened with Killian. Shinzo told me nothing after our initial talk. I hadn't even seen him, so I had to assume that he had taken the deal with Canute, and Killian was most likely dead, which meant I had nothing left to live for. I wouldn't even be able to protect our child. They would have a life of misery living under the boot heels of the Dragon Council. The only way to protect my baby from that future was to end its precious life before Shinzo could take it from me. And I plan to do just that today. Out of all the methods to end my life, hanging was one of the endings I wanted the least, but it was probably the only option. I was allowed to buy certain clothes so long as they fit with Shinzo's black and gold aesthetic, so I had enough fabric to hang from the light fixture above. I grabbed the clothes from the closet and laid them out, planning to tear them to create the noose. My goal ended when Shinzo entered my room, taking me completely by surprise.
"I see you're already packing. Good."
He said as if he had no idea what I was doing, yet his timing was perfect. He snapped his fingers for my assistant to come inside. She wheeled in a small suitcase.
"Pack up. You're going back to the brothel."
I don't understand.
"You have less than 5 minutes to pack. A car is waiting outside to take you back."
He left the room and my so-called assistant stood near me as I began to pack up the luggage. What the hell was going on? I thought he wanted to keep me long enough to give birth. What did he stand to gain by sending me back to Dane? I felt like I was just getting passed around from one person to the next, with terrible outcomes. I certainly didn't look forward to returning to Dane's bed with him feeling me up. But what did it matter? My plan to end it was still on. What difference did it make if it was here or somewhere else. A black town car was waiting for me outside. To my dismay, Shinzo ordered the assistant to come with me. Before then, there was the hope that I could jump out of the car and make it to the underground sanctuary. If the shaman would help me, then I could stay there. But that brief plan was squashed. The car stopped in front of the club. This place almost looked innocent in the middle of the day. It was the assistant who carried my luggage to the door and knocked. I expected the madam, or maybe one of the guards, to open the door, but Tobias opened it with a smile and hugged me.
I'm so happy to see you,
he said, letting me go and taking the luggage. What's going on here? Did they... My mouth hung open, completely unable to believe who I was seeing. I wanted to ask if he was here against his will, but he looked happy.
Come in, get out of this cold.
The club was oddly silent, although it was understandable considering it wasn't working hours. What's going on, Tobias? Why are you here?
The boss wants to see you in his office. It's better if he explains everything to you. I'll have your luggage moved to the perfect room.
Tobias.
Follow me.
He led me down the hall to Dane's office, but I didn't smell Dane anywhere. This whole place didn't carry much of a scent other than Tobias and perhaps others I couldn't recognize. If anything, I smelled cleaning solutions that made this building smell like a hospital. It wasn't until I left the lounge and went to the back area of the building that I smelled the herbal scent of a pheromone eliminator, though that wasn't uncommon as the madame used them often in the living quarters. I knocked on Dane's office door, and Tobias left me standing there as he wheeled my luggage further down the hallway to the living quarters. The door to the office was ajar, so I opened it and walked in. Killian sat in the leather executive chair, dressed impeccably in a suit with a black shirt and an open collar. His posture was straight, his head was high, and he held a haughty look about him. I wore my emotions openly. My tears came quickly. They stung my eyes and blurred my vision so that I could only gaze upon Killian's face as I crumpled to the floor. I tried to speak, but words failed me. I cried, tears streaking down my face until Killian finally spoke.
You don't look happy to see me.
Killian? I whispered, hiding my face in my hands. The tears I had pushed down came flooding back. Now that I was faced with the reality of him being here alive and well, they threatened to choke me. I held my breath to keep the sobs quiet. He was here, his scent was all over this room, and he was in front of me, alive, well, unharmed. I attempted to stand, but he commanded me to stay on my knees.
Don't get up. Stay on your knees,
he said, his tone like steel. I don't understand, I said. My relief turned to confusion and fear.
I want you to stay on your knees and crawl to me.
Killian, why are you doing this? I said, my mouth dry from the adrenaline coursing through my body. Every fiber of my being missed him, his smile, eyes, and how he looked at me like I hung the moon and stars. But there was no love behind his eyes. Now he looked cold and distant. He still hated me even after saving me. I thought that he had forgiven me for stabbing him in the back. I wiped my face. If he didn't forgive me, then why was I here? For him to sit in that chair meant he fought and killed Dane and was now the leader of the entertainment district, which meant he and Shinzo worked out their differences. Where did that leave me? Was I just another commodity to trade? My thoughts wandered to when he expressed his desire never to have children. Did he know that I was pregnant with his child? Would Killian agree to have our child used? No, I'm thinking crazy thoughts. Just because he hates me doesn't mean he would hate our child and agree to Shinzo using them. I remained on the floor, did as he asked, and crawled on my knees around his desk until I was at eye level with his crotch. In his mind, I had betrayed him for no reason. I had to explain what happened, and that I did what I did, hoping to save my family, including him. After sex, Killian told me I was staying in the loft and that I should go there to clean up. He then left before I could speak to him. After what seemed like forever, I could wear the clothes I liked. Shinzo wanted everyone around him to wear business or business casual attire, and I was more of a jeans and t-shirt type of guy. Tobias had picked out 2 outfits for me, along with a sweater, scarf, and some boots for the winter and plaid wool pajama pants and shirt. After my shower, I slipped on my PJs and headed for the living room area to watch TV. I was hungry, but was almost too afraid to leave the loft. But there was no food in the fridge, only alcohol and condiments. I had heard Tobias earlier talking to someone, telling them to get ready to serve their clients when the club opened, so it seemed as if it was business as usual here. It was almost surreal how fast things could change. One moment Dane was in charge, and everyone answered to him, and the next moment Killian had his position, and everyone followed. Not that I was complaining. My ass still hurt when I sat down. Perhaps his rough treatment of me was somehow a rightful punishment, but he would get over it soon, and we could talk. I wanted him to hurry up and finish his business so I could tell him everything. It was Tobias who was coming up the stairs with a platter of fruit and other snacks.
Here. I thought you could use something to eat after well, you know.
I bet everyone heard us, huh? I replied, embarrassed.
I believe the entire prison heard you guys.
He sat down on a couch and set the platter on the coffee table.
If you want to talk about anything or sit here, I'm free. If you want me to leave, I can do that too.
Thanks, I want you to stay.
Goody, because we got some catching up to do. I'm in charge of the workers here for now. I made it clear to them that I was here to talk if needed. You're not a worker, but I like to think we're still friends.
We are. After everything you've been through, I wasn't sure how you would feel about me.
We're still friends. What happened to me wasn't your fault, just like what those guards did to you wasn't yours. With Killian, were you okay being with him intimately? Alphas can be knuckleheads.
I'm fine. I missed Killian and wanted so badly to see him again. I kept imagining how it would be. I thought he'd yell at me or try to understand, but he seemed, I don't know, distant and rougher around the edges. I always knew that deep down inside he had a bit of darkness in him. But this was the first time I'd ever seen a glimpse of it.
Did it make you fall out of love with him?
No, I don't think anything could make me fall out of love with him. I chose him the moment we met. The only way for us to not be together is if he chooses it.
If that's true, what on earth possessed you to stab him? He could have killed Dane and ended the conflict way sooner. Do you know what could have happened to you here under Dane's control, or were you willing?
Dane touched me a few times, and every single time I hated it. I came here only because I knew Killian would come to save you.
Why? I don't understand.
I explained the Lycan Fang and the trouble I was in with Knut to Tobias, which he didn't seem surprised to hear about. He told me that he already knew about the Moonstrider pack and the power of their leader, although it wasn't news to spread around.
So some guard was threatening you and he already murdered your mum. I'm sorry to hear that.
Tobias hugged me. Killian was coming up the stairs. I could smell his scent stalking the shadows. We can talk later. I nodded toward where Killian was coming from, and Tobias got the hint and wished me luck before leaving us alone.
I heard you from my office. I can do that now. Hear things from further away than I could before.
If you heard me, you know I didn't betray you. I did what I did because I wanted to save you and my family. Please don't tell me I have neither. I just thought that my actions were the best way for everyone. You'll be presumed dead, and it would look legitimate. That I had taken your fang and Knut would hopefully free my family.
And free you from this prison to make you his mate. You left that part out.
I didn't trust that Knut would free me or make me his mate. Even if he had left me in here to rot, at least I hoped he'd spare my dad and brother. And if he had killed them anyway, he would still be without the Lycan Fang.
You didn't trust me. I'm your alpha, your fated one, yet you didn't trust me. You took on everything all by yourself. And it's my fault. I was self-righteous in my denial of being a hybrid, and I wanted so badly to live up to my father's legacy that I kept myself weak.
It's not your fault. I couldn't tell you anything. The bands on our wrists are also listening devices.
That's such a pussy cop-out. You couldn't write it down?
Where does this leave us? I sighed, not wanting to fall into the blame game trap. I just wanted Killian and me to work this out. No one is to blame. I just wanted to save you.
That's the problem.
I watched him disappear down the stairs, leaving me alone, full of this fear and uncertainty that I may have lost him for good. If not his body, then his heart. Chapter 36. No, I refuse to accept this. I had no control over whether or not I lost my family, but I will have control over whether or not I lost Killian, and he will not walk away from me. I needed to get his attention and keep it. I heard the music thumping below us, and knew the club was open for business for the night. I hoped Killian would be in his office, but it didn't matter where he retreated. There was no place in this building I could not go where he would escape me. Relationships survived and failed based on communication, and we were going to communicate whether or not he liked it. I walked through winding corridors to the back rooms where all the costumes were located and found a sexy police officer's uniform on a wooden hanger. The pleats on the shirt were sharp and precise, and a badge was sewn over the left pocket. Plastic buttons ran in a circle along the shirt and pants. My hair had grown a little longer, and no longer had its shaved sides, though the strands along the sides were much shorter. I tied my hair into a man bun and shaved down the shorter strands with the clippers. I stood at the entrance to the neon-lit club. The sickly light washed over the walls and people like a bad dye job, turning the building an unlikely bluish purple. Maybe it was just the way they all stared at me as I passed by them, or it might have been the smell of too many pheromones, perfume, or arousal in the air. I thought I heard a voice call out to me, but when I turned, only silhouettes and reflections were staring back at me. I couldn't turn back now. It was do or die. Okay, maybe not that extreme, but you get the picture. Killian sat on a throne on the stage, overlooking everyone else. Omegas poured him drinks as he watched over the floor, where the other guests laughed, drank, and enjoyed the company of the beautiful hosts serving them. I weaved my way through the sea of people, making my way toward Killian. I could feel everyone's eyes on me as I walked, but I didn't care. My sights were set on Killian and no one else mattered at that moment. As I got closer to him, I began dancing sexy to the music thumping through the club. Killian's eyes locked on mine, and a smirk quirked up his lips. He motioned for me to come over to him, and I did, undulating my hips seductively as I made my way up the stairs to where he sat. He pulled me onto his lap and wrapped his arms around me tightly as we kissed passionately. I could feel how hard he was through his pants. He lifted me, took me out of the club up to his loft, and tossed me on the bed. We were like kids again, getting into a stupid fight, though none of our spats ended with hate sex until now. "I'm serious, Killian," I said, still panting with exhaustion. "I get it. You're still angry, but I need you now more than ever."
I told you, it's me I'm disappointed in, not you.
He said, just as tired as I was. "And you think walking away from me was going to help?"
I needed to think. It wasn't as if I was going to stay away forever.
"Well, tell me that instead of just leaving. I'm pregnant, and soon the instinct to nest will kick in. When you left, I felt so anxious. I needed to do something to bring you back to me." He placed his hand over my belly and flinched slightly. I could tell he was shocked.
I'm such an idiot. I should have been able to sense its tiny heart, but I shut myself off to you that I didn't notice. I'm sorry I made you feel that way, and I should have apologized for making you feel as if you had to take on Knut by yourself.
No, I did it on my own. You didn't make me feel alone. I'm so used to my family relying on me that I couldn't help but take matters into my own hands. I just couldn't face the reality that Knut is evil enough to kill my parents, no matter what I did. I should have realized that all I have is you and our children.
I'm sorry about the things I said about not wanting a child. I was wrong. I thought that maybe my words spurred you on this path.
I didn't know I was pregnant when I went to Dane. He surprised me by getting out of bed and kneeling in front of me. I sat up, feeling his cum leak out of me. He took my hand in his. They were rougher than the last time we touched. These hands had to kill so many people now, but they made me feel safe.
I will never again make you feel like you have to act alone. We are truly in this together until the end, no matter what happens. When this is over and we're safe, I will make an honest man out of you.
I accept your vow, I said, kissing him. I didn't give a damn if any of those clients needed him. He was mine tonight, and I was hungry for another round. Chapter 37. I woke up to the most beautiful sight of Killian sleeping in bed next to me. I was still a little sleepy, but there was no way I wasn't going to burn the image of him into my mind. When the sleepiness was replaced by hunger, I went downstairs to the kitchen. Sitting at the breakfast nook were two Omegas I had seen before, but never really spoken to much. One was a woman named Liv, a lithe woman with light gray eyes, platinum blonde hair, and smooth tan skin. She looked almost like an alien or higher being. I wouldn't necessarily call her one of Marco's minions. She never participated in his bullying of me. But she was a bystander. The other was a soft-spoken Omega male, whose name I had never heard. He was a dark-haired man with soft beige skin and plump lips that looked rather nice.
You don't have to tiptoe around here,
Liv said.
I'm sure you've noticed the changing of the guard. I'm pretty sure you have. You've been screaming his name practically all night.
Ignore Liv. She's just a bitch for no reason. You wouldn't recognize me. My name is Mahdi. You might know Klaus. He's my alpha.
Klaus? Ah, the big bearded guy. I don't really know him all that well, sorry.
No need to apologize. It's been hectic here for a while.
Is he okay with you still working here?
I'm not serving customers. Your man gave me a job helping Tobias. I feel bad for not speaking to you sooner. You must have felt alone here. But Liv advised me not to speak to you because you brought trouble.
Was I wrong?
Liv shrugged.
Anyway, your man helped us immensely. When he killed Dane, we were uncertain about our future, but so far, so good.
Everybody plays the hero until they get a taste of power.
Liv played with her grits, seemingly indifferent to the discussion. Wow, was she jaded as hell? Has Killian mistreated you? I asked, the instinct to defend him taking over.
Not yet.
Hush, Liv. No, he told us we had the freedom to leave whenever we wanted.
It's a trick. He knows most of us Omega won't be able to survive in this prison without protection. He's clearly taken advantage.
Killian didn't create this prison system. You think he has the power to protect everyone here? I argued, getting annoyed with Liv. Liv rolled her eyes at my response.
I've told her the same thing. Some have already left and haven't returned.
I wanted to tell them about the caves, but I wondered if it would be safe. Not because of held grudges, but because I didn't know what was happening here for me to make the decision to out the people of the sanctuary. I felt sorry for them. Well, at least, I felt sorry for Liv, as Mahdi had an alpha willing to do anything to keep him safe. When I returned upstairs, I carried a plate of bagels, cream cheese, sliced smoked salmon, and fruit. I wasn't in the mood to make a full breakfast. I was starting to feel nauseous. Killian was awake and sitting in bed. He joyfully greeted me upon my return. I placed the platter down and slipped in bed, and he gave me a few kisses on my naked shoulders.
What do we have here?
He asked, admiring the platter I had put together. He picked up a grape and slipped it into my mouth. Should I be the one serving you? I teased. Oh, alpha leader of the pack?
No, don't remind me.
He buried his head in the sheets.
It's no fun being served by you. I'd rather serve you,
he said, getting out of bed, lifting my leg and kissing my feet.
Being your servant is far more stimulating than you being mine. I have a gift for you.
Oh, really? I watched him open the drawer to his nightstand and pull out a device that almost looked like one of those scanners at the grocery store. There was a slight beeping sound, and then the bracelet around my wrist snapped open, and I fell to the bed. Holy shit! I heard running water and a few feet walking about. The house was waking up. The loft also became brighter, and I heard more voices muffled from below. Killian told me everything that happened while we were apart, how tormented he was, and how he had almost given up. He talked about his deal with Shinzo for his freedom in exchange for him fighting a war on his behalf.
I plan to kill Knut and make him pay for what he did to your mother. If your father and brother are still alive, we'll save them too. But fighting Shinzo's war and claiming the territory he set out is something I'm not interested in doing. I just want us to go somewhere quiet.
He rested his head on my lap and I stroked his black hair. We can build a cottage in a faraway woods where no one can find us. He laughed.
That sounds nice.
He then sighed heavily.
But I have to keep my word.
Do you think you can rebuild the Moonstrider successfully? He shrugged.
Right now, I have 1/3 of the Shadow Pack, and a half-dozen fighters joined since, along with the Berserker Bears Shinzo hired. They won't be able to take advantage of the Fang's power, but I won't turn down Berserkers.
I can't wait to see Knut die. I meant every word of it. We kissed, and a knock on the door ruined the mood.
I just want one peaceful morning that isn't interrupted.
Killian huffed. We're together now. We have all the time in the world, I assured him.
Come in.
Killian groaned. It was Tobias.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, love birds, but we have a problem downstairs with some of the workers.
Isn't it your job to handle them?
They want to hear from you, not me.
He shrugged.
Fine.
Killian stole another grape and left my side, but I wanted to see what the commotion was all about, given my earlier conversation with Liv and Mahdi. We dressed and followed Tobias to the living room, where there was a conflict between the Omegas and Betas who still worked there. It was about the distribution of payment. A Beta spoke up, red-faced and angry about what the Omega implied about their worth.
Killian, you promised us equality, and that's what we expect. Other brothels are opening up around here. We can work one of those if we're not welcomed here.
What the hell is this shit so early in the morning?
Killian grumbled. He was never much of an early riser.
Dane wasn't paying you anything, and now you're complaining the moment you get paid?
I tried to propose that we offer a bonus system where everyone gets paid the same, but based on performance, those who do a good job will get bonuses.
Tobias chimed in.
We all know that everyone buys Omegas more than Betas. Of course, they're going to perform better.
Killian looked at Tobias, and Tobias shrugged.
The bonus system stands.
Killian finally spoke.
You'll get paid equally, but you can make more based on customer referrals, good reviews, repeat customers, and how many customers you serve a night. Also, we'll encourage tipping, so if you have any favorite clients who want to support you, now would be the time to start milking them.
That didn't seem to make the Beta entirely happy, but it promised more money for everyone and seemed to satisfy everyone else. I followed Killian and Tobias to the office. I knew I was more of a fly on the wall, but I was interested in what happened here and what would happen next.
When is Shinzo sending your replacement?
Tobias huffed.
Hopefully, today I just have to keep up appearances for a little while longer.
Someone else will be running this place? I asked, out of the loop.
We'll be leaving this prison, and I have no desire to ever return.
Someone knocked on the office door, and Killian opened it. A strange man stood in the doorway wearing Shinzo's signature black and gold. I knew immediately that he belonged to Shinzo. Chapter 38.
Speak of the devil,
Killian said, stepping aside to let the man in while Tobias escorted me out the door. Whatever the two of them had to talk about, it was best we left the room.
You know, I feel like such a real business owner, being in charge, making sure everyone is taken care of here, and then making sure my job is passed on to someone else.
You trust Shinzo to keep his word? I asked, worried about what plans the dragon had in store.
No. It seems like dragons like to play all sides, but Killian knows that, and he doesn't trust him as far as he can throw him. Well, actually, he could throw him far if the guy is out of his dragon form.
I forgot to tell Killian about his threats to our child. He should know everything Shinzo is thinking.
You're pregnant?
I nodded with a smile.
And Shinzo threatened you? What did he say?
He asked, concerned. He wanted to use our child the same way he's trying to use Killian. He wanted to take my baby away from me the moment it was born and raise it himself.
That piece of shit.
He said he wouldn't need to do that if Killian gave in to his deal. I'm glad he did. Killian is far more capable of caring for himself than a child, but still, I don't know.
You're not alone. You have me and Killian has a pack now. It's not as large as the Moonstrider, but if we're smart, we can win.
About that sanctuary where all other Omegas are hidden. Are they free, or are they still living in hiding?
I haven't been there since we've taken over the district, but I believe they're still in hiding. which is smart. Killian won't be here for long. Who knows how Shinzo will run the entertainment district.
I almost feel bad getting my freedom, when Penn and the others are kinda stuck here. When I left Penn, I couldn't think about whether he would survive because I was too busy trying to get back to Killian. But I wanted to check up on him. I need to know whether or not he lived.
I know what it's like to go through something that's screwed up. Understandably, you will want to check up on him, but why do you think that's a good idea?
I have to, and it seems like now would be the best time to do that.
Well, I think almost everyone knows you're Killian's Omega. They wouldn't dare mess with you. I guess now would be the best time to check up on him, but I'm coming with you.
We slipped on our coats, and I was thankful mine had a hood. I was so used to sneaking about this city that openly displaying my face made me uncomfortable. Still, we walked the streets, and quite honestly, everything seemed the same, at least the little I'd seen of it. We walked toward the main road, and before we turned the corner to hit the main street, we covered our noses at the stench of horny alphas and omegas in heat. I darted through the shops and the narrow winding paths, and Tobias called behind me, telling me not to leave the street. The closer I got, the more I heard someone crying and begging for them to stop. I grabbed the nearby metal pole by the garbage cans and swung, hitting one of the spectating alphas on the back.
What the fuck?
The alpha snatched the pole from my grip and reached out to grab me when another stopped him.
Don't be an idiot. He belongs to the Veywolf.
Yes, I do. You will get the hell off of that Omega right now. The men seethed at me, their pheromones becoming too much to bear. I kept my nose covered, and Tobias reached out for the naked Omega to take his hand. None of you will be welcomed at the pleasure den. Not a single one of you, I shouted. I was shaking with fury. I was getting sick and tired of these alphas who felt they could take an Omega whenever they saw fit.
Riker, stop! We must get the hell out of here right now,
Tobias warned. I did as he asked. I wanted to get the hell away from here anyway. I removed my coat and slipped it on the Omega, but we could do nothing about his bare feet in this snow.
Thank you,
he said, his body trembling. He finally raised his head, and I was shocked that it was Marco.
I'll leave.
He was about to leave when I grabbed him to keep him in place. He must have been one of the workers who left after Dane's death.
Please, I don't want to return to the brothel.
Come with us. We know of a place where you can go to hide, I said, guiding him along and trying my best to ignore the stares we were getting from the people walking the streets.
You shouldn't have done that,
Tobias said.
We won't have a say in how this place is run, and the last thing we should do is draw too much attention to ourselves.
So we should just sit back and let it happen? That's the problem with this place. Even when people know something terrible has happened, they sit back and do nothing.
I stuck my neck out for you more than once, and I've helped plenty of Omegas reach the sanctuary. But I'm smart enough to know that when one is exposed, there isn't much you can do for them. No, scratch that, I'm not smart enough, because even when you were exposed, I still tried to help you and exposed myself.
He sighed. I wasn't talking about you, Tobias. I was referring to this prison in general. I'm sorry. I know you got into a lot of trouble because of me, and I don't think that there's anything I could do to repay you. I just wanted to help this person.
I'm not angry, Riker. I get it. I feel the same way. It's frustrating. I thought the outside world was hard on Omegas, but this place is a nightmare.
Once near the church, Tobias suggested we cover Marco's eyes to keep the entrance a secret. I did as he asked, and used my scarf to cover his eyes. Then we led him into the church and toward the altar, and instructed him to grab the ladder. We descended into the cave's darkness and continued to lead him until we had reached the shaman who waited at the entrance to the sanctuary. Tobias explained and asked them to shelter Marco, and we removed the scarf and watched the shaman take him away.
Riker, is that you?
Penn came over and hugged me. I was so happy to see him alive that I couldn't help but laugh. When I left you here, you were in bad shape.
I know I don't want to talk about that, but I'm glad you made it here. We heard the news about the entertainment district and Dane's death. I'm so happy that motherfucker is dead, but now it seems your alpha is just like him, although others have said otherwise.
He's not. Everyone who works for him gets paid and can leave whenever they see fit, No one is forced to do anything.
Well then, I guess that's a good thing.
He shrugged almost with indifference.
Shit like that will keep happening to us, so long as we remain here. It doesn't matter who's in charge.
He said, gesturing to Marco. A beta approached and handed me my coat as Marco didn't need it anymore. Yeah, I wish there was more we could do for them, I said, feeling awful about the state of the Omegas here in Wonderland. Penn gently took me by the arm and walked away from the others in the sanctuary. Tobias followed, but Penn didn't seem to mind that at all.
What if I told you we can get out of here?
How is that possible? I asked, confused as I looked at Tobias, and he shrugged, just as clueless as I was.
Follow me.
Penn gestured for us to follow him deeper into the winding paths of the caves, until we reached a large crack in the wall with a gap just wide enough for a slender person to get through. What is this?
This is the wall that separates the prison from the rest of the island, and guess where it leads? Right up to the docks.
Chapter 39.
I'm glad you came. I felt bad about escaping this place without you, but now that you're here, we can leave together.
Is everyone escaping? I asked, running my hand along the crack.
It'll be a tight squeeze for the alphas in here, but I don't give a damn. I mean, these alphas seem like good people who care for their partners, but I don't trust them. All I know is that it is definitely big enough for us Omegas to get through.
He saw the doubt in my eyes, and it made him angry.
Don't tell me you believe that staying here is good? What happens if that alpha of yours stops being so benevolent, and he ends up selling you as a whore?
Killian would never do that.
I think you should think about this.
Tobias chimed in.
How are you going to get off of this island? Some ships come here to dispose of the trash and bring supplies and prisoners. How are all of you going to get on that ship?
Don't take me for an idiot. I've survived on the streets as an Omega in New York for years. I never had to sell my ass once and was never raped. I've already been out there, and I managed to find someone sympathetic to our plight.
And you just trust this person? I asked, worried that his desperation was causing him to be irrational.
And what about those bands around your wrists?
Tobias argued.
They are meant to track you, or do you think the shaman's magic will save you from that when you're off this island?
You guys really think I'm a moron.
No, we don't. We think you are desperate to free yourself from this place, and I don't blame you. I explained.
If you don't blame me, then stop arguing against me.
He huffed, having enough of us trying to poke holes in his plan.
The guards haven't fully recovered from what happened at the barracks, and the entertainment district has undergone a massive leadership change. Right now, no one is prepared to deal with escaping prisoners. We may never get another chance like this.
I wanted to talk Penn down from this plan, but what the hell could I say to him? What could I say but tell him that eventually he'll get out of here, to just stay in this cave until his sentence is up? He seemed so determined to escape that he claimed he had found someone willing to take him off this island.
How can you be sure that this sympathetic soul is truly sympathetic toward you? What if it's a trap?
Tobias continued.
What the hell else should I do? I'll be in here for 10 whole fucking years. It's only been a few months, and I'm barely hanging on by a string. If all you want to do is be my friend and comfort me after I get raped, then I have no need for that type of friendship.
Penn, no.
You should use your power to help us,
he said, holding up my bandless wrist.
Your alpha controls the entertainment district, and you and your friend have already benefited. So why can't you help more of your friends?
Whatever it is you're asking him to do, stop it.
Tobias snatched my wrists out of his grip.
Riker, let's go.
He's right. I stopped Tobias from dragging me away. We're lucky. Why should we walk away and leave them to their fate if there's something we can do to help them?
Riker.
Thank you, Riker. I knew I could count on you.
Please don't thank me yet. Just tell me what you need.
You can remove these bans. Dane did it for those loyal to him, and I'm sure your man can do the same. Can you please bring that device here so we can be free of these? That way they can't track us when we're on the outside.
I can't promise anything, but I'll talk to Killian.
No. What if he tells someone?
He won't.
Please don't play around with our lives like this. You can afford to be reckless and hope for the best. We have a foolproof escape plan. All we need are these bans off. We were going to try our luck with them, but this will give us even more of a guarantee that they'll never find us. I'm not asking you to lie to your mate. I'm just asking you to bring the device here so we can use it.
So you're asking him to lie by omission?
Tobias scoffed.
Our fate is in your hands.
Penn threw up his hands.
I've already told you everything. If it isn't meant for us to escape from here, then we won't. But it would be because of your actions. And I want you to know this. When you were about to get raped at that church, I was the one who broke the bottle and rolled it to you, and that's how I got caught.
Oh, Penn. I'll see what I can do, I said, done with this conversation. I just needed to leave the caves, get some fresh air, and think. Tobias made it very clear that he was against helping them out. I couldn't help but feel sorry for Penn. This prison had destroyed him, transforming from a confident man to a wreck in a matter of a few months. And he saved me, more than once, when he could have left me to rot once the guards left us on the main street. Not only did he throw the dirt that helped us escape, but he also helped me with the bottle.
God damn it.
Tobias groaned while we were on our way back to the brothel.
I know what it's like to owe someone a debt. Although I would say you already paid him back by getting him out of the barracks. You're probably better off not telling Killian about this. I'll keep him busy while you get the damn device. Make sure you bring it back to me, and I'll put it up.
I nodded. Thank you, Tobias. He replied with a grumble. When we returned to the brothel, Killian was apparently in the middle of an important meeting in his office. Unfortunately, Tobias had moved the device from the loft back to the office after Killian used it on me. I busied myself helping Tobias deal with the workers at the club and periodically bringing snacks and coffee for the men gathered in the office. It wasn't until almost evening that their meeting was over and Killian returned to the loft as he stretched out on the couch. That was a long meeting, I said, joining him and wrapping my arms around him, taking in his scent through the smell of cigar smoke and alcohol.
It's because that meeting wasn't just about passing on the entertainment district. It was also about our plans for the outside world where we would live and who my contacts would be, along with a few other things that shouldn't concern you.
Shouldn't concern me, I teased, pinching his side and causing him to flinch.
The only thing I want you to worry about is giving birth to my baby and raising them to be healthy and happy.
I have to tell you something about Shinzo and what he planned for our baby. I sighed.
He most likely wanted to use them like the scumbag opportunist he is.
You knew?
No, not really, but when I found out you were pregnant, it made sense why he paid so much for you. That's why I set up a separate location for you to go to, one that Shinzo won't know about. You'll still be safe if anything happens to me while fighting Knut.
Not long after our talk, Killian fell asleep while holding me in his arms. I kissed him softly on the lips and slipped out. Once I reached the bottom stairs, Tobias handed me the device and told me to hurry. When I climbed down the ladder to enter the cave, Penn was there pacing around. He was relieved to see me and reached out to hug me.
I thought you got caught or something.
Killian was in a meeting that went on longer than I thought. But I have the device right here, I said, using the device to free him. Once the band fell from his wrist, he laughed with glee.
I can't wait to free the others.
Please hurry, I don't want Killian to wake up and notice I'm gone, but I will warn you that I do plan to tell him what I did tonight. I don't want to keep any secrets from him. The last time I did, it ended poorly.
We just need one more thing from you.
Spirits, Penn. I'm trying my best to pay you back for what you've done. If whatever it is you need is at the club, it's too late. I'm sorry.
I just need you to go to the docks and distract the people there.
What? I thought you said no one was out there.
Unfortunately, some hotshot came to the prison. Someone who is here to see your alpha.
How do you know this?
The person helping us relayed the information. He said he wouldn't go anywhere if we were caught. All we need is for you to provide a good distraction. Tell them who you are, and that your alpha has a message for them. Anything. We just need you to distract these guys long enough for us to get on board our man's ship unseen.
I felt more than a little uneasy about this. I don't know.
Please, Riker. If one of the people here provides the distraction, that person will lose their chance to escape and may never be able to return to the sanctuary without giving up those choosing to stay here. But nothing will happen to you, even if they turn you in.
Killian would know that I lied to him again.
Your alpha will be angry with you, but he loves you, and you said he was a good guy.
Shit. I don't know.
Don't make me get on my knees.
Just please hurry up, I said, caving in. He explained that once we were through the crack, a hidden tunnel led up to the outside world. Those who chose to stay would seal it up, preventing anyone who left from returning. But he was confident that the worst that would happen to me was dealing with Killian's anger and disappointment. I would have to make it up to him, and I didn't plan to lie to him about why I was outside the wall. I just hoped they would be gone by then. Penn sent me out first. It was a bit of a squeeze, but I could get through to the outside world. I dreamed of leaving this place when I first arrived. Now I wanted to hurry up and get back inside. It's funny how much things can change. Penn slipped out behind me and hid behind the jutted-out portion of the wall. He then directed me to where the docks were located. But to my surprise, I only saw one boat parked at the docks and no one around. Penn, are you sure?
Chapter 40. Killian. I woke up on the couch alone and felt almost agitated that my mate wasn't at my side. I wondered where Riker had gone. I thought he was downstairs with Tobias until I looked at the time and saw it was 4 a.m. I heard Nico and Tobias whispering in hushed voices. It sounded as if they were having some sort of a lover's quarrel. The least they could do was go somewhere else instead of the living room within the living quarters. I headed downstairs groggy, wiping the crust from my eyes and still wiping my face from drool. I doubted I would get back to sleep anytime soon, especially knowing my mate wasn't by my side. Could alphas become just as anxious as an omega during a pregnancy when their mate isn't near? I was already anxious about becoming a father, but the danger he could face if I lost against Knut only added to my anxiety. But I didn't want to write off my uneasy feeling as nothing when it came to my mate. Now that I thought about it, his scent was faint, as if he'd never been here at all. Now I heard Tobias cursing at Nico, and I decided to intervene. What's going on here? Why are you fighting?
Go ahead and tell him.
Nico scoffed, placing his hands on his hips like a parent scolding his child and telling him to apologize to the other kid's parents for some sort of wrongdoing.
It's Riker. He left a few hours ago and hasn't come back.
Tobias looked uncomfortable as he told me this. What the hell are you talking about? Where is he? I tried to ask calmly, but my emotions were already taking over. A dreadful feeling settled in my stomach as I saw Tobias's eyes darting from his partner to the doorway before meeting mine again with a look of fear on his face.
Earlier, he went to the sanctuary to help a friend escape the prison.
Tobias avoided making eye contact with me as he told me this. How the hell is he supposed to do that? I asked, confused. My body moved on its own and ran for the door.
There's a crack in the wall that apparently leads outside.
Tobias followed, with Nico trailing behind.
They needed Riker to bring the device to unlock their bands. He was supposed to go there, unlock their bands, and return with the device, but it's been hours now.
That's fucking ridiculous. As if Shinzo doesn't have a method of keeping track of every single unlocked band. And how the hell are they supposed to get off this island?
Oh, you're gonna love this part,
Nico said sarcastically.
Penn said he knew someone sympathetic to their plight and would be able to ferry them off the island.
Tobias huffed. There was no point in hearing the rest, and Tobias didn't know much else. He eventually left us and returned to the safety of the brothel, while Nico and I continued through the snowy streets heading toward the dark church.
Tobias can be kind to a fault.
Nico sighed. So can Riker. But he promised not to keep secrets from me, that we were in this together.
What do you expect? He's an Omega. You know how they tend to be with their own kind, overly generous, helpful, and forgiving of their faults. Meanwhile, alphas tend to beat each other's brains in over the slightest provocations. And we betas are hardly any better. We tend to be jealous of both of you.
You're jealous?
Of alphas? Hell yeah, I'd never want to be an Omega, though. So, are you worried your mate may have seen an opportunity to get out of here sooner and ditched?
Not on your life, I replied confidently. Riker loves me. We worked hard and waited for so long to get to where we are now. He's pregnant.
Holy shit, congratulations, man.
I hope he's just doing them a favor that's taking a little longer than needed. I don't even want to think about the worst case scenario. Our journey to the caves was long, and I felt a pang of fear as soon as I laid eyes on the familiar entrance. As we approached, the shaman stepped aside and gestured for us to enter. I couldn't read the expression on his wooden features, but he seemed grim as he watched us head past him and into the cave.
I was afraid this would happen,
he said. Where's Riker? I asked on edge.
Long ago, some prisoners realized a tunnel led directly to the wall. They worked tirelessly, chipping away at it to escape. I don't know what happened to them. I believe they took a chance swimming away from here. Now, my current guests have discovered the same tunnel and hope to take a chance on the outside world.
You really do just sit around watching, don't you?
Nico said, folding his arms.
Should I stop them? This prison isn't mine. It was merely built on top of my home. If people wish to flee, I see no reason they shouldn't.
Where is this tunnel? I asked, just wanting Riker with me again.
I prevented them from sealing it after hearing the commotion outside,
he said, leading us through until we reached a small pile of silver bands scattered along the floor. I could pick out Riker's scent among the others, but it was faint, perhaps a few hours ago. I looked at Nico, and he looked at me. I could tell what he was thinking. That Riker left me. But there was no way in hell I believed that. I squeezed myself through the crack as much as possible, scraping my chin and arms on the rocks until I was through the small crevasse and outside of the prison. I checked the footprints in the mud and sniffed the air, closing my eyes so that I could focus on the smells. The scent of forest rain, pines, and wildflowers gave way to the salty tang of sea spray and rotting seaweed.
Killian, take a look at this,
Nico said grimly. Nico handed me a small cloth. The symbol of the moon strider pack was on it, a wolf baying over a crescent moon. On the back was a message. He'll join his mother soon. You know where I am. My stomach dropped and my blood ran cold. Knut intentionally left this here. I ripped the cloth apart and my hands trembled against my will. My voice almost didn't sound like my own. You've made a grave mistake, Knut. The last mistake you'll ever make.
Chapter 41. Riker. The waters were deceptively calm until I was in the middle of a choppy sea of black waves. I was a good swimmer, but these waves didn't care about that. A vine-like tentacle wrapped around my leg and pulled me under, causing me to flail and kick as I took in water. When I got away from its grasp, I swallowed so much water that I felt like I was going to drown. It didn't take long for me to jump overboard when I woke up on that ship. At first, I didn't think I was that far away from the prison island, but once I saw that the nearest land was just rows of shady trees, and on the other side was just water and mist, I knew I was in deep trouble. But there was no way I would swim back to that ship. My only hope was to reach land and get to those trees. Killian will come for me. That much was certain, but I didn't want it to be on Knut's terms. I just needed a place to hide where I could watch the water for his arrival, and then he and I would be united. I coughed out more water as I tried to right myself to keep swimming. When I touched land, I planned to shift to my wolf form and escape. Too bad it wasn't the full moon. Under the full moon, I could run faster and get through the woods at a better pace. As a red wolf, this was all a regular moon could do for me. Damn you, Penn. Damn you to hell for what you did to me. I felt so sorry for him and wanted to do what I could to save him. I felt so bad leaving him in this prison when I was getting my freedom. I thought of offering him a way to join Killian's pack, but there was no way it would be believable. Tobias and Mahdi were free because they were connected to alphas who had joined Killian's pack. There wasn't a single Omega a part of the pack who had joined alone. So I wanted to help him leave this place, this nightmare that had taken far too much from both of us. Maybe I was selfish because I couldn't save my family, so I wanted to save the person in front of me. And now I paid the price. But it still didn't stop me from hating him. I would have never done this to him, no matter the hardship and pain I endured. If I ever saw him again, there would be no forgiveness. The cold mud gripped my feet, sucking at me with each step. I fell and quickly scrambled back to my feet and ran. The trees around me were thick and thickly grown. Their branches intertwined, blocking the fields beyond and barely letting the moon's light filter through the canopy above.
You can't get away from me, Omega.
I heard Knut shouting behind me. The son of a bitch must have jumped in the water behind me, but I didn't notice because I was too busy fighting for my own life. I jumped over a log and kneeled out of sight. My wolf wasn't as large as an alpha's, so fighting him was out of the question. His foul stench was getting closer and closer.
You're all alone, Riker. No one is coming for you. Killian is back on that island. It's going to take him at least 20 minutes to reach us. And that's if he noticed we were gone right away, which he didn't. If anything, he's still in his pathetic brothel sleeping the night away, completely oblivious to your disappearance.
Once he got closer, I tiptoed away from the log to the nearest tree and stood behind it. I knew he could smell me, but it was a matter of where I was precisely in these woods. I slid my back along the bark and then moved a bit ahead to another tree, hoping to lose him. I covered myself with mud to reduce my scent and left my spot, zigzagging to another tree. Hopefully he would give up if he didn't find me soon, but I knew that was just delusional thinking.
Your mother is perhaps the most beautiful woman I've ever had the pleasure of laying eyes on. You look like her, you know. That's why I want to mate you. If you think I want to hurt you, you are mistaken. I won't hurt you just like I didn't hurt your mother.
My breath hitched, giving away my location. I darted out of my hiding place in a panic and ran until a vice clamped onto my ankle, stabbing me with sharp metal claws. I cried out in pain and fell with a heavy thump onto the forest floor. I tried to keep my whines to a minimum as I assessed the damage, but the shock of the pain was enough to snap me out of my wolf form, and I was just a naked human with a bloody ankle caught in a trap. Knut had also changed into his human form. There was no need for him to run anymore as he walked up the trail I had taken until he found me desperately trying to open the teeth of the trap so I could escape. This was all wrong. I didn't want Killian to be so focused on saving me over fighting his uncle.
Nothing like a wolf trap to make one rethink their life choices.
Shut up, you bastard!
You should be lucky I'm here. Hunters must be nearby. I heard that the guards get paid handsomely to free a prisoner in these woods, so rich hunters could play some dangerous game bullshit. This must be one of their traps. Humans really are the worst, aren't they?
Just leave me alone.
You know I can't do that.
He gripped the vice and with one thrust pried it open. I quickly removed my foot and attempted to run, but slipped and fell, splitting my lip. He picked me up, and I scratched at him, clawed, and screamed like a wild animal, causing him to slam me down onto the ground. He got on top of me as I tried desperately to push him off. I could feel him hot and hard against me.
I have every right to take you right now if I wished, but I won't. I'll sleep with my bride in my bed when you're fully healed, fed, and warm. You'll see those under me are taken very well care of.
Like you took care of my mother, you piece of shit.
Your mother is still alive. If you come with me, you'll see. I intend to mate you, boy. It will be rude to kill the bride's family.
I don't believe you.
It doesn't matter what you believe.
He stood fast, kicking me in the face with his muddy foot.
Chapter 42. Killian. Anger wasn't a word that described how I felt right now, but my anger wasn't directed at Riker. I fell in love with him because of his heart, and because he was always the type of person who did what he felt was right, even if I disagreed with his decisions. A dozen ways to end Knut's life had crossed my mind as I stood on the docks. The rising sun was diffused on this winter morning. I almost didn't hear Nico when he was explaining how many fighters we had gathered overall. I believe he said we had a dozen pack members that would benefit from the Moonstrider power, along with 4 berserker bears. But another was standing at the docks with me. I had forgotten his name, but he was a lithe figure dressed in a black tank top and black leather pants. He wore several piercings in his ear, and his hair was short, black, and clipped neatly. He had an almost permanent cheeky grin on his face, helped by the scar traveling from the corner of his mouth. Who did he piss off enough to give him that Glasgow grin?
I said my name is Leonardo Salviares III,
he said, but he was speaking to Nico.
Right. What are you? Royalty?
Nico chuckled.
No, I just like fancy names, and putting the third at the end always makes it sound fancier, wouldn't you agree?
You gave yourself that name.
Why not? It's the only one I go by.
All right, we have you on the list. You're a Black Panther?
Damn right.
We'll be setting off soon, so I suggest you go ahead and get on board with the others.
Oh, you ain't gotta tell me twice,
he said, his voice soft and devious if devious had a sound. Is that everyone? I asked Nico, not at all keeping count.
Yeah, I believe that's everybody,
Nico replied.
You have 12 wolves and 4 bears, and at the last minute, we managed to get some cat tribe members, 2 lions, and the last is that panther. Altogether, that's 19, including me, Tobias, Klaus, and Madi.
We are the strangest pack in existence, but hopefully, this many will be enough to end Knut for good.
So long as we stick to the plan of taking out Knut and his generals before the rest of the pack even know what's going on, we still can't risk open war.
The plan hasn't changed.
Are you sure? We can't have you running off and trying to take down Knut alone. You know they'll just put one of the generals in charge of the pack and strengthen their defenses.
We don't have to worry about me, Nico. I'm positive he won't hurt Riker, but I don't think he would. If he does, it would be the end for him. At least with Riker alive, he stands a chance against me.
Let's hope.
It was near dawn when we finally left that damn island. It wouldn't take long before we reached land on the other side, where Shinzo informed us he had 2 vans and a car waiting for us. I informed Leonardo that I wanted him to be my scout. I knew those woods like the back of my hand, and I needed someone else who also knew them. He was a Black Panther, the absolute perfect ambush predator. I laid out a map for him, telling him precisely where I needed him to go to reach their territory. His job was to tell me everything going on within their borders. I knew I was taking a risk by sending someone away, but I had no choice. For all I knew, he could have fucked off the moment he was out of my sight. None of these men had any obligations to continue to follow me after reaching land. Shinzo suggested I keep them in shackles right up until the attack. But what kind of leader would I be if I needed to bind men to make them follow me? They either did, or they didn't. If they ran off, they were Shinzo's problem. When we reached the docks on the other side, I believed I could smell Riker's scent, but it was extremely faint, as subtle as the wind. He was here hours ago. There was no point in searching, but picking up his scent made me more anxious than ever.
Let's hurry up and get to Shinzo's hideout,
Nico said. He then explained that Klaus would drive one of the vans while he would take the other, and I could drive the sedan with Tobias and Madi inside. Nico saw me hesitate when I reached the car. It wasn't because I couldn't drive or something like that. It's just that I couldn't help but think that maybe I was just doing a little too much. All that mattered to me was Riker and my baby's safety. That was worth my life.
Now isn't the time to get the jitters,
Nico said, slapping me on the back. It's not that. I was just wondering if maybe the easy way for all of us would be for me to just give myself up. You guys take Riker and promise to look after him and my child.
Hell no, don't just give up like that. What the fuck do you think will happen to us if you fail? The Dragon Council will probably hunt us down as fugitives. That's why those poor folks aren't heading for the trees right now. They know their freedom comes with a price.
Good. Let's keep up that uncertainty. I wouldn't want anybody to stab my ass in the back thinking that they could just go off and live their life when it's done. I laughed.
Come on, let's go. I don't think we have the element of surprise anymore. Knut will probably know that we're on his ass.
You're right. I can't afford to have doubts now. We have no choice but to go forward and hope for the best.
Chapter 43. Riker. The sun was shining, but it was far from a warm day. The heater was on, but it hadn't been running long because I could still feel the chill in the air. The room I was in was an elegant Georgian-style bedroom. The wall behind the bed was made of stones, each a different color. The sofa, which was low to the ground, had a back lowered to the height of the bed. Behind the dresser were deep-set mirrors framed with a leafy, arabesque image. A thick rug had been laid over what felt like centuries' worth of polished wood floorboards and smelled like oil and pine. It was a unique shade of blue with specks of gold that matched exactly the color of my eyes. The bed's colors were calm, like a beautiful ocean wave gently rolling through green grass, smooth, rippled, and refreshing in its tranquility. I would be relaxed under any other circumstances, but anxiety took over because I knew I was within the country estate in Oregon, in the heart of Moon Strider territory. I stood up, surprised that there was no pain in my ankle from where my foot was caught in that wolf trap. The skin was mended, but it was far from a red moon, which meant that Knut had a mage heal me. I could smell the scent of other omegas in my vicinity, neither strong nor weak, which was better than the scent of alphas, which meant it could have been omegas who cleaned me up and dressed me in this nightshirt. The thought of Knut, or any other alpha putting their hands on me, made me sick. Lucky for me, no shackles or chains were keeping me here, although I was sure he had other methods for ensuring I didn't escape. I could not open the window, and the door did not have a handle from the inside. I crept down the hallway and pressed my back to the wall. The place looked exactly as I remembered it, but it felt unfamiliar. The elegant stone halls were cold, yet herbal-scented incense lit in sconces, and the floors were clean. Everything was how I remembered, except it just wasn't right. There were too many reminders of my former life. For a second, I pictured Killian and I laughing as we ran through the house. I accidentally knocked over a vase on the side table. I was so scared I would get into trouble, but Killian took the blame. I hurried along, pressing my back against the icy wall and looking around constantly. I caught sight of a blurred reflection, and somehow, my face looking back at me felt even more terrifying than everything else. My heart pounded in my chest and I swallowed hard. This ordeal wasn't kind to me. There were dark circles and bags under my eyes. I had to find a way out of the estate if I was going to have any chance of escaping Knut. The warm, heady scent of several omegas drifted down the hallway toward me, draped in a thick, musky veil. It brushed over my face like a soft kiss and wrapped around me, drawing me toward the door. Before I knew what to do, I felt a tug on my arm and was yanked hard into an adjacent room. Inside the room, I found a large circular bed on the floor, surrounded by colorful bohemian pillows. The walls were rich with blues and reds, and sheer drapes almost hid the bed from view. A fiery passion radiated from its three occupants. One of the men, a beautiful, russet-haired, slender fellow, lay on his back while another with deep, long, ruby-red hair fanned his hands over his body, applying warm oils. The Omega's body relaxed as his partner pleasured him in ways I had never seen before, but understood, implicitly. The intensity of their desire sparked my own body to life. I felt my cock swell and harden. My skin broke out in goosebumps and my heart pounded against my chest as adrenaline surged through me. The Omega who pulled me inside laughed at my reaction to the lovers and slapped me hard on the back before pouring a powder from a bag onto the back of his hand and bringing it to me. No? I backed up. He simply shrugged and snorted the substance before laughing and wiping the powder clean. Once he finished, he sauntered to me and grabbed my hand, forcing me to shake his.
The name is Robin, and don't bother telling me yours. It's Riker, isn't it?
Yeah, I said, almost confused. I didn't know what to think about what the hell was going on. The russet-haired man cried out in pleasure.
He's not as remarkable as I thought he would be.
He panted. He then lit a pipe and inhaled deeply before passing it to his partner.
Oh, hush, Amato. He just got here. He's probably as scared as a little mouse.
Robin's accent was as twangy as a southern bayou.
I suppose you don't remember us. We saw you briefly when Killian brought you through the border.
You guys always lived here?
Hell no. At least not back then, but since Knut took over as the new Alpha, we've been his,
Playthings, Robin. We are just playthings.
The one called Amato groaned.
Right. Playthings,
Robin repeated, almost embarrassed as he looked away from me. Why don't you just leave? The three of them laughed at me.
Oh, yes. Get up, walk out the door, and do what next? Return to our families who have a vested interest in staying in Knut's good graces? Or perhaps, take our chances in the great wide world as a lone Omega.
Amato's mockery cut deep, but he was right to chide me. I'm sorry.
Ignore Amato. He's a salty bitch.
The ruby red finally spoke after taking a deep breath of smoke and blowing it out.
His family willingly offered him to Knut. It was a power move on their part. On the other hand, my family is being threatened because they wouldn't hand me over. Robin...
I got no family. Nobody could protect me since they died during the coup. They were traitors, and I was taken as a prize.
Your accent... I was about to mention it when he cut me off.
My parents sent me to the South long before the coup. My granddaddy raised me there, but when he passed away, the pack I was with didn't want to take me in. They actually contacted Knut, figuring that I was innocent and that there shouldn't be any more bad blood with my parents dead. Maybe they wanted to curry favor with him. He took me in and made me, well, you know how it is.
He's disgusting. I made a disgusted noise to match my expression. Robin could have been around 15 during the coup.
We all thought you were lucky that he overlooked you and even gave you to Joshua.
Amato spoke up.
Why the hell did you kill him?
I didn't. It was Knut who did it and framed me for it.
Why the hell would he do that?
Because of Killian, he's afraid of him, because he knows he's the only one who can stop him.
Killian, the Vey Wolf still lives.
Yes, he does. And Knut took me because he's scared and hiding behind our child and me.
You have a baby with him?
Robin stepped back as if my baby was going to claw his way out of my belly and tear him to pieces.
How the hell could you have a baby with a Vey Wolf?
The redhead curled his lips in disgust.
Killian was a hot piece of ass, though. Don't lie, when we all wanted him. Vey Wolf or not, I would probably bet him too.
Amato smiled in whatever doped-up stupor he was in.
He was hot, though.
The redhead popped a grape into his mouth.
There always has to be something wrong with the hottest guys.
There's nothing wrong with him, I defended.
What is he like in bed?
Amato grinned. I'm not going to tell you that.
Looks like we got a prude on our hands.
Will you two leave him alone?
Robin spoke up in my defense, surprisingly.
I still think sleeping with a Vey Wolf is weird, but these questions are rude.
It's better than being with a rapist. You couldn't ask for a better alpha and better leader. Killian is as passionate as he is loyal. But of course he's a Vey Wolf. So you would just deny him and continue to be sex slaves because it's better to be a sex slave under a normal wolf than to be free under the protection of a Vey Wolf. The room became almost eerily silent. I wondered if they had a comeback for what I had said, and perhaps I was being a little too harsh. I didn't know their situation any more than they knew mine. But if they had a comeback, they didn't have time to give it to me because the door to the room opened, and I knew that rotten stench from anywhere. Chapter 44. I ran to the vanity where they kept a fancy little knife caked in powder, but before I could turn to slice at Knut's throat, he grabbed me by the wrist, slamming my hand onto the vanity and forcing the knife from my grip. He turned me around, grabbing my cheeks forcibly and pulling me towards him. The other Omegas backed off. I could almost feel their fear and anticipation of what would happen next, but no one would dare say a word. He let me go and I stumbled away from him into Robin's arms. He rubbed my back to comfort me.
Good thing you found the others. It prevents me from having to introduce you.
He's been really nice.
Amato spoke up.
We like him already.
Glad to hear it.
Hearing that seemed to please him, but he didn't take his predatory eyes off me as he spoke.
You and I began on the wrong foot. I could say the same for all of the Omegas here. But as you can see, they have their freedom. They can drink and party as much as they like and indulge in their every whim. And they are under my protection. The same can be done for you. It would have been easier for me to leave you injured and chained up in that room, but I healed you. And now you can roam as free as they are.
Knut, if you told me the sky was blue, I'm sure you would be lying.
You really think so?
He sauntered over to the door and gestured for me to follow.
I have a surprise to show you.
I hesitantly stepped out into the hallway and saw another man standing there. I had forgotten his name, but he was a big guy, as most alphas were, with short hair and a neatly trimmed black beard. I believed he was Irish. Knut led the way down the hallway, and I followed him with the big man behind me. If I tried anything, he was most likely ordered to hurt me. We traveled down the enormous staircase towards the foyer. I stared hard at the front door and wished I could run toward it and out of this place. But we circled behind under the stairs, and I knew precisely where Knut was taking me, because Killian had shown me almost every part of this place. Behind the main staircase was a door leading down into the dungeons of this estate. This was where they kept unruly members of the pack, or prisoners of war. Luckily, when Killian brought me here, there were no prisoners inside, just empty open cells, and even then we couldn't stay long because the bars were made of silver. This place was as dank and dark as I had remembered it, but unlike before, there was the smell of body odor and piss and shit, and the familiar comforting smells of my family. "Dad," I passed Knut, gripping the silver bars and regretting it when I felt my strength drain almost instantly. Knut pulled me away to a safer distance. I hated how he had to prop my near-limp body up. I was finding it difficult to breathe, but my father was here and alive. My father was a much larger man, but he was hunched over slightly and somewhat frail. He was never as big as the alphas within Moonstrider or any other pack. We Red Wolves were small. Even our alphas were a little smaller, but he carried himself with an air of unmatched confidence despite the horrible circumstances we were always in. Like most Red Wolves, we had to leave our old pack to find safety and protection within a larger collective. But still, my father was always a man who carried himself with dignity. He did not beg for protection. He forged friendships and deals. Now a dirty beard covered half of his face. The only thing shining through was his golden eyes.
"Riker, my boy, is that you?"
He said, his voice hoarse and frail. He dared not touch the bars, though he attempted to reach out for me. I tried to reach out for him, but Knut snatched my arm away from him. "Dad, it's me? I really am here?"
"Thank the spirits,"
he breathed.
"Your mother and I had been so worried about you."
My eyes darted to the shadow in the corner, and my father left the bars and nearly disappeared into that dark corner. Knut's man, the Irishman, flashed a light into that corner, illuminating the wet brick, but more importantly, my mother's soft pale skin and long red hair. She coughed up phlegm, and my father helped her spit it into a bucket nearby. "You're alive! I can't believe it! You're alive, Mom!"
"Oh, sweetheart,"
she said through cracked lips and a cracking voice. "Mom, I thought... Oh, spirits, I thought you were gone."
"That's enough of a reunion,"
Knut spat. The Irishman cut off the light, and Knut dragged me away from the dungeon and back up the narrow stairs until we were in the upper portion of the jail, away from the effects of the silver below. I could barely fight against him. I was so weakened by the silver, but I could tell they were getting weak too, which was most likely the real reason we had to leave. Once we were out of the dungeon, Knut gripped me by the shoulders, turning me to face him. I could barely see him through my blurred vision. How is that possible?
"I told you that I could never murder the mother of my soon-to-be mate."
"But that video..."
"A fake, naturally. Just enough to put some pep in your step. What good it did me. Despite your failure, I still want you to be mine."
I placed my hand over my belly. I knew he couldn't mate me until I had given birth or lost my child.
"I'll take in that abomination you're carrying, and your parents will be free from prison. They'll be given housing just as they were before when you were to be Joshua's."
I had no intention of ever becoming this bastard's mate, but I would say anything to stop my parents from suffering. I nodded. "Please get them out of there." He smiled.
"That's what I want to hear."
He stroked my cheek and then planted his thumb across my lip, and I wanted to vomit.
"All you have to do is prove your loyalty to me."
I don't understand.
"Yes, you do. You've got a brain up there. I heard you had a fairly easy time surviving that prison shithole. You even managed to impress Shinzo, that dragon piece of shit."
"You want me to turn on Killian?"
"Now give this man a gold star."
He stretched his arms wide, and the Irishman laughed. "Where's my brother? If you expect me to turn on Killian, I want to know if this saves everyone in my family." Knut chuckled and folded his arms.
"He's making money. Enough to buy his parents freedom if he can survive the pits long enough to make that a reality. At the rate he's going, he probably has 100 more fights before he can make that happen. Whereas you can make it happen now if you agree to be the bait that lures Killian to his death.
Killian is already coming here. How can I lure him anywhere on purpose? Just me being here is the lure.
You're right about that. Killian will come no matter what, but the only one who has to die here is him, not your parents, your brother, and even the idiots following him.
You know he doesn't even have the power of the Moonstrider pack. Killian does. The ones who follow him will be the ones who benefit from the Lichen Fang. I turned my attention to the Irishman, hoping to convince him that Knut was worthless, but he only laughed as if what I said didn't take him by surprise.
You were right about him.
The Irishman spoke.
I can't wait to have him in my bed.
In due time.
I backed away from them both.
But what else do you expect me to do?
Knut chuckled.
I have to give my generals some sort of perk of the job. They know I will kill Killian and take the Lichen Fang, and the power of the Moonstrider pack will be mine.
I would rather have Knut as a leader than a disgusting vampire shit.
The Irishman sneered.
And when you're in my bed, you'll see what it's like to be fucked by a real wolf and not some pretender.
Hold off. You won't have him now until he bursts that abomination.
They laughed. I turned for the door that would take me back into the foyer, desperately trying to get away from these men. But the Irishman gripped me, wrapping his forearm around my throat. I struggled to get away, but he quickly dragged me back. Something shiny glinted in the light as the Irishman dragged my shirt down, exposing my upper right chest. Something hard punched into my flesh, and I immediately felt myself weakening. The Irishman let me go, and I fell to the floor. I checked what they had done. A silver medallion was embedded into my flesh. A wolf baying over the crescent moon. Another shackle to keep me weak and under control.
You better think long and hard about the deal I'm offering, little Omega. Judging by your mother's appearance, she probably won't survive another week. At least she saw her baby boy one last time. Perhaps that's enough.
Chapter 45. Killian. Our hideout was a beautiful 2-bedroom apartment on the banks of the Willamette River, along with a luxury boat waiting for us by the docks in case we needed it. The design was simple and contemporary, with lots of soft wooden accents. If I had to pay Shinzo any kind of compliment, it would be that the man never skimped on luxury. More importantly, we were within Moonstrider's pack territory, but to a lesser extent. I didn't know how Knut ran the pack, but my father barely controlled the city besides periodic visits, with a few minor pack members running a few businesses and distributing supplies and goods here and there. Most of our occupied territories were in the lower regions of the state, around the national forest areas. And I don't think I need to tell you how perfect it was for us wolves. We had the forest in our privacy, with lots of game to hunt. We ran our communities how we liked, with hardly any interference from humans, dragons, or anyone else. I was reasonably confident that we were safe here. Me, Klaus, Nico, Tobias, and Madi stayed in one apartment while the others were regaled to the apartment next door with instructions that they were free to leave the building if they wanted to risk it. Hell, they could even ditch if they wanted to risk it. I had no desire to bring along those who weren't committed, no matter how much I needed them. The ones who were committed were free so long as they were there for the full moon ritual and were on call to fight when needed. So far, a few days had passed with no incident other than a dispute over sleeping arrangements. The only member not with us was Leonardo, the Black Panther, who was now at the Moonstrider estate, eyeing Knut's generals and gathering intel by now. I couldn't help but describe what Riker looked like and, if there was a chance to get a message to him, to let him know I was here for him.
Hey man, you should get over here and eat some of this food.
Klaus called me from the living room near the small open dining area, stuffing his face with thin Thai noodles.
He's right, you know.
Madi agreed.
We haven't seen you take a single bite to eat since we settled here.
The last thing we need is for a leader to keel over from hunger in the middle of a battle.
Now it was Nico jumping down my throat, and I knew Tobias wasn't far behind. I made myself a small plate, but truth be told, I wasn't very hungry. I didn't know if it was the blood, But ever since I gave in to my vampire nature and took the blood from that prostitute, I hadn't felt hunger for food or even more blood. I felt almost stagnant, and my worry over Riker's safety didn't help. But if taking a few bites of food would please them, then that's what I was going to do. I took my noodles and sat back at the laptop, getting even more frustrated at my lack of results. I didn't want to just sit here waiting for Leonardo. I needed to prepare for the possibility of him ditching on the mission and being halfway across the country. I needed a good backup plan with people who were far more invested in this conflict. I needed to get in touch with those who had survived the coup years ago. The men and women who were on my father's side and had a vested interest in seeing Knut disposed of. One man, in particular, I knew very well. His name was Cornelius, my father's best friend and most trusted ally. He owned one of those craft beer joints in Eugene.
I think I can help out.
Mahdi stood and came over to the laptop.
Do you have a last name?
I think Barris.
And he owned a craft beer shop?
Yeah.
That might be enough.
I got out of his way and let the man take the laptop and go to work. My eyes were hurting from staring at that damn screen.
I won't turn away a few extra hands, especially help from elders who could help rally any indecisive members of your pack to our side,
Nico said, as insightful as ever.
Oh, they are always indecisive members.
Klaus almost sneered, but it wasn't directed at us.
Fence riders.
That's not fair,
Nico argued.
Sometimes riding the fence is the safest bet.
Boo!
Klaus waved his hand dismissively.
You don't look too confident, Killian.
Tobias cut through the two bickering men to address me. That's because I'm not. If he had not joined my dad, Cornelius could have been the pack's next leader. He had a lot of power and influence. We can use the help, and it would be far more reliable to have people on our side who are invested in seeing Knut gone.
Then what's the issue?
Nico shrugged.
Unless you do want to rule the pack when this is over?
I was raised to run that pack, but that could be me wanting to reclaim a piece of the life I lost. I know what Shinzo wants, but I have no desire to fight for acceptance. Cornelius could be a great leader, but I don't know if he would aid me.
Then he ain't a very good leader.
Klaus barked. I killed his son.
Holy shit,
Nico said wide-eyed.
What the fuck?
Klaus exclaimed. We were just two alphas coming into our second gender, and we both wanted Riker. We fought, and my vampire nature emerged. I didn't know what I would do. I just held him in my arms and cried. No one dared approach me other than my dad. Everything fell apart after that day. He was my first victim, and I was hoping he would be my last.
So this Cornelius guy could very well end up joining Knut.
No, despite what happened, Cornelius still joined my father, even if he never spoke a word to me. Klaus was about to say something, but I held my hand to stop him. Something was wrong. Others were coming up the stairs outside. Shifters, various shifters, and it wasn't the usual smell of the men who had joined us. We heard the door of the apartment next door get knocked open with a heavy bang.
What the fuck is happening?
Klaus grabbed his lover. Nico pressed his ears against the door.
Shit. They're from Wonderland.
To the balcony, and don't forget that laptop, I ordered, opening the sliding glass doors, and leapt over the edge, almost tumbling down the steep hill toward the river's bank. I didn't think we would need Shinzo's boat until it was time for us to trek the Willamette River deeper into Moonstrider's pack territory. The guards were on our asses. I had seen Klaus and Nico fighting them off while I swam for the boat and brought it as close to the banks as I could. I helped Tobias and Mahdi on board before helping put down the other guards to make way for Nico and Klaus. We were safe, at least for now, as we traveled down the Willamette River on the small but sleek and modern yacht.
What the hell was all of that about?
Klaus raged. I don't know, I said, pulling out my phone to contact Shinzo.
Did he betray us?
Tobias paced about the deck. We were all confused, on edge, and in need of answers.
I know already. I'm working on finding a more inconspicuous location.
Shinzo said the moment he picked up the call. He sounded angry and flustered, unusual for the dragon. What the hell happened, Shinzo?
How many men did you lose?
Damn near all of them aside from Klaus, Nico, and one other.
I think I saw 2 berserkers run during the fighting.
Nico chimed in.
Fuck. It's my father. He doesn't want me to go to war and is trying to do whatever it takes to stop me. He must have someone watching my every move. Damn it, I thought that place was safe.
I heard the click-clack of the keyboard. Listen, don't bother getting us another place.
What?
I said don't bother. I sighed. You could be compromised elsewhere.
But what about your uncle?
He asked, still flustered. I'm already looking into getting additional help. Let me worry about that. Seeing how badly you were compromised, I won't tell you anything you don't need to know.
Give me a break. My father is well over 2 centuries old.
He clicked his tongue.
Listen, I'll have to put my war on hold until I get him off my ass. But I'll do you a favor and expunge the records of anyone smart enough not to get caught.
What about our deal?
We dragons have long lifespans. You could probably be an old man by the time I restart my efforts for the West Coast. But you will owe me for this.
Chapter 46. Riker. I didn't make too much of a fuss for my parents' sake. I was too afraid of saying or doing anything that could harm them while I figured out what my next moves should be to help them. Instead, I remained to myself. The silver medallion kept me from shifting, and it was far more punishing on the body than Wonderland's shackles ever were. Of course, leave it up to wolves to know how to make another of our kind suffer best. I spent most of my days in my room, even taking meals there. So far, Knut has never bothered me, nor has he released my parents. That came at a high price, and I tried to hold off, hoping I wouldn't have to pay it. Knut knew what I was doing and enjoyed playing his little cat-and-mouse game. But we both knew Killian was coming, and I made sure my mother knew what was going on, so she would have something to hold on to. I searched for the keys, hoping to free them, but that was just pure desperation. Either Knut or one of the guards had the keys, and ever since this medallion was embedded in my flesh, I became too weak to do anything. I had barely made it back to the foyer when Knut entered the house smelling of the woods wet from the snow. My body was getting frail, and all I wanted him to do was close that damn door to keep the draft out.
Well, look at what we have here.
Knut laughed with a few of his men as I sat on the stairs. I was feeling lightheaded and dizzy. My body was trapped in a general malaise I couldn't break free of.
Did you miss me?
I want to see my brother, I replied, sick of his bullshit. You said I could see him days ago.
I didn't think you'd have the strength, but I can see how strong you are. But my goodwill is something you must earn, Omega. If you wish to see your brother, then greet me the way an Omega should greet his Alpha.
I had no idea what the hell he was talking about. I was too tired and weak to put up with this shit. He gave me no indication of what he wanted from me now, but I took my best guess, stood on wobbly legs, and walked over to him. I held my breath as I stood on the tips of my toes and kissed him on the cheek. He gripped me hard, slamming his mouth on mine, and I could taste my meal coming up. He released me and laughed along with his jackass friends.
Fine, James. Take the Omega to his family reunion.
The Irishman let me outside once I was allowed to get a coat. Thank goodness this wasn't like the brothel. Besides the long shirt to sleep in, I was given some old clothes. I wore my boots, a sweater, and thick jeans to avoid the cold. We wolves were warm-blooded, but I was too weak to handle the weather. I got in the back seat of the sedan, thankful for the little rest I had received.
Don't test me, Omega.
The Irishman warned.
If you try to escape, I'll kick you in your belly until that baby of yours is dead.
The drive wasn't long, but it was through a path in the woods, and I could already smell the blood and hear the whines of injured wolves. The place was a mess, full of death and degradation. Elias would never allow something like this to take place within his territory. There were humans here, and other shifters, and I could hear the cheers from the crowd and the snarls from the fights happening nearby. I couldn't believe my little brother was in a hell like this. The Irishman gripped me, pulling me along the muddy path toward a log cabin nearby. I almost cried when I saw my brother again. His red hair was short and wild, and I smelled no pheromones coming from him. He was, without a doubt, a beta. I ran over to him, hugging him before I knew it, happy that he was alive. but he barely returned the hug.
Riker, what are you doing here? How did you get here?
Knut took me from the prison.
He broke you out?
Not necessarily. Are you okay, Rocco?
As fine as I can be with the mess you put us in.
His brow furrowed, getting heated already.
Everything happening to us is your fault. Now I have to risk my life just to get us out of this.
I'm here.
Oh, so that means I can stop fighting?
I couldn't say anything to counter his rage. Fed up with my silence, he scoffed at me and shook his head. He must have thought I was pathetic.
You know I put up with you crying about Killian because I was young and didn't know any better. But you were the older brother and you knew what was at stake more than anyone, just like you know what's at stake more than anyone now.
Do you even know what's going on? I asked, wondering how much he knew.
I know what Knut told me. Our parents could be released if only you give in. I wouldn't have to fight anymore. But now we gotta suffer so you can maintain your dignity. But it's okay because Knut offered me a better deal. He's going to let me in on the vanguard that will attack the Veywolf. That'll release us from this hell. I'll take over and be the older brother you can never be.
Don't be so quick to believe whatever Knut tells you. He's a piece of shit who will say anything to get what he wants. He framed me for a murder I didn't commit and made me believe he shot and killed our mother. Rocco's eyes widened for a moment.
Is she okay?
For now, she is.
You can end her suffering. Go to Knut and tell him anything he wants to hear. Do whatever he wants you to do. Don't worry about Dad and me. I still plan to join the vanguard and go after Killian.
He's the father of my child.
I don't care. Look, I'm not expecting you to become an unfeeling robot. For some reason you still love him, but you have to choose between him and us. He is a Veywolf. Even if he killed Knut, no one would want to follow him. Abort that baby, if you still can, and give yourself to Knut. Otherwise, you'll kill everyone around you.
I took a deep breath to measure and control my emotions. Before I came here, I decided I would trust Killian completely. Every time I so much as shifted away from that, it landed me in trouble. I wouldn't even be here if I had stayed true to being honest with him from the start. He is coming, and he will win, and I will not spit on everything he is doing to save us by giving myself over to that piece of shit. Before I could say another word, the back of my brother's hand connected to my jaw. James rushed over to break us up.
Stay the hell away from me, brother.
Rocco spat. I will do what it takes to get you out of here and to save our parents, but I would do it my way, not by trusting in liars like Knut.
Get the fuck away from me. I'm gonna make sure that Veywolf fucker dies by my hand.
James ordered me to follow him out, and as I did, someone bumped me hard, and I felt a hand slip into my pocket. Was it a pickpocket? I had nothing. They would sadly be disappointed. The man didn't stop or acknowledge me as he sauntered away from the cabin. I got in the car and felt a small crinkle of paper I knew wasn't there before. I reached into my pocket, leaving the paper there.
Chapter 47. Killian. I remember wanting so desperately to hunt like an adult. All of us pups did. And when I turned 13, I finally had my chance. My father and I were on our usual run when we spotted an elk by the river, and he gave me the go-ahead. I knew what he wanted. This would be my first kill. My legs tensed as I prepared to pounce, my muscles coiled and ready. Suddenly, the elk noticed us and looked at me with wide eyes. I felt a surge of adrenaline rush through my body as I lunged toward it. The elk let out a startled cry before bolting away into the woods, its powerful legs swiftly carrying it deeper into the forest. Growling in frustration, I raced after it through tangled underbrush and over fallen logs. The brave elk continued to run, even though its breath was quickly becoming ragged from fear or exertion, perhaps both. But eventually, fatigue overtook him too, and he slowed down just enough for me to gain ground on him again. My claws dug into the soft earth beneath me as I drove myself forward with unrelenting force toward my prey. At last, we had caught up with each other again at another riverbank, near some tall willows by some rocks protruding from nearby waterfalls. Without hesitation, I leaped upon the perfectly positioned target only mere seconds ahead. And suddenly, everything went still around us. There were no sounds except our own heavy breathing, echoing silently against this strange new dimension. The elk was gone, his final hot breath carried away by the wind. My father approached, shifting to his human form. I felt embarrassed and didn't want to become human again. He rubbed my back softly. "It's a life, son," he said tenderly. "It's okay to feel bad for him." I finally turned back to my human form and wiped at my reddening eyes. And when I looked up at my father, he dipped his fingers into the pool of blood and painted my face with the still warm substance. I woke up from that dream with my brain feeling foggy. We were no longer on the boat. It didn't take long before we realized that continuing to travel that way would end poorly, though abandoning the ship wasn't an easy decision. We thought of going through Colombia to the Pacific, but decided not to join that ship's graveyard. Instead, we abandoned the boat at one of the docks in South Portland and rented an SUV to take us down to Eugene after Mahdi found Cornelius. We waited in the parking lot until just before closing, and I left the others behind and entered the shop. Cornelius was a tall, dark-skinned man with long dreads he kept tied back and out of his face. Tufts of gray were now sprinkled about, giving him and his beard a salt and pepper look. He was cleaning up and preparing to close, which he informed me of before he finally looked at me. His thick lips parted as he dropped his broom.
"So, Elias's son has returned,"
he said almost sarcastically as he picked up the broom and set it aside. "Mr. Barris," I said hesitantly as I closed the door behind me.
"What's wrong? Don't have much to say to the father of the man you killed?"
"My father tried to protect me from your wrath by advising me not to speak to you, and even now, I don't know if that was the right decision. I know he was just looking out for me, but it taught me not to confront my mistakes. When I was sent to Wonderland, I never questioned why, because I believed it was my punishment for killing Anton. I spent so long feeling sorry for myself that I never tapped into my vampire nature to free myself. My actions led to more suffering, and I'm sorry."
"And you think giving me a bunch of words is supposed to resolve everything?"
"No. I plan to end our nightmare once and for all."
"To kill Knut?"
He leaned over the counter.
"You plan to do that yourself? Or is this why you're paying me a visit?"
If it's only Knut I had to kill, I can do it myself. My concerns are of what comes after, the things that I can't predict that I wish to spare the pack from.
"Yes. Knut himself would probably be an easy problem to resolve, but his death will create a power vacuum, and every one of his generals would be vying for the role of alpha male of the pack. Such wars have been known to tear packs apart."
I planned to take out Knut and his generals simultaneously, but I lost over half of my fighting force.
"Well, I'm too damn old to be taking on men half my age."
"You don't have to.
"And why should I help you? By all rights, I should have turned on your father. How dare he protect a Veywolf and let you enter our pack without telling anyone? Without even telling me, he put his feelings above his pack, which ultimately caused his death. I have no desire to have those mistakes repeated."
"You're right. I can't argue with that. Elias should have killed me, but he didn't. I'm grateful for that. I refuse to sit around lamenting past decisions that weren't even mine. I've accepted what I am and will use it to restore order to my father's pack."
"You may not be Elias's son, but you speak like him. What do you want from me?"
"Your counsel, fighters, I'll take anything. I have the Lycan Fang." He appeared to think.
"I haven't been just sitting here on my ass this entire time. I've allied myself with the Crescent Moon Pack. They've been watching Knut for some time while planning their war."
The Crescent Moon was a smaller pack in comparison to the Moonstrider. The two packs had been at each other's throats for years, but by the time I was born, the Crescent had given up and spread about Northern California. Do you think the Crescent could be a challenge to Strider? I asked the older Alpha.
Without the Lycan Fang, Knut doesn't have the advantage.
Will these men be willing to pledge themselves to me? He laughed.
Hell no. And you can forget anyone within Moonstrider accepting you?
I don't need you to tell me that. I have no intention of being the leader of Moonstrider. When this is over, I'll take my mate and child and leave this place for good.
I'm glad you understand that. However, aside from your close friends, you will find it difficult to convince anyone else to let you use the Lycan Fang on them. If you wish to strike at Knut now rather than a year or two from now, then you will need to part with it.
This is the only advantage I have, I argued.
No, it isn't. A few days ago, someone visited me, and they predicted that you would come here. I've been given a message to give you, to meet them tonight.
I don't have time for...
It's from your Oma.
Cornelius slid a piece of paper across the counter. My breath hitched at the word. This was the first true confirmation I had that he was alive.
The Crescent plans to attack the estate tomorrow night. Whether you're here or not, nothing has changed for us. Now let me close my store.
He disappeared to the back, making it clear he was no longer giving me the time of day. I shouldn't have expected anything from him, but he told me my Oma was alive and wanted to see me, and he wasn't too far away. I respectfully left his shop and returned with the good and bad news. We had help, but they were more into helping themselves than me. Perhaps it was for the best in the end. Then I could focus on saving Riker, the true reason for fighting Knut in the first place. I felt like an outsider, interfering in pack politics I had no place in.
What are you gonna do?
Nico asked. If my Oma knew I was coming here, my real father must be watching me. I sighed, almost feeling nervous. I have no right to force anyone to tap into power they don't like nor understand. And I don't care for pack politics. My only goal now is to save Riker by any means necessary. Whatever happens afterward is their problem.
Now that's something I can get into.
Klaus slapped my back.
Let's cause some chaos.
I instructed them to remain in the town and watch the Crescent. I needed to see my Oma and father and close the remaining chapter of my past for good. Chapter 48. The coastal town of Florence wasn't far. Out of all the years I had lived here, I had only visited this place once with my Oma. He taught me how to surf on the sand dunes, and then we ate at a restaurant by the water. It was the first time I had fried clams and oysters. I pulled into a narrow road, and the gates opened as soon as I did. I was being watched, but for how long? The thought of vampires watching me sent a chill up my spine that raised the hairs on the back of my neck. The house was a beautiful craftsman style with a wide, low layout and a gabled roof. I was willing to bet the structure was also open. I picked up the scent of lavender, my Oma's fragrance, and followed it around the back of the large estate. Then, I hopped the fence into the luscious green backyard.
My sweet boy, it's you.
My Oma was a delicate man with a sharp face, straight nose, long black wavy hair that swept around his ears, and deep blue eyes. The soft smile lines encircling his eyes and mouth were the only sign that he had grown older, though it wasn't apparent in the way he carried himself. He tracked the sound with the slight cock of his head, like a bird listening to an echo. He was always listening and watching, and making sure that everything was all right. I never felt unsafe when it was just the two of us, and he didn't need protection like most Omegas. He would happily go running in the woods alone, and oftentimes, we found him sleeping soundly under a tree with a book by his side. We hugged each other for a long time, taking in each other's scent as we wolves often do when greeting one another.
When Lorik told me you were here, I could hardly believe it.
He has spies watching me. I said it more as a statement than a question, but my Oma nodded.
We were in Santa Monica when we got the news. When we heard of the guards raiding your apartment, I thought you escaped prison.
Elias made a deal to send me there for protection. I could have left at any time. On the other hand, my friends were pardoned if they helped me take down Knut. He guided me to the gazebo, where he was lounging with a tablet. Knowing him, he was using it to read a book. There I told him everything about Dad, how he died, how I ended up in Wonderland, and how I met Riker again. With the patience of a father, he listened and didn't interrupt until I was done. I felt as if I was somehow confessing, especially when I mentioned killing someone to feed.
One day, I'll tell you how your father and I met, but I want you to know that the relationship between Lorik and I is one out of love, not fear. And I don't regret having you.
I know, or at least I figured. Was there any part of you that loved Dad at all?
Of course. We grew up together. He was my best friend, and it was expected for the two of us to be together, but it just wasn't in the cards.
He's here, isn't he? I said, referring to my birth father, as I nodded toward the house.
Yes. He is waiting for you inside.
I breathed and stood to take the plunge. My Oma gave me a reassuring pat before nudging me toward the large sliding doors. He didn't enter with me. Instead, he remained outside. The meeting between my father and me was between the two of us. But I felt like a kid again, wanting my Oma to hold my hand when I confronted something scary. He sat in the country-style den and gestured with a pale hand to the flower-patterned chair in front of him. For the first time, I saw my face reflected at me in the form of another. You could tell Knut and Elias were brothers, but you definitely couldn't tell I was Elias's son. My nose was smaller, the shape of my lips was different, and my chin was too sharp to match my dad's face. Most of the pack figured I had taken after my Oma, and was surprised when I had manifested into an alpha, as alpha male children tend to take after their fathers. And now I see where my nose, lips, and jawline came from. He looked like he could be my older brother, though his hair was short, straight, and blonde, and I carried the darker features of my Oma. He looked almost like a porcelain doll sitting there. His eyes were like jewels as he followed me, almost like a predator stalking its prey. Perhaps he realized how he looked at me as he blinked and looked away. I sat down in front of him. He was beautiful but kinda creepy once you stared at him long enough. I also blinked and looked away. How the hell did my Oma fall for him? He had an air of haughtiness and coldness in his demeanor. But maybe I was passing judgment and looking for excuses not to like him. His lips parted, but no words came out. I found it hard to imagine that he, a vampire, wouldn't have anything to say. Until finally, he spoke.
Your life had been needlessly difficult because I wasn't there for you.
You don't have to say sorry.
I wasn't going to. It's an ancient tradition among vampires to send our children out into the world without us to see how well they survive. However, that is only after we do what we can to teach them our ways. I'm only sorry I haven't been there to instruct you properly. Living a life of ignorance is truly a crime. But I trusted Elias to raise you however he saw fit, and he saw fit to never tell you about me until it was too late.
Don't you dare blame him for anything. He raised me when he didn't have to. By all rights, he could have killed me for being a Veywolf.
I'm not here to turn you against your father. I understand why you loved him. Even when I hated him, I still liked and respected him.
Why didn't you ever come for me? You had to have known that my staying within Moonstrider would lead to his ruin.
I was making the arrangements, but Elias had grown attached to you. He refused to let you go until he was given no choice. By then it was too late and you and your Oma were in danger.
You could have taken me.
And I would have had to kill Elias and lose you forever.
I tapped my foot on the floor, unable to remain still. And now I lost Elias forever, and that bastard Knut is running the pack into the ground.
Do you wish to become the pack's leader?
No, and they would never accept me even if I was better than him.
Then why concern yourself with wolf politics?
I'm not. I'm merely saying that Knut was not a good choice. But since he led the coup, he reaped the rewards, Am I not allowed to be angry over that?
I heard your story. I understand you despise him, but your mind is clearly not focused, and I want you to understand a different perspective so you may focus on what is more important to you.
I already know what's important to me.
You childishly believe that Knut is detrimental to that pack, despite having no proof to back up your claims other than the wrongs he has done to you. Despite your mate and child being in danger, you believe you need to save that pack from their bad decisions.
Some reunion this is. I stood to leave.
Sit down.
A brief, sharp pain pierced my mind, and before I knew it, my knees had buckled, causing me to fall back onto the chair. Whatever the hell you just did, don't do it again, I growled.
If you have to slaughter that entire pack to save your mate, would you do it?
Yes. The answer came out before my brain could process it. Now I understood where Lorik was going. I tried to spare my dad's pack because they were his family and his legacy, rather than see them as enemies standing between my mate and me. I wanted to save everyone, but the only person I knew truly needed saving was Riker. I took a deep breath. I may have to kill them all. I laughed contemptuously. I may have to become the Veewolf monster they all feared. I didn't come here for a lecture, you know. I chuckled.
I know, but I missed out on being your father. So when given a chance, I took it.
We sat in awkward silence for a moment until he spoke again.
A Veewolf is a being trapped between wolf and vampire, but you can break the shackles that bind both beings. You can become so much more. You won't have to rely on magical gimmicks like the Lichen Fang, and no one can stand in your way. But to grasp that power, you have to be willing to stand at the precipice of the abyss and leap.
He stood and approached faster than I could see. I was so used to doing that to others that it was jarring to have it done to me. I swallowed hard and tried to pick up his scent, but there was none. I will do anything for Riker. It happened so fast. Within a blink of an eye, I could feel the air on the open wound of my neck. My hands instinctively clawed at the thin line across my throat as blood sprayed all over the hardwood floor, dyeing the white rug red. I tried to speak, to ask why, but my voice was gone. I thought of Riker and my child being alone in this world, which made me angry. I thought of my Oma, who was in the backyard oblivious to what was happening to me, but I didn't finish that thought.
Chapter 49. Riker. Fried chicken, roasted potatoes with sautéed asparagus cooked in herb butter. I was going to make sure that my parents ate well so they could build up their strength when the time came. Killian was coming. Not once did I waver on my conviction, and when he did, we weren't going to hold him back. The color was returning to my mother's cheeks, and she was coughing less than before. I had passed the meals 3 times a day, whereas Knut's men only fed them table scraps once daily. Damn bastards. Wasn't the silver enough to weaken them? They had to top it off by starving them. I entered the foyer and nearly jumped out of my skin when I saw Robin standing under the stairs as if he was waiting for me.
What are you doing?
Feeding my parents. Someone has to, I said, walking away. So, will you tell Knut?
You don't have to worry about me doing that. The others do what they can to care for their parents as well. It's not much of a secret.
Good.
Amato thinks you're stuck up. You haven't been by to speak to us at all since our first meeting.
I don't mean to be that way. I'm just trying to keep a low profile, hoping that Knut won't notice me. Robin laughed.
That's pointless. You're a new special prize, of course he notices you. He's never going to stop noticing you.
A group of servants walked by the living room and suddenly became so silent we could hear a pin drop. Robin gripped my arm lightly and guided me out of there.
Knut can't have children. He's been having so much sex with us that it's impossible for him not to get one of us pregnant. He's already offered me to his most trusted General James in the hopes that he would get me pregnant and pass the child off as his. In the meantime, Knut is probably using your pregnancy to squash any rumors about him. What is an alpha who can't even father children?
He really trusts James.
They were best friends and grew up together, so it seems he's going to be on his side no matter what. However, the other generals are not like that.
This was it. The information I needed was handed to me as if the spirits had heard my prayers. The note the Panther slipped into my pocket informed me he was working for Killian and needed to know who Canut's generals were for their assault to work. I only found out about James. I took a chance and asked him if he could point out the other generals. He smiled at me, though I still couldn't read his face to tell if he would ask me why. I had already been betrayed too many times, and it made me apprehensive about trusting someone again.
Walk with me and pretend we're gossiping about stupid shit,
Robin replied. He didn't release me. We walked around the grounds of the estate, both inside and out. On this seemingly innocent walk, he had pointed out the men I needed to know about. There was the Irishman James, who I had already unfortunately met. A man with long blonde hair tied into a bun. His name was Stigger. Roan was a big, brawny bald man with tats on his head. Clyde. I knew him. He was actually friends with Killian, but never entirely made it to best friend status. They had a falling out after Anton's death. Antalis, who I knew was close to Clyde. Rumor has it the two of them were lovers. Are you sure it's only 5? I asked, believing there should be more.
There were 7, but 2 left, or more like they were kicked out.
Robin cleared his throat. Clearly, this was an uncomfortable topic. Why?
Eric and Newt had sent Eric to retrieve me. Remember what I said about my grandfather's pack betraying me? Knut couldn't be bothered to come and get me himself, so he sent his lackey, but Eric surprised me. He was kind and gentle and had a mind of his own. Knut banished him from the pack when he found out he had claimed me. His brother Frode left with him.
The Ovesen brothers?
Yeah.
He chuckled.
I forgot you used to live here. I knew Eric when we were kids. I hated moving away. I was so angry with him when he came to take me back.
It must suck not seeing him and having to bed someone like Knut. I noted the sadness in his eyes. I'm sorry I brought it up.
No, please don't tell anyone, but I do still see him from time to time. You're not the only one who has an alpha fighting to free him.
Speaking of the devil, James was coming our way. I didn't realize how far we were from the estate until I saw it from across the field. I didn't know Robin had taken me all the way out here, but we were standing in front of what looked like a large shed. I was allowed to wear some of my old clothes that were left behind, and although I had on my light sweater, thick jeans, and boots, no coat, and with the silver embedded in my chest, I felt the cold keenly.
I should go and you should head back to your room,
Robin said, abruptly leaving me. I tried to follow, but James blocked my path.
Hurry up and push that fucker out of your belly so I can finally show you how a real alpha fucks, not some pansy vampire bitch.
This fucker. I want to see my brother again, I said, having no choice but to endure his rotten stench and company. I wanted to head back inside, but if I could use this opportunity to get word back to Killian, I had to take it.
Who the hell are you to order me around?
Canute approved of me seeing my brother. I assumed he meant to keep it up. He gripped me by the arm, tossed me inside, and closed the door. No, I yelled. There was no way in hell I believed he was up to anything good. I ran deeper inside to grab a weapon. The shed was a construction worker's dream. I almost grabbed a hammer when he grabbed me and flung me on a work table. Knut needs me unharmed! I struggled against him, beating at his chest.
Knut is making a mistake going soft on you. If he won't put you in your place, then I'll do it for him.
Knut doesn't want me to lose the baby, I argued, knowing he would understand my meaning, but he merely slapped me across the face and got on top of me. I struggled to pry him off when he suddenly yelped. It was Robin. He wrapped a scarf around his neck and pulled him off of me. James got up, punching Robin hard, sending him back into the door. But he still held onto the scarf like it was his lifeline. The scarf was tight around his throat, and his face was so red it looked like it could pop. But James was still fighting and would soon overpower the Omega. If he got completely free, we were doomed. I ran for a small garden shovel and swung it into his chest as hard as possible. He let out a deep, guttural groan as blood gurgled up in his throat and frothed out of his mouth like a fountain of thick red syrup, spilling down his chin and onto the floor. What had been a face of rage was now replaced by a look of stunned disbelief. He hugged himself, trying to hold in the life draining out of him, and fell over onto his back. I stabbed him again and again until he stopped moving. I let out a deep, shuddering breath, trying to suppress the emotions that were boiling inside me. The smell of blood filled my nostrils. My hands went numb as I clutched the bloody shovel tightly in my hand. Adrenaline was still pumping through my veins, and all I could hear was the harsh panting of Robin's ragged breaths.
We're dead. We're fucking dead.
Robin panicked. I tried to focus on anything but what we had just done. It felt too surreal, like it couldn't possibly have been real, and I thought this was some kind of a sick joke at our expense. Luckily for us, no one else had seen us kill him.
We have to run,
Robin said.
My lover lives around Myrtle Point. If we run now, we can reach him.
Can you shift?
No?
He swallowed hard.
He silvered me.
So am I. I held up the shovel and breathed deeply. I needed to say no words for Robin to understand where my mind was headed. I took off my sweater, exposing myself to the cold winter air, and held out the shovel for Robin to take. Just rip it out like a Band-Aid.
Are you sure? We still won't be able to turn immediately.
I know, but Myrtle Point is a full day's hike on foot. When the effects wear off, we can cut that time in half. Also, we need to sneak into the fighting pits. My alpha has a man there, a panther named Leonardo. He's waiting for word from me on the identity of Knut's generals.
That's on the way.
Robin's eyes darted. He looked a little more relieved, but we were still in the shitter. Hurry. Robin gripped the shovel, placing the tip slightly between my flesh and the silver.
This is gonna hurt like a bitch.
I yelped when he moved to peel it off, and he stopped straight away. I grabbed my sweater and put it in my mouth to keep from crying out. I then nodded for him to proceed. He nodded and winced hard as he swiftly ripped the medallion out of my chest. It was like a piercing getting pulled away from my skin, blood dripping down my chest.
Now me.
Robin swallowed hard and passed the shovel to me. He removed his coat and shirt, stuffing the fabric in his mouth, and gave me the go-ahead, and I did.
Let's get the fuck out of here.
Not me, you, I said, slipping back on my sweater and using a dirty cloth to pick up the medallions to stuff in my pocket.
What the hell are you talking about?
If I leave, Knut will kill my parents. I can't risk that.
But if you stay, he'll kill you all.
There's a chance he won't come here. I'll try to cover him up, I said, trying to roll the body further into the shed to cover him with the paint tarp.
I can't.
Yes, you can. Get to the fighting pits and find a panther with short black hair and eyes. He's wearing a black tank top and jeans, and he has a scar on the corners of his mouth. Tell him I sent you and give him all the info you have on Knut's remaining generals.
Shit, okay.
If James is found, I'll say you did it if I have to. But I'll do whatever it takes to stall to give you time to escape.
It won't matter anyway.
He shrugged. He slipped back on his clothes and peeked cautiously out the door before leaving. I headed out behind him. There was nothing I could do about the blood. I just had to hope no one needed to come here. I exited the shed and watched Robin run across the field toward the woods while I ran back toward the estate.
Chapter 50. Killian. I was suffocating. It was all too much to comprehend, as if 1,000 voices were whispering threats in my ear all at once. The blackness bulged in like an encroaching mass. Still, I looked up and saw a pinprick of light, like a star falling from the night sky and crashing into the earth. I dug my fingers into the dirt until they were bloodied, scraping upwards and kicking the dirt behind me in frantic bursts, like a mole digging its way to freedom. As the hole got deeper and deeper and my lungs screamed for air, I felt small, squirming things move about in the dirt. Worms, beetles, and other slimy vermin. They maneuvered their way out of my path, and for some reason I couldn't explain to myself. I avoided hurting them as if I were some sort of benevolent god of these tiny beings. Finally, my fingers touched the damp, cool air as I cracked through the near-frozen surface. It was challenging to get a good grip as I disturbed the soil around me, but finally, I crawled out and rolled onto the snowy surface. I took a deep breath to take in the chilly night air. My last memory was clutching my bloody throat as I fell to the floor. Lorek, that son of a bitch, killed me. But if he did, then why was I still alive? It was well into the night, and the full moon shone down on me, but I couldn't feel its power. We are changed, my inner wolf growled. He was still there, but something had changed dramatically. The darkness surrounded him entirely. In my mind's eye, I could see his bright blue eyes, and nothing else. He was comfortable there, as was I, and there were no longer doubts and fears about what I was. No more straddling two worlds. Or more like, I was still a being of two worlds, but the shackles that bound me and limited me were gone.
Welcome, my son.
This time, I heard him and saw him approach. I could hear every crack of those tiny crystals as he walked in the snow. He wore a black button-down cotton tunic with black pants. The high mandarin collar made him look like a priest, only missing the white clerical collar. His skin was as white as this snow, like some ethereal walking being. I felt high and lightheaded, like when Anton and I had found magic mushrooms growing in the woods. We ate as much as we could, and were tripping balls. Our fathers had sent out a search party to find us rolling on the forest floor and laughing at the shape of the trees. The stars lit up like diamonds. A burst of red shot overhead, and a sprinkle of green rained down into the canopy. The purple dusted the trees and stars like glitter. The sky was a celestial kaleidoscope, an ocean of sparkling gems. Lorek leaned in to take my attention away. Otherwise, I could have laid there all night.
The blood that flows through your veins is as ancient as the earth itself. I was born what I am, as you were born what you are, and how we become so much more is by staring death in the face.
Vampires are born?
True vampires, yes. However, our kind is on the verge of extinction. One could go 1,000 years before seeing another pure blood, and those who were made cannot reproduce by any means other than through the blood.
What am I now? I can still feel my wolf inside of me.
And you always will, forever, but things are different now. Even I don't fully understand how you will evolve as time goes on.
How could you not know? You must have sired other Veywolves. I said it more contemptuously than I meant.
I lived a very long life. And yes, I have bedded a wolf or two during that time. But make no mistake about it. Your Oma is special to me. And although I loved every last one of my children, they, unfortunately, did not survive the test of time. Hopefully, you can.
I have to get to Riker, I said, willing myself to finally get up.
And you will. But first, you must learn how to live as you are. I will not allow my grandchild to be used as a political football for a pack of wolves. Therefore, you must not fail. The attack by the Crescent will happen soon. But right now, we hunt and feed.
Lorek gripped me by the waist, and then we rose. We were flying. The wind slapped my face and stung my eyes as we climbed higher and higher into the night sky. We're flying? I shrieked.
That's what it looks like,
Lorek said, his smile barely visible in the moonlight. We were up in the clouds now, sailing through them with only the stars for company. I could not tell where we were headed, but it was a large modern lodge home on land stretching for miles. We landed on the roof, and I could already hear the heartbeats of the people inside. 2 in a large bedroom, and 2 small heartbeats in another room down the hall. The hunger pangs punched me in the gut like an uppercut, sending my stomach caving in around itself in need. My fangs ached with anticipation while my mouth watered at the thought of the sweet blood flowing through their veins. With careful and quiet steps, I crept along the roof until I reached the edge of an open window near their bedroom. As Lorek followed behind me, my hands gripped the sill, and I heaved myself through it to land inside with a slight thud. The smell of blood hit us almost immediately as we moved toward their bedroom door. Our movement was barely detectable over their loud television, which blared from within. Inside, a man and woman slept peacefully, wrapped in one another's arms. Lorek gently grasped my shoulder. Perhaps he thought I would pounce on them. If only he knew of the war that waged in my mind. But it wasn't the same as before when I stalked Wonderland's slums and settled on a prostitute who resembled Riker. This time, I felt no guilt for what I was about to do, and my thoughts were torn between my emotional numbness and my rational mind telling me how I should feel. With animalistic hunger coursing through my veins now that I could taste them so close by, I quietly made my way toward the bed, as if on instinct. Reaching out slowly with shaking hands, I gently placed my hand on the male's mouth before sinking my razor-sharp fangs into soft flesh. A fiery rush consumed my body as ecstasy overtook me.
Killian, stop.
The male woke up and struggled against me. His bones cracked as he beat against me. I glanced at Lorik, who held the naked woman in his arms. Her eyes were glazed over as he took what looked like a small sip from her before placing her back in bed, leaving her as she was. Realizing I was making a mistake, I pulled away, leaving a broken, lifeless body in a pool of crimson red. Lorik walked over to the body and closed the holes in his neck with his blood. He said nothing to me as he left the room and headed down the hall. I climbed out the window, needing some air. I had lost myself. The damage I had done in a short amount of time was immeasurable. Children were now without a father, a wife without her husband. I heard things crashing inside as if a hurricane was moving through, and Lorik met me on the roof with several trash bags of stuff. He was making it look like a robbery.
The cameras are destroyed, so don't worry.
He flew, and I was worried about being left there. I was full and warm with blood, a monster feasting on delicious morsels until bursting. Now I no longer wanted to smell the food. I jumped off the roof, hoping to fly and follow behind him like a baby chick. My limbs flailed wildly in the air, but I couldn't gain any lift. But as my fear rose once I could no longer see Lorik, my feet were off the ground. I felt weightless as I soared clumsily through the air. Sweat beaded on my brow as the wind whipped past me. But even with all my struggles somehow, I glided higher and higher, until suddenly, crack! I braced for impact before finally landing hard in a crumpled heap. Shit! I picked myself off the ground. I was in the middle of a deserted road surrounded by forest on either side. Lorik landed in front of me and laughed.
I didn't expect you to try to fly so soon. I was coming back for you.
I didn't want him to know I felt scared without him. Is it always like this?
It doesn't have to be.
He shrugged.
You won't need to feed as much as other vampires. You just needed your strength for tonight's battle.
I messed up, I breathed. I wasn't supposed to kill him.
You can survive just fine with the little drink, and you can beguile them while you do it. You can have them waking up as if they had a wonderfully erotic dream.
Now she will awaken to a nightmare.
True, but don't dwell on it.
Surprisingly, I'm not. I feel bad. I know I do, but I can't explain it.
Then don't. Just feel it all, and make sense of it when you are calmer. Right now, you are on edge and rushing through.
You're right, I nodded. I need to save Riker. I'll find you and learn from you when my mate is safe.
You'll find me and your Oma in Santa Monica. I'll know the moment you enter my territory.
He tossed something at me. The lichen fang. I held it up to the moonlight and saw a set of small runes glowing. This magic is going to waste. I should probably get this to Cornelius. Lorik flew away, leaving me alone until I finally ascended into the night skies. Chapter 51. Flying was a little too advanced for me to keep doing it. I had fallen and slammed myself into a tree a few times until I had given up, and decided instead to see how fast I could run. I wasn't sure if the sunlight would affect me, and I didn't want to discover under these circumstances, so Riker needed to be saved tonight by any means necessary. I saw Nico and Klaus inside the brewery when I arrived. Nico noticed me first and greeted me outside, but once he saw my dirty, disheveled appearance, he stopped at the door and looked me over before sniffing the air around me.
What the fuck happened to you?
I'll explain in greater detail later. But the Cliff Notes version is I think I've been enhanced in some way. I'm more of a vampire than I was before.
You do look paler under all that dirt.
I laughed.
What about that fang you got now that you're all vampire-y?
He asked, looking up at the full moon. It's useless to me now. He let me in, Cornelius and a few others had entered from a back room. I immediately tossed the lichen fang at him when I saw him, and he caught it. His eyes widened. He most likely didn't expect me to give it to him.
I'm surprised you could hand this over so easily,
he said, proving my assumptions correct.
I've always seen myself as a keeper of it than the one meant to wield it, and I have no desire to force my nature on others, even if it is to save the man I love.
I haven't been a part of Moonstrider for a long time. It's not my place to tell its members how to run it.
Thank you, Killian. You did the right thing. Crescent Moon has agreed to merge with Moonstrider once Canute is removed. To solidify this, the son of Crescent Moon's leader will wield the fang. I must get it to him.
My plan is to attack Canute tonight. Take advantage of it if you want, but don't expect me to help you. Once I have my mate, we're retreating.
So what's the plan?
Klaus asked when I met up with the others who waited by the car outside. I knew he was itching for a fight.
Leonardo actually came through for us. He reported that Knut had 5 generals. Now he's down to 4, and we have the names and descriptions of each one of them.
I didn't expect him to go through with it, I said, surprised.
We also have 2 new fighters on our side. They said you would know them, and Eric and Frode.
Yeah, I know them. We grew up together. I wouldn't go so far as to call them friends, but I never had any problem with them.
Good, they said they'll be waiting at a place called the Fighting Pits.
Fighting Pits?
It's some old mill,
Nico replied.
Leo said you'd know it.
Ah, yeah, I know of that place. How did the brothers hear of our attack? I asked suspiciously.
I have no clue.
Nico shrugged.
I say we don't trust them until we meet them.
The Panther says we should trust him. That's all we got to go on right now.
Klaus added.
The mill seems to be the best place to launch the attack, and there are no fights tonight, so there shouldn't be many guards about.
We had no choice but to give it a shot. If it was a trap, we had to carefully walk into it. I wanted to be done with Cornelius, but I informed him of the plan to take over the mill just in case we needed the backup. I could tell Cornelius wanted us gone, or more like he wanted me gone, but he needed this attack to succeed, and no matter how he felt toward me, he wouldn't jeopardize his chance to reclaim his place within the pack. We parked on the forest road a distance away from the desolate mill and crept through the woods, careful not to snap a twig or rustle a leaf until we spotted the light glowing through the trees. We peered through branches until we saw the desolate building hulking beyond them. The structure was weathered. Several slates had gone missing, and the ones that remained were barely hanging on. The shingles on the roof were rusted and curled. The metal walls appeared to be crumbling apart as if one good gust of wind could blow the building away. I gestured for Klaus to take the east section while Nico moved west, and I would head north toward the row of trailers ahead. Tobias and Madi would remain in hiding unless we needed healing. So far, the place was eerily silent, and I saw no sign of an ambush waiting. Still, I moved fast and cautiously, avoiding the spotlights to not trigger any alarms. I went to the trailers, peered into the windows, and saw nothing but empty beds. Where were the guards? Spoke too soon. I heard a yelp and the sounds of a scrap coming from Klaus's direction. I sprinted towards him, but I was too late. 3 werewolves were on Klaus. One had him in a chokehold while the others pounced on him. Klaus himself had shifted and flung one past me as I approached. "Let him go!" I yelled, but it was no use. A loud, long howl pierced the night, and more wolves came out of the darkness. I must have counted around 15 of them. How could we not have smelled them? They must be using a cloak for their pheromones. I heard Klaus growl in frustration as the wolf tightened its grip on his throat. I gathered the energy to shift. My chest felt hot as I broke through the flesh of my human form, leaving my torn clothes and gory, filthy flesh behind. I heard and felt every heartbeat around me, and they couldn't hide the stench of fear through whatever mask they used to hide their scent. The wolves backed off. Hell, even Klaus backed away, and Nico stopped and stumbled mid-run. Large leathery wings spread outward as if I could take flight right then and there. I caught my reflection in the nearby window. My form was a cross between my werewolf form and a giant vampire bat. My arms were separate from the talons that formed my wings. My nose was entirely like a bat, and my ears were longer and curved to a point. Through the scent of fear and now shit, I could pick out my Riker's familiar smell. But it wasn't Riker. It wasn't the scent of an Omega, but his brother, Rocco. Rocco. The wolves cleared a path for me toward the red wolf. He looked around at his brothers but bravely stood his ground. I won't kill you, Rocco, but I will break every last limb and leave you a crumpled mess on this floor until the fighting is done and Riker is safe. Now you can either fight me and get your friends killed, or you can use your bravado to rescue your parents instead of trying to live up to a soon-to-be-dead alpha. He settled down. His muscles were less tense, and his eyes darted away from me. Thank goodness he calmed down. Riker wouldn't forgive me if I broke his limbs.
The last time I saw my brother, he looked good, but we argued, and I said some mean things to him, but he still believed that you would come. I'm eating my words right now.
He grumbled.
Knut knows you're coming.
Good, I replied, ready to tear Knut apart. I looked at the moon, and now I felt its gleaming light and power on me. I closed my eyes and basked in it, but didn't lose myself. Will I have a problem with the others?
Fighting in the pits was their only way out of the debt they owed Knut. He said he would reduce it if we killed you. But if you get rid of it...
I won't lead the pack, but if you join me and kill your debtor, then that'll erase your debt. The wolves seemed to be in agreement. I heard others enter the clearing. It was Cornelius and 24 of the Crescent Moon Pack.
Well, shit.
Frode approached in human form with Eric behind him, his arms wrapped around an Omega. I would recognize them from anywhere. They were fraternal twins. Frode was the larger and rougher of the two, with long black hair he kept shaved on the sides, and Eric's hair was short and blonde. They were always traveling to the city to get into bar fights. It never seemed as if the country life suited them much.
This is what a Veywolf looks like in shifted form?
Maybe. I shrugged. At least I tried to. We attack now, I said, assuming they were here to join us.
Good. I can't wait to see Knut die. I can't fight until I know Robin is safe,
Eric said.
He can come with us,
Mahdi said.
We'll be heading back to the car.
The Omega gave Eric the longest kiss, but instead of approaching Mahdi, he came up to me.
I'm worried about Riker. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. We killed Knut's friend, but he didn't want to leave his parents behind. He told me about the man working for you.
He nodded in the direction of Leo, who approached from the crowd.
I ran as fast as I could to find him.
Thanks for helping him.
I don't deserve it. I helped him because I knew it would help us all. Knut is holding 2 other Omegas hostage. I know you don't owe them anything, but please spare them if you can.
I have no plans of killing anyone else except for Knut. If your friends stay out of my way, then they'll live.
Riker is being kept in a guest wing on the 2nd floor, at the very end of the hall, and his parents are in a dungeon under...
I know where. Thanks. The Omegas left, except for Tobias, who remained by Nico's side. Let's end this.
Chapter 52. Riker. Hours earlier. I stopped at the front door and wrung my hands to shake away my mounting nerves. Robin and I had just killed Knut's best friend. There was no turning back now. I just hoped the silver would wear off so Robin could reach the fighting pits. However, there was the possibility that he would run to his lover instead and escape this madness. As much as I wanted to tell myself not to think like that, the truth was that I didn't know him. I just had to hope that he felt some obligation to help me. I entered the warmth of the estate. Knut was coming down the stairs with Amato hanging on his arm. The Omega smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. To my luck, Knut slipped out of Amato's arms and headed to another room, and I immediately heard some harsh whispers. I wanted to move closer to listen to them better, but I didn't want to give myself away. I instead decided it was best to head to my room when Amato stopped me on the stairs.
Why are you bleeding?
I looked down and saw blood spotting my sweater and covering the spot. "I think I nicked myself," I said, attempting to move past.
Knut put me in charge of you. It's a pain in the ass, but it shows he trusts me.
He gripped me by the arm, dragged me upstairs, and tossed me into what I knew now was the bedroom where Knut used to have sex with the Omegas. "What are you doing?" I said, fighting against him when he lifted my sweater.
I knew it! Shit!
He let me go and paced about.
You fucked me!
"Please don't tell him. My alpha is coming for me soon. You won't get in trouble if you say nothing."
You fool. Do you think I can rely on your alpha coming to save you? How does that help me?
He panicked.
He put me in charge of you days ago. That's why he's been hands off with you. Now you unshackled yourself. He'll make my parents pay for this.
"Calm down." I struggled to keep my voice even. "I'll go to my room and clean up." Amato slapped me across the face, sending a painful bolt through my head. I staggered back, pressing my hand to the burning mark on my face. The tears welled in my eyes, but I refused to let them fall. Instead, I straightened up and glared at Amato with all the fury boiling inside me. I breathed to calm myself down, but Amato gripped me and dragged me across the room toward the red-paneled wall. "Let me go." I pushed him away. He whirled around and grabbed me by the throat, squeezing tightly. I gagged and writhed in his grip, but he only squeezed tighter.
You're not going to ruin my life for your fairy tale bullshit,
he said through gritted teeth. With my vision blurring, I raised my hand and raked my nails down his face. He screamed, released me with a curse, and staggered back, clutching his bloody cheek.
You bitch,
he said and came at me again, but I was ready this time. Someone grabbed me from behind, placing me in a chokehold.
Need some help?
Yes, Dimmy, thanks.
Stop. I struggled to free myself, but it was no use, and I was running out of air. Amato pulled down a wall light, opening a hidden wall. What the hell was this? He then dragged me into the hidden room, kicking and screaming. I couldn't believe this was happening. The room was small and dark, with a musty smell. Chains were on the wall, and a mattress in the corner was stained with who knows what. Amato threw me down onto the mattress, before grabbing the chain and latching it around my ankle. This is ridiculous. Knut is going to wonder where I am.
I'll let you out after we reshackle you,
he said as he left, slamming the door shut behind him, leaving me alone in the darkness.
Killian. Present, the attack. I stood alone on the hill overlooking the old neighborhood I lived in. A wave of nostalgia hit me. I remember my father telling me this territory would be mine one day. But those were under happier times. Within that estate that sat at the heart of it all was my pregnant mate, and I may very well have to snuff out the life of former friends just to get to him. Klaus and Nico split up the small fighting force we had. Thanks to Leo's intel, we knew the route of most of the guards along the grounds. They just needed to get through the neighborhood and into the woods leading to the estate. There, they would follow along the route of the guards and take them out before I charged in for my lone assault on the estate. I would be the distraction while the others used that time to save Riker and his parents. I had no idea what the crescent moon would do, but I was sure our plan would work regardless of their actions. Once I spotted them moving on the grounds, I took a deep breath and plunged, hoping my new wings were enough to carry me to my destination. They flapped hard against the biting wind, but for the most part, flying without them was much better. Overhead, I saw several figures behind the trees, ready to ambush our people. "Damn it!" I yelled and looped back around and swooped down. "It's an ambush!" I hollered as I hovered overhead. The ground was quickly becoming soaked in blood from the skirmish. I grabbed 2 wolves, flew up, and tossed them, taking out as many as possible, until I felt the burning silver net bind me, sending me crashing into a pile of snow.
Hold him down.
Knut ordered his men.
You think I wouldn't know when you would show your ugly face here?
Damn you! I roared. I felt myself weakening, but I couldn't give in. Rage surged through my veins, fueling my energy as I struggled against the silver chains. I howled in defiance and fury, fighting to break free from the net that held me down. I finally freed myself from their grasp with a mighty heave. The silvery threads snapped like brittle twigs as they fell away and tumbled into the snow below. I made straight for Knut then, letting out a blood-curdling scream of rage as I pounced on him with feral determination, etched on every inch of my face and body. My claws were sharpened razor blades ready to slice through flesh at any moment while my teeth dripped with saliva, waiting impatiently for skin to puncture and rip apart. Their howls echoed in the night as they charged at me once again. With a wild cry of defiance on my lips, I lunged at them with everything that remained within me, slashing out left and right until there was nothing but bloody carnage left before my eyes. Knut dropped to his knees, covered in blood, a sight I relished in. But it didn't last. The night sky flashed red from the flare signal someone had sent. Long trails of smoke curled upward and were snuffed out against the nighttime sky. I had no idea who sent the signal. Was it the crescent moon? I hated admitting that we could use the aid right now. When I turned my focus back on Knut, he gripped his bloody gut as strings of entrails spilled.
I could have made this pact glorious if it weren't for my brother keeping the lichen fang from me.
Shut up and fucking die, I grumbled. He merely laughed.
If I lose everything, so will you.
He breathed his last breath with a smile. The crescent was on the field, rushing in like the cavalry and pushing back Moonstrider. Each wolf moved in perfect harmony. Every strike and counter was perfectly calculated to disarm and attack the enemy. Was this the lichen fang's work? Tobias healed as many of our group as possible once we had a moment of reprieve.
No,
Rocco howled.
The estate. They set the estate on fire.
What? Words couldn't describe the shock at what I was seeing. Across the field, under the red sky of the flares, was the orange blaze of fire. Thick black smoke bellowed as the structure was engulfed. Riker! I howled and rushed toward the structure, barreling through the broken front door until I was inside. I ran for the dungeon under the stairs. If Knut knew we were coming, then he had to lock Riker here. I heard the others enter behind, but I didn't look to see who. I quickly entered the dungeon, trying my best not to breathe in the smoke. I could barely see anything. Riker!
Here!
I heard someone yell. I touched the bars and saw through the smoke that it was a man and woman, Riker's parents.
Mom, Dad!
Rocco cried out for them.
Get the keys and get them out of there!
Nico ordered, searching the place until he found what he was looking for. Where's Riker?
I don't know.
His dad coughed.
We hadn't seen him in hours.
No. Klaus was about to say something to me, but I ran back upstairs and out of the dungeon, and ran upstairs before a piece of the ceiling broke away and crashed behind me, blocking my path. The hallway was saturated in flames. Riker! I called out, hoping and praying he would hear me. Okay, I said to myself. Panicking won't help. I closed my eyes and focused. My hearing was better than it ever was. If Riker was here, I would hear him. Then I heard it, the faint beating of a heart. I ran to one of the back rooms, but it was only fire inside. He was here, although I knew in my bones there was no one else here, but me. And the heartbeat was coming from the wall. It felt as if the spirits were playing tricks on me. Fuck it. I punched a hole in the wall, letting out black smoke, and inside, I saw him. My mate curled in a dark corner to escape the smoke and heat. Riker, I'm here. I tore the wall down until I could get inside. His leg was bound by a chain, which I tore from the wood. Using my wing to shield him, I ran from the room, crashing through the window and landing outside on the ground. My flesh burned and crackled, but my only concern was Riker. I ran from the house and laid him in the snow. He coughed hard. I quickly shifted to my human form, fearing I would frighten him.
Killian,
he said weakly, his voice strained. I'm here. I cradled him in my arms and placed my hand on his belly.
Riker. Killian. My voice was hoarse from inhaling so much smoke. I had no idea what was happening. When Amato left me in that room, I thought he would return to silver me. But as the hours passed, it seemed less likely to happen. I heard him and his partner Demi fretting over what to do. Not only could they not find the tool to do it, but Knut was raging over James's death and Robin's disappearance. Knut then searched for me until I heard the commotion of him beating on the two Omegas, until they confessed to me being in the wall.
You better hope I don't die, Omega.
Knut said through the wall.
Or your ass is cooked.
That bastard really meant to burn me alive. My parents
are fine,
Killian said, holding me in his arms.
Knut is dead. It's over.
I clutched him tight. His flesh was cold and yet so warm as well. It was over. Truly over. Knut was dead. My baby was safe, and I was in Killian's arms. Riker. A year later. He kissed my stomach and poked my belly button with his tongue. Will you stop that? I giggled and squirmed at the tickling sensation.
I think I got some lint on my tongue,
Killian said with his tongue sticking out, muffling his words. No, you didn't, I gasped with embarrassment and checked my belly button. I don't have lint.
Don't worry, it's sexy lint.
He laughed and licked my stomach. It's not sexy lint because it doesn't exist. It has to exist to be sexy lint. I pushed his head away playfully. He scrunched up his nose and smiled.
So what if I say it does exist?
I tried not to blush, but failed miserably as I looked away from him. My heart thumped wildly in response as his lips parted slightly, anticipating a kiss. His intense, bright blue eyes captivated me so much that I didn't even realize what was happening until he leaned closer to me and brushed his lips against mine ever so lightly, causing my heart to flutter like a million little wings. I felt hypnotized by Killian's allure, as if locked under a spell that could not be broken, as if I would ever want it broken. This spell intensified every moment we stayed together like this, just two lovers entranced by each other's aura. He slowly moved closer until his lips pressed against mine, sending tingles through every inch of my skin, each kiss more passionate than the last, until I couldn't take it anymore. Without warning, I grabbed his face and pulled him in for another one to make sure everything was real. Time ceased, leaving only blissful oblivion. He deepened the kiss, pulling me deeper under the covers. He was getting hard again, and so was I. Ding! The alarm of the baby monitor went off, alerting us of movement, and just like that, whatever horniness we felt was gone.
I'll go.
Killian laughed and sighed. You know you can't handle them both, I said, following him out of bed. Luckily, the winter months were warm here in Santa Monica, and the sun was just rising over the sea. I saw it from the floor-to-ceiling windows looking at the sandy beach. We rushed to our children's room. Both boys were awake and crying, nearly in sync. He lifted Adrian in his arms while I picked up Adonis.
How are my boys, huh? Why all the fuss?
Killian cooed, and to think that at one point, he didn't think he would be a good father.
You don't want another brother or sister?
I laughed. It's not like they're doing it intentionally.
They do this whenever we're getting intimate. See, look at them. They're not even crying anymore. And they haven't soiled themselves, nor are they hungry. They're sabotaging us.
He chuckled. Maybe we can set up a private day just for us. My parents would love to keep them for a night, and they live next door. So if anything happens, we won't be far. Killian appeared to think it over before nodding.
Okay, we'll ask them later on, and after that, we'll ask my parents, 'cause I won't stop until we have another.
He kissed me softly on the cheek and sat in one of the rocking chairs as Adrian tried to grab his nose. I took the one next to him. I couldn't believe that only a year had passed since Killian saved me from Knut. Wonderland and all the horrors that happened there seemed to be a billion years ago. We were safe, happy, and a family, and we planned to be that way forever. The end.
I would like to give a special thanks to both patrons and Lunar listeners. Thank you so much for your support. It's all going directly into creating more audio content for your listening pleasure. Lunar listeners receive early access to all audio chapters on YouTube. Patreon members receive early access to uncensored audio chapters, along with full audio shorts too hot for Amazon and YouTube.